You hear me? Test. Hey, how's it going, Brian?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you alone. I know you're concentrating.
Okay, sweet, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
There, the camera. See Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome everyone to another PHDwin week. We really appreciate y'all joining this year for another week of what hopefully will be some interesting conversations and presentations and a little bit of networking in the world of PHDwin. I'm your host. My name's Jonathan Smith. I'm the Director of Sales and the Director of PHDwin Week. I've got with me here
Nikhil Joyce. You can call me Nick.
So we've got a new face on our stream this year. So we're doing things a little different this year. If you got the email, previous years we had a different email for every single session. This year we have a single stream that's going to be playing throughout the entire day. And so that stream will also be rebroadcast on LinkedIn and YouTube. So there is a site, our main PHDwin Week site. If you register, you can get access to the stream on that site. And only people who register will get access to replays and to be able to ask questions about the individual sessions. But if you just want to catch the stream, if you just want to be able to watch live, then you can pull up in the email that we sent, and we're going to send every day, is going to be the links to the YouTube and the LinkedIn stream. And you can log in each one of those, Nick, and then they can join along with us, wherever they are on their mobile device or wherever they are out in the field. I'm really excited about that. Big change for this year. So
yes, sir.
So I want to start here and introduce who I'm sitting next to. So Nick, you're new to this thing. It's your first PHDwin Week, right? Because last time we had you in the back room, right? You weren't.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So talk a little bit about it. What's your background here? Introduce yourself to the crowd.
So nice to meet everybody. My name is Nikhil Joyce. You can call me Nick. I've been at this company since May of last year. I studied at Trinity University. Business analytics and technology was my major there. And then I started here on support back in May, did about a year of that, trained under Dre Guardiola. So last year, this time, I was just doing support. I didn't really get to experience much of this or see any of it. So I was a little bit in the doghouse there. So it's good to get out, good to finally see what it's all about and be part of it. And for the last few months, I've been training under John on the sales team, and it's been going really well. So, yeah, it's good to be here.
Well, I'm happy to have you here, Nick. It's been a big boost for me to have some new faces around it. I know one thing about PHDwin TRC consultants is we really like to be consistent. And whenever new people pop up, a lot of y'all are always really curious who those new people are. So you're going to be getting some questions, I'm sure, Nick, as people throughout this week and you pop up on the stream, wonder what you're about. So get ready for it. So we've got some exciting things for you today. So every single day, we're going to start with a morning session like this, where I'm going to sit down with someone at the company, kind of set the occasion for the day. And then the plan is every single morning, we're going to bring on someone outside of TRC Consultant, someone in our ecosystem. So that way you can get a feel for what's going on around PHDwin. Nick, I always tell people that the TRC Consultant, PHDwin, it's like a cottage industry, right? Like there's us, but there's a village built around us. There's all these people that are relying on our product to be able to do their job, to be able to sell their services. And so I'm really looking forward to sharing some of those partners. I know you've already been talking with some of those people, like who we have on this morning, Kimberly Ayers with Ayers Petroleum Consultants. She's one that kind of both blew our hair back this year a little bit, huh? Yeah. So she popped up and she definitely brought in a lot of knowledge from the very beginning. I know we both learned a lot from interacting with her. And so it's one of those things where I'm very happy to be able to share with the PHDwin community, who all is active. And then that way y'all have an idea who's doing what. And so that way, if you're looking to maybe talk to one of these vendors, make sure you go to our PHDwin Week website. We have there different pages for every single person that's going to be on this week. And then you can go on their page and there's a little form and you can ask them any questions that you have about their time on PHDwin Week. Before we bring Kimberly on, I just want to give one last shout out. I want to say thank you very much to Sebastian Trujillo. He's done an incredible job putting this together and making PHDwin Week completely different this year. This constant stream, the amount of content that we have, I couldn't do it without him. So thank you very much, Sebastian. It means a lot. We'll have him on one of these streams later this week, Nick. But for now, you're playing my Patsy. How does that go? So, no, we have a lot of fun here. That's part of it. And so let's go ahead and let's bring in Kimberly and let's talk with her a little bit about what she's got going on. And then also, her experience switching into the PHDwin ecosystem. So we're going to go ahead and bring her in right now. Let's see if we can. Oh, there we go. Hi, Kimberly. How are you doing? So you've got a very nice background there. I like the white background. So well, how are you doing today?
Doing great. How about you guys?
We're
Glad
doing
to
very,
join
very good.
you.
Welcome to PHDwin Week.
Thanks. It's lovely up here in the Northeast this time of year. So it's fun to be doing a virtual conference and joining the party, I guess, this year for my first PHDwin Week.
Yeah, your first PHDwin Week. Now you're part of it. Now you're officially Kristen, right? To be part of PHDwin Week. So Kimberly, let's go ahead and start there. If you wouldn't mind, tell everyone on the stream a little bit about your background and where you're from. And you say you're in the Northeast right now. If you wouldn't mind, give us a little introduction to you and your consulting firm.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Thanks, guys. So I'm a petroleum engineer, and I'm based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the heart of the Marcellus and Utica shales. I'm actually third generation oil and gas. I come from a family that had a drilling business, and I grew up with my dad and my grandma on the rigs. But I am the first one to go to college in my family, and I have a master's in science from West Virginia University. So born in the conventional days here and worked through all of those and came out of university just in time for the unconventional shale revolution. So it's been great so far. I decided to found my firm in 2017 to really focus on the Appalachian Basin specifically, as it was coming into its own, and the Marcellus was really taking off, but I still have that heart for those small conventional operators. So myself and 4 other full-time engineers serve a wide base of clientele in the basin, from operators with 5 conventional wells to billion-dollar valuated Marcellus and Utica operators. So we're a team of production engineers, reservoir engineers. We do reserves, and I recently became a certified mineral appraiser as well. So.
Oh, wow. That's a lot going on. Well, again, we appreciate, I know you're real busy and you've had a lot of moving and changing going on. So we really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us on PHDwin Week. I just want to remind the viewers that are watching right now, if you have any questions for Kimberly or you want to reach out to her, there is a dedicated page for her on our PHDwin website. She was a sponsor this year, so she has a page that goes through all of the different services that she offers. Plus, there's a form you can reach out to her, and we'll make sure anyone fills out that form, we pass that information along so that she can get a hold of you. And so, Kimberly, my understanding is that but prior to PHDwin, you kind of had experience with some other software. And also, I know that you have a service that you offer. Let's talk about the service in a minute. Would you mind talking first about what your experience was prior to PHDwin and what it was like coming into PHDwin?
Sure. So as I mentioned, grew up in the industry. I discovered as a teenager that you could put an exponential fit on production in Excel. I thought that was so cool. And then in college, this magical software called Aries was shown to me by a mentor, right? So I have to admit, I was an Aries snob for about 15 years. I didn't like it. I was very vocal to them about what I'll call the inconveniences of their software and interacting with it. But it has been the foundation of my work thus far, and I became known as the Aries expert in the Northeast and did a lot of work there. I had seen glimpses of PHDwin version 2. It just didn't seem to click with me, and it seemed like maybe if I did a switch or ran both, it would be I would have similar problems with the product. Well, about a year ago this time, I had a new client reach out, and we talked with them, and they were like, we love your services. We want to work with you. What you guys bring to the table is a little different than an auditing firm or a reservoir engineering house. So let's work together. But we use PHDwin. And I was like, okay. Let's see what we can do here. Well, I'll reach out. So I talked with Jonathan, and he was like, well, we have version 3. Do you know about it? And I was like, no, I don't. You have a new solution? This is awesome. So we did a demo. I watched some videos. I was super impressed by the support. And put simply, it just made sense to me. It didn't seem like the transition was going to be difficult. So that's kind of where I'm coming from for this conversation.
I think that's a background that many can relate to. They started off in some other product, and then they come into PHDwin. We talk to people all the time that we're converting them from either another software solution or something like Excel, like you talked about earlier. A lot of people still do a lot of their modeling in Excel, and then we help bring them in and try to show them how we do things, our methodology with PHDwin. I always tell people that PHDwin is a methodology. It's our defined standard, and we've tried to work with the major consulting firms, banks, and major players in the industry to make that a good, consistent standard for someone like yourself to come in, pick up those tools, and then be able to do the work you need to do. But not everything's roses. Let's kind of be honest about this. Let's talk about this. I'm big on transparency, Nick. You know that. He knows a little bit too much about it. So let me ask you, Kimberly, what were the largest challenges you had that you faced moving from what your previous experience was into PHDwin?
Sure, yeah, and I will say it's been great talking with you guys to help convert my what I call Aries brain into PHDwin language. It hasn't been a huge hurdle, but you guys have been great to help me learn the tricks and tips that I could do really fast in Aries. You guys have helped me really work to get up to speed quickly with PHDwin. So that's been fun and actually unexpected compared to previous experiences. But the biggest transition is definitely what I call my Aries brain. I've been doing it for 15 years a certain way, and basically what I call misbehaving with the software. My first instinct is always to go into the background of the database and start messing with tables in the database itself instead of working on the front end and doing the prescribed upload processes, etc. And you can't do that in PHDwin, but that's a good thing, right? Because I spend a lot of time dealing with troubleshooting my incorrect behavior in the back end of the Aries databases. So just some of those instincts have definitely been something I've had to work on, but for a good reason, right? And then one of the other things is just terminology, right? And in conversations I'm having with clients, with you guys, with my staff is, scenarios and qualifiers who still don't come natural to me because they are very similar in Aries, but they're just slightly different, and what they control is also slightly different. So the scenarios and qualifiers video you guys have on your support site, I've watched many times. And also things like cases, properties, wells, those terms get thrown around and used a little bit differently on the Aries side. But I haven't found a major issue with switching. I thought the biggest problem I would be transitioning databases over, and that's actually been very simple because of the controlled upload process. So that was actually a big concern for me starting out, ended up not being a concern. So those were a couple of items there.
Well, I will say, as far as the brain, that you already kind of had that muscle memory, you already had that workflow in place. As you talked about earlier, we're in the middle of a transition ourselves. We have the version 2 product that we're still supporting, though there's still clients that want to use that product. We just updated it not that long ago to keep that one supported. But most of our effort and our, the future of the company, as Nick knows here, he's gotten really good with it, is the version 3. And, one thing that we've talked to clients that are in our own ecosystem that are looking from transitioning from version 2 to version 3, you have a muscle memory built in. You have a workflow built in that you kind of gotten used to. And even me, someone that's trained with the old product dozens of times, my hand, he has to get on me sometimes. My hand just immediately goes to the wrong place or whatever. Now, luckily, Nick here has gotten trained on the new product. I think at this point, you might know it almost as good or better than me, right? Yeah, you're getting there. You get there pretty good. But, that's where a nice fresh start, that's where having new eyes on it, I think can really matter. But I got to give you credit, Kimberly. Until you came along and you started working with us and talking with us, as far as the product that you had familiarity with, I didn't know a lot of the challenges. We had to deal with the data sets. We've been converting those data sets for over a decade now. And I've been able to figure out enough to translate terms and hopefully help people that are transitioning in. But whenever you showed us kind of like how difficult it was to keep the data set consistent, how there was third-party products that would check the quality of the data set as you were messing around in the back end before you bring it back in, that was really mind-blowing for me, because as you said, we really like to do things through our interface. We have a philosophy called data discipline, where we want to make sure that the data goes in is good. And so whenever you go through our database, it's constantly checking that data and make sure you don't put like a Q as the initial rate or something along those lines. So that way, whenever you actually get to the economics, you get to the whatever other part of the program you want to be in, you're not having to deal with data conflicts or mismatched data. So you taught us a lot about what the other side is, what that experience is. And I think that was a real benefit to us. And that's part of the reason I wanted to have you on for PHDwin, because I think that your story is, first of all, one that a lot of people can relate to. And then, we just kind of really appreciate how much that you've taught us, right, Nick? I mean, yeah, I know you've got a lot out of talking with Kimberly too.
You guys know I can talk, and I'm going to say something.
You will, and you're good about saying, hey, what's going on here? You reach out and you let us know, and hopefully we've been providing good support to you and the support team and everything like that. That's a big part of it, right? So let me ask you this. So once you got past those challenges, though, there had to be some benefits about PHDwin that you really liked, or you wouldn't have bought in. You wouldn't have gone this direction, right, for your company. Right. So what are some of your favorite parts about PHDwin, as you've come in as this new user?
It seems a little superficial, but the user interface is modern, and in my head, the way you interact with it is natural compared to other modern softwares. So it made that transition very easy for me, because even though I have my Aries brain as a user of all kinds of other software, it just made sense to go into work with the module as it is presented to you. So that immediately it was welcoming to me. But I would have to say my number one favorite thing is, and this blew your guys' mind, the live economic calculations in the ribbon at the bottom is amazing to an Aries user. So I can automatically see when I'm making a change and an assumption, it updates my economic calculations at the bottom. In Aries, you're in 3 different disjointed modules. So work that I might be doing in graphics or where I'm doing forecasting, I have to manually push into economics, and then I have to push a button for it to run and calculate, and then it pops up a window with results. And just that ease of being able to sensitize and see those results, even the economic bar that occurs on the graph, that is my favorite thing by far, and it makes my workflow so much faster, and I would say accurate as well, because I'm seeing live results to my changes. I have a whole list if you want me to keep going.
Hey, we're here. We got some time. If you want to share with some people what you like, go for it. This is great.
Yeah. So one of the items I also love is the standard reporting. The canned reports out of PHDwin have been able to answer most of the requests that my clients have, even the ones I've transitioned. And we've been talking about maybe some added ones that some prior Aries people are used to seeing. But the V3 Connect is huge because, like I said, I'm used to working in the back end of the software and just ripping tables out. But those tables would always come through in inconsistent formatting and inconsistent columns. So having the V3 Connect easy one push out of the software is awesome, because we set a lot of Spotfire dashboards on top of our databases for validation, for pretty reports for management, for ripping down into our formal reserve reporting. I'm a very visual person, so and I come from a data analytics, Spotfire type background, so I like to pull that into my reserve reports, and having that standard output every time, regardless of how I set the database up, has been just a huge time saver on our end.
Well, I'll jump in on that one. So, that was kind of my baby, the V3 Connect. I put that together, and that's what I really meant it for, to be this standard output. Whenever I teach the training class, I tell a lot of people, you're talking about the different modules in that other software, I tell them, leave the spreadsheet open on one screen or part of your screen, leave PHDwin open the other screen, and that way you can just refresh and go back and forth and see those results immediately. Yeah. Also, you mentioned Spotfire. I just want to point out, so if you wouldn't pardon me on this a little bit, Kimberly, this is our first session. So we're kind of setting the tone for the week. So later on this week, on Friday, and in fact, we have another partner coming in the morning that's going to show some a really cool tech that they built on top of PHDwin using Spotfire. But as part of PHDwin Week this year, we have a feature. So anyone that's interested in integrating Spotfire with PHDwin, on our client portal, we have a package, we have a feature that you can download and use that will allow you to integrate PHDwin version 3 with Spotfire. So if you want to be like Kimberly, you want to get those insights, you want to pull out and visualize your data, We definitely have support for that now. And as I said, later on in the week on Friday, we'll have a client come in, Blue River Analytics, and they're going to actually show, this is a key partner that's going to show you exactly, or everyone, how that they've integrated with that standard tool set that you're talking about that we set up. So I really appreciate that you've been able to extend that. You know, one thing about it too, you're talking about getting into the database. You know, with the SQL Server, we do have this open database, which allows us to integrate with SQL, allows us to integrate with Spotfire. But, you know, people are so used to editing on that side that they don't go to the interface first. So I'm glad that you found that benefit to the interface, that instant economics, that line on the graph. I mean, Nick, you know, that's from version 2, right? I mean, you've demoed version 2, that line, right? That's been around for a while, right? We've been doing that one a long time, right? So
that's right.
What do you think about that, Nick? Don't you think that's important?
Yeah, I think it's really important. You know, a lot of the feedback I get is about just the more options to change the way that your ECL is calculated in the program now, and how we have introduced commerciality and different ways of changing the economic calculation to, you know, max cum cash flow. It seems to be most people's preference these days, but you still have the option to go back to the old ways if you don't want to change it and you want to have it still calculate the same way as version 2. You still have the hurdles option as well. And there are just so many options that we've made the transition easier and easier from version 2 or from other softwares.
You know, I think if you're just getting into version 3, Nick has a wonderful session coming up later this week where he's going to walk everyone through the interface and the features. So if you're looking at like A&D packages as the main example in version 3 and you're not have any experience with it, you're still using version 2, or like Kimberly, you're coming from another piece of software, that session is going to walk you through what that functionality looks like. And then later today, I have a session about Microsoft SQL Server, where I'm going to dig into some of what the data set looks like, the different tools that you can work around using SQL Server. And then I'm going to talk more about this Spotfire integration, how you can use this as a standard feature. So if any of this is interesting for you, be sure to catch Nick's session. Be sure to catch my session. You know, Kimberly, I'm doing another session later this week that was completely inspired by you. And the whole, your questions about the other product scenarios and qualifiers versus scenarios and qualifiers. Me and you went back and forth a lot about what's qualified data, what's scenario qualified data, and that wasn't intuitive to you, you know, where that data was being qualified in our system. So I'm going to do an hour-long session where I'm going to go through and I'm going to break down, you know, what kind of data is qualified to the qualifier level, the scenario level, and the database level. And that was directly inspired by the conversations we had with you. So thank you very much for being a good partner. Back, you're driven a lot of what we're doing this week, and that's why I want to make sure you were on the first session, because a lot of PHDwin week has been driven by the experience working with your company and getting you up to speed as a PHDwin power user. So thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. So, you know, hopefully, you know, your experience is one that'll speak to our broader audience. Let me just ask real quick, do you have any questions for Kimberly, Nick?
Kimberly, well, you know, I want to thank you very much. When I was on support, you know, Kimberly would give me all these questions that I would try to jump on the Kimberly ones, because I would learn more in those 30-minute sessions than in anything else. Like she would send in like 8 or 9 questions in a very well formatted email, and I would usually just call. So I would look at it, I would note down my answers for each one, and then I would call and try to be prepared for it. And it was like a really good training session to receive from clients, or something that I didn't really expect coming into this job. So I appreciate that very much.
I know how to do this in the other software, but I haven't helped me.
And hopefully, you know, you've had a good experience. I mean, we have guys like Nick on support that are answering those questions, and hopefully, you know, you get your questions answered. But some of it just is like, I know what I'm doing. Just get out of my way. Show me how to change the gears back and forth. So, you know, I want you to demo in a second. I know you have a service and a product and I want you to be able to show off your service. Just a second though. Before we get there though, Kimberly, is there any final words, any advice that you have for anyone that's switching over from the different world and coming into PHDwin for the first time?
Like I said, I was very hesitant, but I was hesitant because I've been using it for 15 years and my workflows are so set, and but I was just super frustrated all the time. So that the learning curve was very fast, and it has removed a lot of that frustration for me. So even though it took me a little bit to get back to the same speed of completing projects in my workflow, I'm like way less frustrated, which helps to produce a better product at the end, right? And just a lot of I've been really encouraged by the user community and support that is non-existent with Aries. And I value that as a consultant by myself up here in the Northeast. It's great to have connections and see ideas and, events like this week where we can all grow together as engineers. So that's kind of my advice, is just to get involved. I kind of drug my feet for a couple years, and I'm glad I'm here now.
We're happy to have you. Thank you so much for being involved. So, as I said, I want to talk a little bit now about the new service that you're offering. So take a little bit. What is this service, and what can you offer the viewers of the stream today?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, our core business is providing engineering consulting. Earlier this year, there was another consultant in the area that actually retired, and I acquired his subscription product. It's called the Appalachian Basin Horizontal Well Database, and it includes data from 3 different states up here, and it's competitive with IHS, Drilling Info, and Veris, all of those big data service providers. But it's a little bit different because we actually add a bunch of engineering assumptions into our product. We correct data. I think it's cleaner. And I've been a user of this product and helped in developing it since 2015. So it was a natural acquisition for my company. And it's really been helpful to users up here in the Northeast that are doing A&D, that want to compare their assets. And it's been super additive to our team. So we set Spotfire on top of it, do a lot of modeling, and provide it as a subscription service. So I actually here share my screen for you guys to show you a little bit more about it.
Let's see.
Yeah, so let's present here. Present my entire screen. Okay. All right, there we go. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So like I was saying, it's a combination of data from the 3 states. Now, the interesting thing is a lot of the other data services out there can get pretty behind in our states up here. One, it's not as huge of a focus as the Texas area, but as particularly in Pennsylvania, you have to type in all of the data that comes in PDF form for completion records. So we have an army of interns who maintains that. And then in Ohio, they don't notify you when well data has been submitted. So we literally have to go through the API list to look for updates. And as a part of the service, we also are providing monthly updates in a PH3 or a PHDwin version 3 compatible format. We can either do it as a V3 Connect sheet that you can upload, or as a database, actually. And what our database includes from a data standpoint is well header information, your basic who owns it, who drilled it, dates that things happen, lateral links. Completions data is huge up here. Again, a lot of the big data services just don't even have Pennsylvania. So we have all of the loading. We pull in frac focus, compare that to the state data, and then we have the monthly production. Ohio reports quarterly, so we've got monthly West Virginia, monthly Pennsylvania, quarterly Ohio, and then because of that quarterly, we actually provide DCA and EUR forecasts for all of the wells in the database. And we also have a free monthly newsletter that we call the Basin Digest. So that's free for anyone that wants to sign up. It includes a lot of permitting information. It includes a highlight every month. And let's see, I'm gonna jump over here to show you that. So this is our homepage for the database. It's at basindb.com. And you can look for some well data here. And then you can jump over here to sign up for our Basin Digest. Again, that's free and it comes out once a month. And the Basin Digest basically provides a summary of the Northeast. We want it to be a hub of data to those interested in this area once a month. List all of our permits. We have some mapping that can come along with the subscription as well. And then focus on different status, different operators. And then, for example, this one I pulled up was a focus on the Marcellus. So we pull in some of our dashboards from Spotfire to talk about, trends in the area. And again, this is updated monthly. So I come from a data background, so we try to share a little bit of data with a lot of our clients are non-technical. So this has been really beneficial. And again, in my opinion, I think our particularly completions data is the premier product out there these days.
That's
So back
amazing.
here for a second. Oh, go ahead, Jonathan.
I was just commenting. That's amazing. No, keep going, please. Show us.
I was just going to say, if you guys are interested in the database, it's at basindb.com. Our main services is under airspetroleum.com. Again, I'm in Pittsburgh, actually located in South Point, where the majority of the oil and gas companies are. And we do a wide range of services, mostly including reserves reporting and asset evaluations. But we like to get to the field occasionally as well. So.
Well, one thing I would say is that as we've worked with different data over the years, there's a lot to say for having a service like this that's specialized in an area. The data is going to be set up properly, it's going to be cleaned up properly. So many of the clients we work with, they have a focus, they have a particular area that's where they make most of their money. That's their profit center. That's where their experience is. And I know, Nick, we have clients bring us data in all the time, but then they ask us sometimes too, if they don't have data, like, where do we go for data? And right, me and you were always have to figure out what data provider lines up best. I know you've had those challenges before.
Yeah.
You're taking those spreadsheets in, it's difficult sometimes, right?
Yeah, sometimes people have some old like Excel files and we have to do some conversions, but we found usually it ends up being pretty simple to figure out a way to bring it in because there's so many different import options in the program. But yeah, it's nice to be able to bring in from all those data providers as well. And
especially we get one like you, Kimberly, that we know is focused on a region. We can point the potential clients towards you, and then that's a really good experience. As you said, you offer a V3 specific output that they can pick up and use. And then, then you have a new client. We have a new client. We have someone that's being successful. So the theme for PHDwin Week this year is getting back to work. And we really want to highlight people like yourself that are being successful and are doing real interesting things in the greater oil and gas community. But that a lot of times starts with data. If you don't have good data going in, you're not going to have good results going out. And that fight for good data, that push for good data is something that a lot of people don't realize is a bigger struggle than it is. I often judge whenever people ask me like what level they're at as far as understanding in this industry about how they can take on data and what they know as far as holes in the data and where those issues are really going to be. And so that's great that you have this service and you offer it and you bake a lot of your expertise, it seems, into that service for people that want to use your data. But hopefully throughout this PHDwin Week, we have a few other sessions where we're going to be talking about data. We're going to be talking with other providers later on in these morning sessions that bring in data. But we really appreciate, Kimberly, that your focus. And anyone that wants to be in your region of the world, they need to reach out to you, right? You're the professional whenever it comes to Appalachia, right? So we appreciate having you on. So let me ask you real quick. You have been working with PHDwin now for, as you said, not quite a year. But you've shown up. You've been part of our user groups. You've talked with Nick. You've talked with me. You've talked with a good chunk of our company at this point. That you've had a lot of experience, not only with our product, but who we are. And, as we've had people that are getting back to work and coming back to us, a lot of them say, hey, I don't know what's going on with PHDwin right now. I've been kind of checked out, but I know that y'all are consistent. I know I want to work with y'all. It's the people that they're looking for right now. And so if you wouldn't mind, I know I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but what has been your experience working with TRC Consultants as a company and the people? I mean, has that been something that you see as a big benefit compared to other solutions?
Yeah, I really appreciate the user group meeting around NAPE this spring. That was hugely beneficial to me from networking and like putting faces with names and just seeing that it's an active community. Now, other softwares have user groups, but I haven't had that feeling of connectivity and like willingness to help each other and other experiences. So that's been huge. And then I would say your response time has been great for support when I get stuck. So that has definitely been a difference as well, to not send an email into a black hole is really nice.
There you go. That's great. I mean, Nick, you were on support for
Much
a while. How's that feel?
appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick's
He's
like,
beaming
that's
over.
me. I'm the one answering you at 9 p.m. on a weekend.
Well, we're all about, I tell people all the time, Nick laughs at me about this. It's such a corny line, but I tell people if they're not successful, if they can't make money, how can we expect to send over an invoice? How can we expect to be successful, right? And that's why we want to make sure that we're highlighting people like you, Kimberly, that are really moving in this industry and are working to make people successful. And we always want to connect those dots when possible between users and people in our ecosystem that want to help and want to connect with other people. We had that user group meeting earlier this year, and then we do PHDwin Week every year for this same setup. So that way people can see who's on. They can see the different vendors come on, so they know who's part of our ecosystem and who they can reach out to if they do need help, or they do need a second opinion, or they need data, or they need all the different services that you provide. And so thank you very much for becoming part of our ecosystem. And thank you very much for showing us your service. That looks very interesting. So anyone, just real quick, tell everyone again, if you wouldn't mind, how can they reach you? What's the best way to reach you?
Sure. My personal email address is kimberly@airspetroleum.com. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. Airs Petroleum Consulting also has a LinkedIn page. That's the best place to interact quickly. Airs Petroleum's website is airspetroleum.com, and the database is appbasindb.com. So lots of ways to connect there, and also through your portal that you guys have graciously put up for participating this week.
I have to give you credit, Kimberly. And so these younger guys, I'm not that much in LinkedIn. I'm not as good as you, right? So for the longest time, we haven't been as active, but you've really pushed me, therefore us, to get on it. Some of these younger guys are like, yeah, let's do the LinkedIn more. Let's have the media kits. Let's get on there and promote people and all that. So we really appreciate it. You've kind of lit a fire under us to be as involved in that side of it as possible. That's part of the reason why we're live streaming on LinkedIn right now, is because you've kind of inspired us to get into that new world some. And so, yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. I just want to give some extra notes for anyone watching this stream. So as Kimberly said, all the different people that are on the stream, all the different sponsors have a dedicated page where if you're interested in their service, you can click on their page, learn more about them, and then reach out to a form on their page, and we'll make sure that we connect you with them. So that way you can ask any questions and get more information about what the offer is and, how they can help you. Also, just to kind of set the stage for the rest of the day. So after this stream, we're going to have a quick start from a very special partner of PHDwin and TRC, QED Energy Consultants. They're going to be giving us some small videos called quick streams throughout the entire week. Courtney Stevens, the queen of QED, is going to start us off, and she's going to talk about leveraging scheduled forecasts in version 3. It's a big deal, right, Nick? That's one thing you've learned. It's scheduled forecasts. That's one thing we've really upgraded in the new system, right?
Oh yeah. Great feedback on that feature for sure.
So look forward to that session. And then after the quick start session, stay tuned. We're going to have our kickoff long session today. A long presentation is going to be from Platinum partner Ryder Scott. We really appreciate Ryder Scott Consultants for jumping on. Marylena has been on PHDwin Week last year. She comes back with a follow-up, an encore, if you will, for this year. And then after that, we have we're going to have a training course throughout the week. So 11 o'clock every single day. Whenever you tune into the stream, we're going to have a training course. That's a 4-part training course that if you're new to version 3, you're wanting to get into this new program. If you come from the background like Kimberly, where you're outside our ecosystem, but even if you're a version 2 person just wanting to switch over, make sure you catch those training streams, because that will allow you to get caught up to speed and allow you to get just some really good free content about how to most effectively use version 3. And then, be watching for the schedule every single morning. We're going to be emailing y'all for the schedule for this week. We've got a great panel coming up tomorrow that I'm really excited about. We've got some other key partners doing presentations I'm really excited about. Hopefully you're going to be watching a little bit of the stream. Kimberly, are you looking forward to watching some PHDwin?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a bunch of sessions that I've got marked like, this is important for getting even to becoming a subject matter expert in PHDwin.
Well, there we go. That's what it's all about. Well, for now, we want to thank everyone for jumping on this. We really appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week and joining us for another year. We'll be talking to you. I'll be on tomorrow morning and later on today. Oh, wait, one last announcement. So In previous years, whenever we had the sessions, we had a Q&A after each session. This year, we're going to have a Q&A at the end of the day for all the people that are in the sessions to have a panel. And so it's a little bit of a pivot, a little bit different, see how that works out. So again, if you've registered for PHDwin Week, you're watching on our site, there's a form there where you can ask questions. Ask those questions as you're watching these streams, and we'll be sure to ask the participants, the speakers, those questions at the end whenever we have that session, that Q&A session. So keep an eye on the stream today. As I said, there's one stream, not many links. So keep an eye on us, and hopefully everyone will enjoy their PHDwin Week. Kimberly, thank you so much for being on. We really appreciate you kicking off PHDwin Week with us. And we really appreciate you being a client at PHDwin and teaching both me and Nick, right? I'm not speaking for you on that one, Nick. We both learned a lot, right, from Kimberly?
Absolutely. Can't thank you enough. If you need anything, my extension has changed. I moved to the sales side of the office. Call me at 302 if you need anything at all, Kimberly. And that goes to everybody as well. Go ahead.
Reach out, 888-248-8062, extension 302. That's how you can get this shining face. So thank you all very much, everyone. We really appreciate it. And you'll be watching for the next stream. Bye, Kimberly. Have a good one.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on.
Hey guys, Courtney Stevens here from QED Energy Associates. A big shout out to John Smith and the team at TRC. Thanks for having us at PHDwin Week again this year. We sure appreciate you guys. This is a QED Quick Start. Today I'm going to be talking about scheduled forecasts in PHDwin v3. Let's jump over to my database. All right. So I was looking at the DJ Reader 22. My engineer actually emailed me a spreadsheet that the engineer wants me to use as the forecast. It's actually just volumes every single month. So this is actually just a daily rate every single month. But the engineer's intention is that I load the actual amounts of production every single month into this case, not fit it with some sort of ARPS equation or forecast with an ARPS equation as usual. So there is a way to do that in PHDwin v3, and I'm here to show you how. First things first, let's talk about how we want to input units into PHDwin version 3 as a scheduled forecast. These are currently in daily rates, and we really need to put them in monthly rates because we're going to be pasting in volumes per month, not rates. In the oil and gas industry, there are 30.4 days in a month. We can argue about that later. That's the industry standard. So that's what I'm going to use for inputting or for converting this rate to a monthly volume. Quick trick on how to do that in Excel. You can type 30.4 in any cell, right click, copy it. Highlight the extent of the cells that you want to multiply. Right click on that cell block and choose paste special and then multiply. As soon as I make that change, I'm going to go back and change my units. So these are no longer really rates at all. These are volumes for the months, but I'm going to go ahead and give it the unit barrels per month and MCF per month. I like to format these cells as numbers with no decimals and with commas. This is supposed to be an offshore case. These are pretty incredible volumes for each month here. I mean, like really incredible. I've talked before about custom views, and I do have a custom view set up for scheduled production data entry. My scheduled production view looks like this. I've popped out an ARPS box. I've also got the general info, investments, and a 30-year rate time semi-log. In order to enter this as a scheduled volume, I'm just going to click the add button here, and I'm going to choose scheduled. Now this automatically pops in some placeholder volumes for several months. I'm going to move over my Excel sheet so that everybody can see it. And what we want to do is we want to copy just the dates and the volume or oil and paste it into here. It's kind of a tricky way of doing it. So I'm going to talk about it exactly as I do it. First, I'm going to highlight the contiguous cell block that contains both the dates and the volumes for those dates. Now, don't highlight it like this by clicking these letters at the top of the Excel sheet. Don't highlight the whole sheet. Don't highlight the rows. You really just want to highlight the cell block. I'm going to go ahead and highlight that through 2031, where I have production available. And then I'm going to choose copy. Now over here in PHDwin, we also want to highlight the placeholder values that exist on this case right now, because we're going to paste over them. In order to highlight these, I want you to move your mouse onto the top of this green block in the top left-hand corner of this ARPS box, or what is a projections box right now. When you're like selected on this green box right here, you can hold down the left mouse key and you can drag a highlight down through the end of the placeholder records that have been thrown in there for you. So I'm going to click off that and we're going to do that again. So I'll just click like 1 so that we can try that again. Make sure you're on the first record. Go all the way to the left to that record so that you see that green box come up. Use a left mouse click. Click the left mouse and hold, and then drag all the way down until you've highlighted all of the placeholder records that appeared. Now, Control V, and your records will paste in from Excel. Please note that whatever you paste in, whatever you had formatted in terms of decimals is what's actually going to paste in. So I don't have any decimals showing, so no decimals pasted in. So I can see my oil forecast is here now. Now I'm going to do gas. So I'm going to flip on my projections box to gas, and I'm going to choose to add scheduled. I do get those placeholder values. Let's go over here to my Excel sheet. Now I need to highlight both the dates and the volumes. I'm going to insert, well, maybe what I'll do is I will copy my oil and I'll just move them down here to column D, and I'll delete it from column B. That way I can highlight my gas, months, and volumes. I'm going to right click copy. This is tricky over here. Remember, you want to be on that green box at the top left-hand corner of the first record. You want to, with a single left mouse click and hold to highlight all the contents that are currently displayed in those placeholder records that were thrown in for you. Then Control V to paste over with the things that you've copied from Excel. Now let's click over here on our chart, make sure that we can see it. It looks great. I like to save a record after I input scheduled production data. Just makes me feel good about life. At QED Energy Associates, we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. The services that we provide are as follows. We do database conversions, like 10 a week. You can't believe how many database conversions we do. We'd be happy to help you out next time you have a database conversion project. We provide our reservoir engineering technicians on demand. Need somebody for a 15-minute assignment or a 2-hour assignment? Send it on in to QED and we'll help you out. As far as reservoir engineering technicians can go, we are not reservoir engineers. We have dedicated technicians that can provide consulting on site at your office. So if you need somebody for a 6-week project, call us up for that. You can try before you buy with our technicians. As you know, our most popular service is placing reservoir engineering technicians in their first roles in the oil and gas industry. But you don't have to hire them straight from us. You can absolutely attempt to hire a technician that we can provide. You can use our custom classroom training services for topics of your choice, and we do have one-on-one training available in your office. At QED, we believe that years of experience don't necessarily correlate with competency. Therefore, all of our technicians are rated based on their current competency level. We give people quizzes and tests all the time over at QED Energy Associates, checking to make sure that they can actually perform for you. When you call in to ask about a tech, we'll let you know what their current competency level is It's my job at QED to make sure that every purchase is one that you're happy with. If ever you purchase a QED service and you're unhappy, please give me a call directly and I will make it right for you. You can call us at the office at 832-581-3758, or even faster, email us at dreamteam@qedea.com. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And thanks again to John and the team at PHDwin for this wonderful PHDwin week.
Thank you to Courtney Stevens and QED Energy Associates for being a gold partner of PHDwin Week 2024. Courtney has joined us on PHDwin Week every year since our conference took off. Her and QED are valuable partners for us at TRC Consultants, and it is a pleasure to work with them on PHDwin Week every year. Please stay tuned to the live stream. There is much more happening on PHDwin Week 2024 that you won't want to miss. Our keynote session will begin shortly at 10 a.m. CDT, followed by the start of our free V3 training course by Dr. Marshal Wigwe. Next up is our opening keynote presentation from Marylena Garcia, P.E., from Ryder Scott Company. This is Marylena Garcia's second year presenting at PHDwin Week, and Ryder Scott is a platinum partner of PHDwin Week 2024. Marylena Garcia will cover the integration of carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration (CCUS) in the oil industry. This presentation will explore the strategic utilization of tax credit 45Q to support carbon capture and sequestration within the oil and gas sector, with a focus on its application in CO2 enhanced oil recovery (EOR) and dedicated geological storage. Tax credit 45Q provides significant financial incentives for CCS projects, encouraging investment and innovation in technologies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve operational efficiency. The presentation will analyze the financial benefits for oil and gas companies leveraging 45Q, highlighting opportunities for revenue generation and enhanced sustainability. Additionally, Marylena will address regulatory and compliance considerations to help stakeholders maximize their benefits from the tax credit. Please stay tuned. Our keynote presentation will begin shortly.
I'm excited to introduce today's speaker, Marylena Garcia, a talented petroleum engineer and the head of sustainability at Ryder Scott, one of the leading firms in the industry. Marylena is passionate about finding ways to help the oil and gas industry become more sustainable while staying profitable. Today, Marylena will be discussing a topic that's becoming more important every day: integration of carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration in the oil industry. In this presentation, she'll show how oil and gas companies can take advantage of Tax Credit 45Q, a special incentive that encourages businesses to reduce carbon emissions. She'll explain how capturing and storing carbon can not only help the industry become more sustainable, but also offer financial benefits for companies that adopt these strategies. We're fortunate to have Marylena with us today to share her insights on this crucial subject. Please join me in welcoming her.
Welcome to PHDwin Week 2024. It's an honor to be invited back to this distinguished conference. I would like to extend my gratitude to the TRC team for organizing such a valuable event. I also want to thank all of you for joining from various parts of the world. Your presence and participation are truly appreciated. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Marylena Garcia. I'm a reservoir engineer with more than 25 years of experience. I've been with Ryder Scott for 14 years, initially dedicated to evaluation of oil and gas properties for reserves certifications and audits. However, lately I've been doing more sustainability work related to greenhouse gas evaluations, including carbon capture and sequestration. I also ensure compliance with environmental agencies, especially those that set the guidelines for the evaluation, just like the EPA here in the United States. Here at Ryder Scott, we offer comprehensive services across the entire value chain. Our expertise expands from upstream, midstream, and also a sustainability division. In the upstream department, Ryder Scott has a rich history of providing top-tier, excellent technical expertise in the upstream sector. We have a team of seasoned professionals, and they excel in reservoir evaluation, reserves estimation, and also resource simulation. In the midstream department, we also have trusted advisors for energy infrastructure projects, and they specialize in pipelines and facilities engineers, ensuring the efficient and safe transportation of the energy resources. Finally, in the sustainability division, which I lead, we use our extensive experience and a unwavering commitment to excellence to offer greenhouse gas evaluation services, compliance with regulatory standards, also emission reduction and facility recommendation and strategies, and as I said before, carbon capture and utilization storage, among other services. We have a strong client base around the world. We've been in service for 87 years, 87 remarkable years, should I say, and we have the privilege of serving hundreds of companies around the world. Our journey has been one of growth, innovation, and lasting partnerships, and we look forward to continue with this legacy of excellence. Today's presentation is going to be about the integration of carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, CCUS, in the oil and gas industry. I'm very excited about this particular presentation because we'll explore how to use 45Q tax credits to help companies reduce the greenhouse gas emissions while enhancing operational efficiency and generating financial incentives, whether it's through CO2, enhanced oil recovery, EOR, acid injection, or dedicated geological storage. We'll learn how to unlock these revenues and drive sustainability. Today, I'm going to cover this agenda. I'll start with an introduction, a brief understanding of carbon capture and its role in the oil industry, and then we'll dive into the subject, which is the strategic utilization of the tax credits, either for CO2, EOR, or acid gas injection. We also look into some regulatory compliances consideration regarding the permitting of these two type of processes and specific classification of wells. And then we're going to go on an overview of the tax credits. And I'll finalize with some remarks. This image is a stacked area chart showing the global CO2 reduction per years from 2019 to 2070 using various technological and energy solutions. The chart shows the contribution of different strategies to reduce carbon emissions, and they are expressed in gigatons. This figure right here was put together by the International Energy Agency, and the target for carbon capture and storage by 2050 is 7.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide stored annually. And this is a significant increase compared to the current level of 0.0 gigatons captured and stored annually. With an intent to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, oil and gas companies are exploring different ways to become carbon neutral in the next 20 and 30 years. To achieve this target, carbon capture and sequestration plays a vital role. With the help of petroleum engineering and geoscience skills, companies need to leverage existing assets and technologies to establish a successful low-carbon venture technology. As part of our commitment with innovation in the field of carbon capture, Ryder Scott uses the Blue CCS platform. It's an advanced AI power tool that provides an interactive access to information on both active and announced CCUS storage sites around the world. This platform integrates publicly available information from a wide array of sources, offering detailed emission sources at pipeline infrastructure, and we use it to help our clients make informed decisions about their CCUS projects. The United States has emerged as a global leader on carbon capture and storage deployment, driven by a strong policy framework, tax incentives like the 45Q, and also an advancement in carbon capture technologies. Here are several key reasons why the United States are the forefront in carbon capture development. First of all, we have a strong policy support, financial incentives. We have carbon capture and sequestration projects and facilities. We are leaders in EOR. And also, as you can see in this picture, we have the geological advantage. We have sufficient storage for enough of the emissions that we produce in the country. This image shows a detailed map of the US taken from a Blue CCS platform, highlighting the various aspects of carbon capture utilization, the infrastructure across the United States. It displayed the location of the CO2 pipelines, both proposed and operational, and also the fossil fuel operations and manufacturing sites, power plants, etc. Maybe some of you are already familiar with carbon capture and storage, but this is just a quick diagram to illustrate the process of carbon capture utilization and storage. It begins with a CO2 source, which could be industrial facility of a power plant where carbon dioxide emissions are generated. These emissions are then captured and then compressed and transported via most likely a pipeline to either of two places. They could be either be injected permanently on a geological storage, or they can be utilized where they can be used for EOR purposes, also be a feedstock for other products. In this presentation, we're going to be talking about these two, geological storage and also EOR. To perform the injection of the CO2 in the ground, in the United States, we have different type of classes of well. These are regulated by the EPA under the Underground Injection Control Program. It consists of 6 classes of wells. of injection wells. Each well is based on the type and depth of injection activity and the potential for that injection activity to result in an enlargement on the USW. This image represents a classification of different types of injection wells under the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Underground Injection Control Program. And they are used for various purposes, including disposal, enhanced oil recovery, and also carbon storage. In today's presentation, we're going to be focusing on Class 2 wells, which are wells dedicated to the injection of fluids associated with oil and natural gas production, and also Class 6, which are also called dedicated CO2 injection, and they are used for injection of CO2 and long-term storage on geological formations. So one is for EOR and waste, and the other one is for dedicated storage. So in this slide, aiming to compare the two type of wells, Class 6 versus Class 2 wells, in terms of their permitting requirements. They are both inject CO2. They are both aiming to fulfill the same functions. However, the permitting between the two is different. The Class 6 application, that's the one that is for dedicated CO2 storage, is regulated in most of the country by the EPA, except for Louisiana, Wyoming, and North Dakota, because they have primacy. That means those states have authority to grant the permission. This process, when it's conducted via EPA, is a lengthy and a very iterative application process. It has a very also strict and extensive site characterization requirements, including acquisition of extensive data, core drilling, seismic, etc., even reservoir simulation. It also requires a pre-operational testing plan, well construction and stimulation plan, operating plan, area review, which is the area where the monitoring of the CO2 plume concentrates, and also the corrective actions, comprehensive monitoring, and also a well plugging plan, emergency and remedial response plans, and also a site closure program. And the operator or the owner of the project has to demonstrate financial assurance and responsibility. In contrast, the Class 2 wells is presented here as an alternative over Class 6. The Class 2 wells is regulated by the states. That means that the owner states does the approval of the permitting. Therefore, the timing for the permitting is quicker. And also the application process is less stringent. It requires well construction, well integrity, of course, monitoring and reporting, well closure, and post-closure care. The advantage, in my opinion, of this well is this type of wells is the one used for the EOR in the entire United States. And the CO2 injection has been carried out with this type of well for decades for fluids associated with oil and gas. So it provides also a faster path to injection and monetization through the tax credits, because the application process is just more faster. It's just faster. So which one is better? So they are both eligible for tax credit. However, the Class 6 application has a higher tax rate amount, so it's more economically attractive from that regard, and we'll discuss tax credit in a little bit. The permitting frame would take more than 2 years. Also, it's very capital extensive in both cost and scope. It requires the drilling of the well, acquisition of seismic, a very comprehensive geologic site characterization, and it's very demanding in terms of the scope, and also the level of characterization and depth of the evaluation that had to be done to characterize the entire injection site, in the injection zone plus the underground aquifers. Also, the bonding obligation remained 50 years after the P&A for most states. And if you compare that to the Class 2 wells application permit, this is also eligible for CO2, for tax credit, either for CO2 EOR and also for acid gas injection, which is not very common, but it's possible. And also, if it's EOR, on top of the tax credit, it has the tertiary financial benefit. Also, the existing Class 2 wells operators are really familiar with the regulatory environment and the operation because they're, as I said, they have done this type of wells for decades. The permitting timeframe is less than a year. As I said, is done within the state, especially in Texas, in other states as well. And the bonding requirements are lifted after the P&A in comparison to the Class 6, where if they remain 50 years after the well is P&A. However, these Class 2 wells is not an option for those industries that are not oil and gas. So you compare this asymmetry between the benefits and the liabilities between the Class 6 and the Class 2 well, creates a large hurdle for many projects to overcome the Class 6. So that's why Class 2 presents itself as an opportunity for oil and gas companies that are maybe not so interested in conducting a full-blown carbon capture project per se, but maybe want to leverage on their knowledge on CO2 EOR and perhaps the presence of acid gas in their production stream, and they can leverage those conditions in their operations and use the tax credit to receive that incentive, and at the same time maximize and optimize their operations. So we have the Class 2 well for sequestration. This is where we're proposing. This is the message of this slide. Let's see the Class 2 wells with the eyes of sequestration instead of only the Class 6 wells, especially because of the complexities around the application with the Class 6. So the Class 2 wells, as I said, are used for CO2 EOR or also enhanced gas recovery. So the purpose of the wells is very well known for all of us, is the injection of CO2 to increase oil and gas extractions. It's a popular production mechanism, the tertiary recovery that is used worldwide, and is very well known here in the United States. Acid gas injection is less common, but it's also possible. Is the disposal of acidic gas, could be CO2, H2S, that are byproducts of producing oil and gas. And that's the catch. It has to be CO2 that is coming as a byproduct of producing oil and gas. It has to come from oil and gas operation. The CO2 EOR, we can use any CO2 source, natural or anthropogenic. Anthropogenic is in common for industrial origin. However, when it comes to the application or eligibility of the 45Q tax credit, it has to be from anthropogenic sources. So the CO2 used for CO2 EOR has to come from industrial sources in order to qualify for the tax credit. And on the other hand, the acid gas injection, it has to come from a natural gas from the reservoir, and also that CO2 content has to be less than 90% in order to qualify. And if it's approved by the IRS and other agencies, it can opt for the tax credit of $85 per ton. However, it has to fulfill certain criteria to be able to be eligible for a higher credit amount. Otherwise, it will be only $60. So let's talk about CO2 EOR. As I said, it's a viable way forward for carbon capture and utilization. It's attractive because of its effectiveness and ability to sequester CO2 emission. And on top of that, the regular tertiary oil benefit that we all know. So following the CO2 operation, the CO2 remain underground in the reservoir, and that's the mechanism from which it's trapped. And it remains in the reservoir, and thereby is preventing from entering the atmosphere. The EOR is not a new process to us. It's been proven for more than 50 years. We have a lot of experience conducting this type of the operations. And some of the portions, as I say, some of the portions of the CO2 would remain trapped in the pore space within the reservoir, essentially becoming permanently sequestered. The CO2 mixed with the oil is eventually produced, but this produced CO2 is separated and then is injected back again. And that reinjection process is shown here in this closed loop system. The CO2 operation is essentially a closed loop. The CO2 is injected and is trapped within the reservoir, and the CO2 is also produced with the oil, but is recycled in the surface, separated and reinjected back into the reservoir, with increasing portion of the reinjected CO2 getting trapped during the process all over the life of the EOR. At the end of the flood, essentially all purchased CO2 is stored within the reservoir when the operator closes the field. The diagram on the right depicts a simplified schematic of the process flow for CO2 EOR as depicted on the ISO 27914. And it shows the CO2 purchases of CO2 supplies enter the EOR complex from a pipeline delivery system and is received through custody transfer meter. And then the purchased CO2 plus the recycled CO2 are sent through the CO2 trunk lines to injection manifolds. So each well has a flow meter and used to measure the injection rate of CO2 and also water for those EOR processes that use WAG. Then every CO2 recovery plant is different depending on the flood maturity and the size of the project. However, there's always a balance between the fresh CO2 or the purchased CO2 and the recycled one. In mature floods, it could be 53% between the recycled and the fresh CO2. But this ratio is expected to change over time, and the percentage of the CO2, the percentage of the recycled CO2 will increase, and the purchase of fresh CO2 will taper off. So as CO2 is injected and moves through the reservoir, a mixture of oil, water, and gas flows through the production wells. The production is sent to the production facility, and the separation is performed there. So the liquids are separated, cell oil, and the water is sent to different lines for disposal and sale, and the gas is sent to the plant, where is also separated from the cell gas, and the CO2-rich stream is recycled and is injected again. And this process is repeated all over again. So CO2 storage using CO2 EOR operations has some advantages and also some challenges. On the pro side, we already know the geological characteristic of the field. We have an improved geological understanding because we've been working on this field for years, and we know it. We believe we have a deep knowledge of the characteristics, geological and engineering of the fields. Also, we also know the injectivity and their capacity. The containment is demonstrable because if the reservoir was able to contain the oil for a period of millions of years, so it can also contain the CO2. So the seal is demonstrated. It doesn't need to be proved, like in the case of saline aquifers. We have existing infrastructure in place. We have roads, we have well paths, etc. We have a routine for pressure management. There's a culture in the field for this type of surveillance activities, and also the MRV or the monitoring verification is easier because of the existence of the surveillance processes. The challenges is the existence of legacy wells, because legacy wells or existing wells may be a possibility of leakage of the CO2 within the reservoir. Also, there's a possibility of some geomechanical damage from the previous, from the CO2 injection for the exploitation of the oil. There could be a risk of CO2 movement outside the CO2 complex, the CO2 EUR complex. And transfer the CO2 between the field is a common practice and within the operation, but that can become an issue when we're talking about storage, because we don't want the CO2 that's been stored within a specific CO2 complex to get out of that area and move to another field. We want every molecule of CO2 that's been stored to remain in that particular area for accounting purposes. And also the in situ CO2, that CO2 that was in the reservoir from day one, if that exists, that needs to be accounted for or needs to be estimated before, otherwise will be a problem with the accounting of the CO2 that's being stored. The CO2 that is being injected on a CO2 EOR, as I said, cannot come from natural occurring underground deposit of CO2 if the operator wants to apply for the tax credit, which is what we're talking about here. So it can really use any type of CO2, but however, if they want to apply or be eligible for the 45Q tax credit or any incentive, it has to be gas coming from industrial sources. And that CO2 should be captured as a byproduct of fossil fuel, combustion gasification, or other industrial processes from power plants, cement plants, ethanol plants, ammonia plants, etc. But that CO2 has to come from industrial sources. And according to the section 45Q, it defined the qualified carbon outside as captured from an industrial source by carbon capture equipment, would otherwise be released to the atmosphere. So to be eligible for the credit, it has to be from industrial source. It cannot be from underground deposits. Whether we like it or not, we have plenty of industrial source CO2 to go around. This is a picture also taken from our Blue CCS platform, showing as of 2023, the annual global emissions from industrially sourced CO2 at 37 gigatons per year. So it's an incredible amount. These numbers goes to prove the amount of CO2 that is available for injection. At the same time, as I shown in the previous plot, we have enough storage capacity or storable volumes, storable quantities in our geological deposits worldwide to accommodate all these or inject and store all this CO2 that is currently being emitted. So since the CO2 45Q is performance-based, it really the CO2 needs to be quantified in order to claim any type of credit. So it can be, in some cases, how much CO2 is being injected in CO2 EOR operation can be quantified based on all field experience. However, the CO2, the amount stored is specific for each field. In the United States, this amount has to be validated or certified by an independent, by a third party. So if we're following the ISO standards, the ISO 27916 define a workflow for the estimation of the CO2 stored, which is the input minus the losses in the EOR complex, as is shown there in this box. There are also other ways to calculate how much CO2 is being stored as a result of the EOR process, and that's based on a CO2 utilization factors, which is the equation B right here. And it uses a CO2 utilization factor based on the experience. So here I'm showing some numbers that are analogs are found in some publications. So we have the mid, the maximum, and the minimum value. So average is around 0.5 tons per barrel. So use that metric and then multiply it by the original oil in place for and recovery factor. You can have an estimation of how much CO2 has been stored in your reservoir. There are other papers like this one published by Dr. Larry Lake and others, where it shows a summary of the cumulative CO2 retained as a function of the hydrocarbon pore volume of CO2 injected for a large data set of CO2 EURs. The red curve is the mean, and the black ones, the black curves are the 1 and 2 standard deviations around the mean, and the solid and dash black, and the dash black corresponds to the limiting case of zero retention. So, for example, all the CO2 injected is produced. So for the average curve with the red line, the flattening occurs at retention of 40%, which is 40% of the hydrocarbon pore volume. And the residual oil saturation to water after water flood in hydrocarbon reservoir is around 0.3 or 0.4, which is a rough, which is in rough agreement with these results. And the plot on the right-hand side suggests that the ultimate CO2 is correlated with that same residual oil saturation. So in the plot on the right side shows that the amount of CO2 retained as a function of CO2 injected. And this behavior is more directly relevant to carbon capture and sequestration operation. Because it's not the x-axis is not using the water, there's a disparity between the two axes, and that's why we cannot see the deflection or the flattening trend that we see on the plot on the left. However, the CO2 retention is around the same number, 0.4. So after we have a successful CO2 EUR, at some point that can be transitioned into geological storage or dedicated CO2 for a dedicated CO2 injection. So that it can be done according to the regulation, and a class 2 well can also transition or be re-permitted into a class 6 well. So CO2 EUR may end when the oil field reaches the economic limit, and after the end of the injection, a considerable amount of CO2, will be intrinsically or inherently stored. After that, the field can become a dedicated geological storage CCS site. So now I'm not talking about EUR, talking about what's coming after the end of the EUR, when the CO2 injection and all operations stops. So those EOR wells must be transitioned to class 6, and of course have to follow all the process that I explained earlier and all the permitting through EPA. And all the CO2 must be tracked and accounted for. The transition from class 2 to class 6 is not a trivial process. It requires long-term planning, and that becomes very critical, because it is something that it takes so much time to do the class 6 application and obtain the permit, that it really had to be thought and planned away in advance. So the EOR fields are regulated by the states, but however, if we want to transition to a class 6, then on the state where you have your field doesn't have primacy, then it had to be regulated at federal level, which it can get things complicated. So following a determination or that the conversion had to be done, it has to meet all Class 6 requirements. And then it starts the challenges. We have higher liabilities, different and more complex monitoring requirements, and also regulation for well abandonment. Some things to think about, that the field might be pressurized after a long time of injecting CO2 and keeping that pressure above minimum visibility pressure. So that field might be pressurized, so something to keep in mind. And also you have legacy wells that may have integrity issues because they've been injecting for a long time. So that's the challenge. The transition from Class 6 from Class 2 to Class 6 is possible, but it comes with all these challenges. So the other alternative to CO2 EOR that I would like to present to you today, that when we talk about the integration of CCUS into the oil and gas industry, is the acid gas injection. To me, it is an excellent CO2 storage opportunity. CO2 EOR is great, and this one, acid gas injection, is just as good. The definition is the injection of waste gases like CO2 and H2S into geological formation, creating a safe and effective disposal. The acidic gas comes from the production of oil and gas for oil and gas operation. So basically, this gas has to be separated from the natural gas, and in many cases, or before the existing regulation, used to be emitted, but it also can be injected in geological formations to, better and lower carbon footprint, and also it qualifies for a tax credit. So beyond reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, it offers an efficient solution for managing the gas, and at the same time optimizing field production and sustainable operations. Acid gas injection amplifies the effectiveness of emission reduction goals, showcasing commitment to responsible energy production practices. Acid gas injection, I think, is an important step towards large-scale capture and geological storage. And we cannot forget that this is a critical step, because to meet natural gas transportation and also market specification, the hydrogen sulfide and the carbon dioxide and other gas impurities, which are known as acid gas, must be removed from the natural gas. Otherwise, that gas cannot make it to the pipeline. So in the past, these gases were removed from the gas stream, but flared to the atmosphere. So acid gas injection has the beauty of it is like that gas is now injected into geological formations and also becomes a CO2 storage opportunity. So the target for acid gas injection are more or less the same. The ones we use for geological or dedicated CO2 storage, a normal CO2 sequestration. It could be depleted oil and gas fields. It could be depleted salt caverns. It could be saline aquifers. Saline aquifers is most common, but also oil and gas field. But saline aquifers is very attractive option. It has key similarities between acid gas injection and CO2 sequestration, because the goal is the long-term containment of the geological reservoir. So if you compare it to CO2 EOR, the goal of EOR is produce oil, right? And the CO2 is stored almost incidentally. With acid gas injection, the CO2 storage is intentional. So that's kind of the difference between the two. And also carbon capture and sequestration or storage, acid gas injection acid gas injection shares some significant similarities in that regard. However, the magnitude of the operations is different, and also the gas composition is different. Gas injection is a less, less scale. For example, for CO2 EOR and also for dedicated CO2 injection for CCS, we're talking about millions of 1, 2, 3, 7 million of tons injected per year. For acid gas injection, we're talking about 200 to 450, maybe 500 kilotons per year. So it's a huge difference in terms of the magnitude of the amount being stored. And also the gas composition is different. Remember, we're talking about here gases that are not totally pure, so I may have some H2S and also other components that are not so pure CO2. So again, for acid gas injection, most of the producing states have primacy over class 2 because class 2 is the class of well that is used for acid gas injection. So it wouldn't be a problem for the permitting, and also have the potential revenue source from 45Q. Later on, if the environmental agency require, these wells can be converted to class 6 if they're needed to sequester CO2 from non-oil field sources. In regards of the acid gas injection permitted requirements, in the US, the operations are conducted following the indication of the guidelines of the EPA under the Underground Injection Control, UIC, the program regulations. This type of well are classified as class 2, as I said, associated with oil and gas production. And some of the requirements are the permitting, the operating procedure, monitoring, mechanical integrity testing, and closure. Very, very similar as the EOR that we reviewed earlier. Also, the CO2 must be from oil field or gas field waste. It cannot be from natural sources, otherwise it wouldn't qualify. And also the gas stream has to have less than 90% CO2. Also, there's a minimum, depending on the state, there will be a range between minimum and maximum injectivity constraint that will depend on the states. And also, it will need an amine system to sweeten the CO2 and to extract the CO2 and purify it to certain level of purity, say 98, 99 purity. And it has to have compliance with that credits and the common requirements. It have to have a class 2 permit. It had to have the MRV and MMV permits, pipelines, and also air permits. Okay, so let's talk about the 45Q carbon sequestration credits. This is exclusive for carbon capture projects that occur within the United States. And the 45Q, which is the tax, that's the number of the tax code. Tax code 45Q serves a crucial mechanism for advancing the transition to a low carbon economy. Because as you can see, CO2 EOR may have financial benefits from the tertiary oil that is being produced, but a dedicated CO2 storage or acid gas injection doesn't have that extra income. So the 45Q incentive are really significant and crucial to allow the implementation and the financing of these type of projects. The 45Q is the tax credit is a dollar for dollar offset to U.S. federal income tax liability. The amount of the credit available is based upon the amount of carbon dioxide that is stored and is used as an injection for oil and gas recovery or utilized for other purposes. It's linked to the installation and use of carbon capture equipment on industrial sources or facilities that would directly remove the CO2 from the atmosphere. The tax credit goes directly to the entity doing the capture, I mean, the owner of the capture facility, but they can be transferred to other entity involved in the utilization of the storage. So the tax credit varies based on the carbon outside method, the sequestration or utilization. For geological storage, if the capture is a point source, that is, and the plant is $85 for geological storage. If it's used direct air capture, then the tax credit goes up to $180. For CO2 utilization and for CO2 EOR is $60 per metric ton. And if you use, if direct air capture is used, the tax credit goes up to $130. The numbers on the left are the tax credit before the Inflation Reduction Act was amended in 2022. So these are the amounts that were before this this bill. And the increment in tax is significant, and that really it created landslide of projects, because with this amount of credit, many projects had the opportunity to be with cash flow positive. So this amount of credit really helped finance those projects. So the tax credit eligibility, number one, the capture. So CO2 must be captured from an eligible industrial process, a power plant, or an other qualified source. The CO2 must be stored or sequestered in a qualified geological formation. This typically means a saline aquifer or an oil and gas reservoir, and it also could be utilized, could be used in certain industrial processes, or it can be used as a EOR, like we explained here, but also can be converted in other products that also eligible. So what is the size of the prize? So the credits available equal the amount of metric ton of CO2 captured times the applicable rate. And these credits are available for 12 years after facility is placed in service. And after that, after 2026, an inflation factor is applied. So, for example, if you have to have an idea how much is the size of this incentive. If you have a project that is storing 500,000 metric tons of CO2, capture and storing 500,000 metric tons of CO2 every year at a facility placed in service in 2025, you have either two things. Your project will be valued $360 million in credits if that CO2 was stored on a CO2 EOR project at $60 per ton of CO2. But if that same amount was used on a, for example, in this case, acid gas injection well, assuming that it qualifies for $85 per ton, then that project will be worth over $500 million in credits. And the same amount or the same credit amount will apply for a geological storage. So this is just, you can have an idea of the amount and the magnitude of the credits. This is considerable, sizable incentive. And no wonder many companies jumped at the opportunity of using these credits to finance these projects, lower the carbon footprint, and reach their emission goals by their target date, and also optimize their current operations. So all of this to be able to go to the IRS and claim your 45Q tax credits, you have to quantify your CO2 stored, but also you need a third-party verification. The 45Q needs a independent third-party verification annually by a qualified engineer and geologist, and either for CO2 EOR or for utilization. It will need also life cycle analysis. California low carbon fuel standards also have different standards, and to be able to, let's say, claim the tax credits that they have, and also the project had to be verified by CARB and approved, and had to be an approved third party. So the regulations require a third party to verify the calculations of the actual amount of CO2 that was stored to be able to claim the tax credit for your projects. Okay, so this final remark, in our opinion, CO2 EOR is a win-win strategy for the beneficial use of industrial CO2 sourced. From the economic standpoint, CO2 EOR is a highly effective tool for revigorating oil production in mature fields. And also from the environmental standpoint, it represents a practical way to recycle and use CO2 while reducing the overall atmospheric CO2 emission. Similarly, by utilizing or using acid gas injection, companies can comply with the regulation and reduce their carbon footprint and continue their operation. Well-produced CO2 was previously viewed as a liability for oil and gas upstreams and midstream companies. The same volume of produced CO2 can now generate income using this credit and also improve the oil and gas project economics. So lastly, companies should prioritize the integration of carbon capture technologies as a core element of their business strategies to remain competitive and responsive to regulatory changes. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be online for the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marylena, for that insightful presentation. We truly appreciate you sharing your expertise on integrating carbon capture and sequestration into the oil and gas industry. Your breakdown of tax credit 45Q and its financial benefits was incredibly valuable, and I'm sure everyone has gained a deeper understanding of how we can use these strategies to strengthen our operations while driving growth and contribute to a more sustainable future in energy. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Ryder Scott, where Marylena leads sustainability efforts. As many of you know, Ryder Scott is one of the most respected firms in reservoir evaluation, and they are a platinum partner for this year's PHDwin Week. Their continued support is crucial to making this event possible. At 11 a.m., we'll have a training session on version 3 of PHDwin, where you'll get tips and guidance to help you make the most of the software. Then at 12 p.m., we have special guest Larry Connor, who had a successful career as a petroleum engineer at Ryder Scott. At 1 p.m., Jonathan Smith from PHDwin will present Maximizing SQL Servers, offering valuable technical insights into optimizing your systems. At 2 p.m., we'll hear from Jim Tague of Performance Analytics Group, who will be presenting What a Reserve Report Can and Cannot Tell You, a great topic for anyone looking to deepen their understanding of reserves reporting. At 3 p.m., join Erin Randolph from QED Energy Associates for their session on importing data into PHDwin version 3. Finally, we'll close out the day with a Q&A session at 3:30 p.m. with both Marylena Garcia and Jim Tague. It's a great chance to engage with our speakers and gain further insights. It's going to be a full and exciting day, so please take a quick break, and we'll see you back at 11 for the PHDwin version 3 training. The next session is starting soon. 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 The next session is starting soon, and your stream should update. If your stream does not update, please refresh your browser. Please stand by as we prepare for the next session. The next session will be starting in a few minutes.
Thank you for joining us for our Monday training session live on PHDwin Week. Next up is a distinguished speaker, Dr. Marshal Wigwe. Dr. Wigwe worked with PHDwin as the head of training and helped the company develop the version 3 revamped training course. Dr. Marshal Wigwe has received raving reviews for his classroom training sessions. And without need for further introduction, let's get started with part 1 of 4 of his free short course on PHDwin Week. The following session will cover creating databases, login, importing data, and focus on database settings.
Hello, welcome to PHDwin V3 training/tutorials. We're going to be putting together a series of videos to help our clients pretty much walk themselves through training or developing the appropriate set of skills to use PHDwin V3 for their day-to-day workflow. It's possible you've gone to a training class and maybe you just want a reminder, or you want to teach yourself this program. We're going to be having a series of videos that pretty much quickly discuss small components, small topics, and then you can quickly go to those topics and review whatever you want to learn. So my name is Marshal Wigwe. I'm a reservoir engineer here at TRC. I lead the training department. We will go ahead and get started. This is what the outline looks like. We're going to be mixing this outline. Myself and Jonathan Smith, we're going to be putting this presentation together. And you'll probably be seeing other people from within the TRC, doing some other presentations. So I'm going to be getting started. It's just a quick introduction on how to log into PHDwin, import your database, and then start working in your database. We'll talk about the corporate settings or database settings, forms and views, case lists. We'll spend some time talking about graphs and projections. Then we'll discuss non-economic group cases and how to create your drilling schedule. So getting started, I won't spend so much time here. We'll have other videos that really go deep into how to get started in PHDwin, from creating your database, importing cases into your database. There are tutorials you can find within the PHDwin client portal that actually go into details of doing that. So I'm just going to go through this pretty quick. So one of the things I like to mention, if you're new to PHDwin or you're just starting with V3, you do not need to know Microsoft SQL Server. So all the data set, they are managed from the PHDwin login window. So what we're going to do in this section is to launch PHDwin V3. We're going to, and to do that, once you launch it, the next thing is to pick your SQL instance. Unlike so many other software that you install on your machine, you can install Microsoft SQL Server multiple times on your machine. So each installation is called an instance. And there could be several reasons why you can have multiple instances on your machine. But for most of our clients, we are going to observe that they will typically have just one instance on their machine. So if you have one instance, you just be able to see one instance. If you do have multiple, you have the option to select from the list of the multiple instances. All right, so once you pick your SQL Server instance, the next step is to pick your database that you want to work on. And if you want to create a new database, you go ahead and create the new database. So we're going to create a new database in this discussion today, and then we're going to import our data before we start this training. So let's go ahead and do that. So depending on where you have PHDwin located on your machine, some people will have it as a shortcut on their desktop. I like to have it as an icon on my taskbar, so it's easy for me to click on it. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my PHDwin icon. So right now in the login window, you can see that this is PHDwin version 3.1 build 17. And This is licensed to PHDwin Week 2024. The information you see here depends on the data I actually enter in the registration window. Okay. All right, so I'm going to be looking for an instance. So this is the instance that is on this particular local machine. If you have more than one instance, you can use the drop down and pick additional instances, but this is sufficient for what I want to do. Now, a lot of the time you can click on the browse. It's going to refresh the list of instances that you're connected to. So this could be a list of instances on your current local machine or on the domain on the server where you're actually connected to the network. So if I browse, I'm connected to the Austin TRC network. It's going to look at the shared server that we have. Then it's going to give me the option to select those. But I'm going to go ahead and pick the one that is local to this machine. If I use the drop down, you see that we just have one database, and that is the test database. But I'm going to go ahead and create a new database. I will call this database PHDwin Week database. Just something simple. PHDwin Week database. And while you're creating your database, some things to be aware of. Microsoft SQL have pretty much set up how you need to name your database. There are rules, there are restrictions. For example, typically you can create database name with spaces. But what PHDwin is going to do, anywhere we see spaces, we are going to replace those with underscores. And you can use special characters like @ If you do that, PHDwin is going to scream at you. That's not acceptable. But as long as you use alphanumeric letters, symbols, you should be in good shape. If you want to put spaces, that's fine. But just know that we're going to replace your spaces with underscores. So once you're done creating the database name, go ahead and click Create. So this is going to go through the process of creating your PHDwin database for you. What you're going to see in a minute, it's a blank PHDwin database. So right now you don't have any cases, you don't have any wells, it's just a blank PHDwin database. Now in this PHDwin database, you can see we have it laid out much like similar to how Microsoft lays out most of their programs. Word, PowerPoint, Excel, they are all separated in ribbons. So you can see the home ribbon, the report ribbon, database settings, and preferences ribbon. In the home ribbon, we're going to go ahead and say add or import. Click on that, and then you click on import. So we're going to import a file that I downloaded not too long ago, probably like 2 weeks ago, from Well Database. So we have a lot of vendors that clients used to put data into their PHDwin database. Now, Well Database is one of the vendors, IHS, Drilling Info. There are so many data vendors. Now, we've worked with these data vendors to actually pre-map this data so that when you're pulling it into PHDwin, you don't have to do anything. Essentially, you don't have to map the data. PHDwin understands what each column represents, and we're going to put the data in the right spot. But if you're bringing in data from Excel file, we don't understand what each column represents. So in that situation, you have to instruct PHDwin what each column represents by mapping that data. We'll talk about that much later. So this is the data file. It's a backend data set. It has 100 wells. So we're going to go ahead and import that data file. Go ahead and click Open. Now, this is the import window. We did browse for the file. There are other things, we'll not talk about them for now. Now, because PHDwin recognizes the type of file you're trying to import, it gives you additional options. Now, one of the options is to auto-fit your monthly history for newly added producing cases. So if in the import file, You have PDP wells that are coming in. The question is, do you want to instruct PHDwin to go ahead and forecast your historical data for you and just give you projections? I usually recommend this when you're bringing in new cases. Go ahead and put in the projections. Depending on how clean the data is, PHDwin autofill does a great job. But this is going to be like a first pass. I like to do this, that way I have projections on all my cases. Then as I start reviewing all the case, I go case by case by case. I look at the projections. If I need to make adjustments, I go ahead and make adjustments. Now, but you do have some control. One of those is should projection overlap history? We're going to leave it as the default, yes. Do you want to allow inclining projections? Mostly you don't want to allow that, right? We're going to have a minimum decline of 5%, leave it at the default. Let's put a B factor range of 0 to 1. I know most of the wells they've been producing for a while now, so I think 0 to 1 is kind of a good range of B factor for you to use for this autofit. But remember that once you start looking at each individual case, you can make changes to the B factor. You can make changes to anything. You have control. You are the engineer. You are the technician. You have control on how to make adjustments to the projections. Maximum years past end of production. By default, we'll leave that as 50 years. That's okay for now. If you want to change that to something else, feel free to do that. If no matching ID is found, this is the first time we're creating new cases, so make sure you set this to add new cases. We have another option that says skip unmatched cases. So in a situation where you're trying to update production data only for cases that are existing in this database, in that situation, you don't want to add new cases. So you're going to be skipping any unmatched case. That way you only update data in the database. But in a situation where you're going to update cases and you're also going to add new cases, go ahead and say add new cases. That way it's going to update any existing case and then bring in new cases in the import file. For display log, when PHDwin is done importing your cases, it's going to display a log for you. So the question is, do you want PHDwin to display this log for you? I don't recommend never, because if something goes wrong, there's no way you can tell what went wrong. So I like to recommend on error. Most people don't want to see logs if there's no issue. But me being in the TLC within the company, I like to always set it as always. Because I want to see what happened in the import process. All right, so once you're done, go ahead and hit import. This displays import options. Right now, I'm going to not worry about this. The default setting is good. There's no overlap. There's no data in this database, no case. So I'm just going to leave it at the default setting and say apply. So PHDwin is going through that import file and importing all the cases. And because I said always on the import log, you can see this is the import log. I have 100 cases coming in, and then it gives you the list of cases that were brought in this database. Let's go ahead and close that. All right, so this is the case list. If the case list for every case it shows green, it means the major phase for that particular well, it's oil. If it's red or somehow, I think it's like a pinkish color, but it's not green, that's gas major phase. Then if it's a water injection well or different types of well that had to do with water production, water injection, then we just use gray color for that. All right, so this is how we go ahead and import file into PHDwin, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and continue this presentation. So I'm going to be going back and forth between the program and my PowerPoint presentation. In this section, I'm going to be reviewing the corporate settings or database settings within PHDwin. So we can use corporate settings and database settings interchangeably. They are similar. So these are the corporate settings we have in PHDwin scenarios. Product configuration, reserve class and categories, ID codes, streams, currency, field, reservoir and zones, present world profile, depreciation and investment, database manager, default graphs. Now, we're going to be spending time on some of this. For the rest of them, you will most likely want to leave it at the PHDwin default. You know, things like the stream, the currency, present world profile. We'll go through all of those one after the other. But one key thing I want us to be aware of is to make changes to our corporate settings, you have to be or enter into what we call the edit mode. So that's a single user mode that you'll be able to change, make edits. So because in V3, multiple users can be logged into the same database at the same time, do their work as much as they want. So edit mode is going to give you a single user access to be able to make changes within that database. So this is the database settings. So if you click on the database settings ribbon, you're going to see a list of all the database settings we just talked about in the previous slide. So what is the purpose of the database settings, the corporate settings? The goal is to impose and maintain corporate standard, because the vision here is for a company-wide utilization of PHDwin. So if multiple users are, let's say they are doing their year-end reserve report for, let's say maybe 2021 or 2022, whatever it is, across the company, similar information will be used because the company has a corporate standard. So things like the primary discount rate for that scenario, the report date is going to be similar. The conventions they are going to be using will be similar. So some of this, you want to be able to maintain a corporate standard across the board. Now, what this is going to accomplish is going to result in predictable, comparable quality results, right? It's going to enforce consistency across the board. And because of this level of consistency, it's going to reduce QC time. You know, whenever you run a report, you don't even have to think about what the primary discount rate is, because you know across the company uses 10%. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't check it, but even if you don't check it, because you don't have to go through that QC time, the company has adopted that standard, it really saves you time to start checking all those situations. And the last point there is maintaining corporate standard is going to reduce data entry error. I'm going to mention this when we get to, I think there are two situations where this is very, very helpful. So the first corporate settings we're going to discuss is scenarios and qualifiers. So a scenario is a unique set of economic inputs under which selected cases are evaluated within the same database, right? So a group of cases, they are all being evaluated under this condition. Now, some of the inputs are grouped into categories. So the categories we have are prices, expenses, reserve class, category and subcategories, projections, ownership, investment, and shrinkage. So we call these categories qualifiers, and they are essentially used for storing data in this specified inputs. So if you apply a price to a case in that particular scenario, that price information that you applied is going to be saved into the price qualifier. Qualifiers can be organized in hierarchies for a specific category. Hierarchy is something that is really, really important in PHDwin v3, and it really makes it easy for people to share information, work together in the same database. Now, in a given qualifier category, the first qualifier in that hierarchy is called the primary qualifier, while the other qualifiers after the primary qualifier are called the alternate qualifiers. Now, it's possible that for a particular case, the primary qualifier doesn't have data, let's say for price. Maybe the alternate qualifier has data. So the highest qualifier in that hierarchy that has data for a given case is known as the effective qualifier. So for every case, you can, typically have the primary qualifier, a set of alternate qualifiers, and effective qualifiers. Now, for the most part, the primary qualifier is going to be the effective qualifier. But in situations where the primary qualifier doesn't have data, we look at the alternate. One of the alternates become the effective qualifier. So why did we come up with scenarios and qualifiers? What are some of the benefits, usefulness for scenarios and qualifiers? So scenarios and qualifiers are useful for running economic sensitivities, for adjusting projections, updating projection and other input from year to year. You do your year-end reserve report, you look at last year, you look at this year, you update that from year to year. Are you planning new projects or you want to modify drilling schedules? You can utilize scenarios and qualifiers to accomplish that task. A good aspect of scenarios and qualifiers that most of our clients, I think, will be used to from if you're coming from the V2 era, it's modeling the interests of various partners. So using partnership. So V2 has partnership. V3 pretty much scenarios and qualifiers replace the concept of partnership. You want to separate reserves from potential acquisition such that you have your own company data in a separate scenario and your potential acquisition as a separate scenario. That way you can manage it. Then whenever you go ahead and make the purchase, you go ahead and add it back to your company reserve scenario. The final one, which is one of my favorite, is scenarios and qualifiers. They enable collaborative environment within an organization. So you can have multiple engineers working in the same database, but they are responsible for managing different fields. So in that kind of situation, every engineer can isolate their field as a separate scenario, and then the reserves manager can set it up such that he's going to be receiving whatever update they make to their fields will be flowing straight to the reserves manager. So these are some of the uses of scenarios and qualifiers, and we can extend this as we go along. Scenarios and qualifiers, especially scenarios, also help us to carry out what we call automated hurdles. So every scenario can have up to 3 hurdles. In PHDwin, we do the first test, we do 2 tests for every case. The first test is called the economic limit test. The second test is what we call the commerciality test. The economic limit test is pretty much going to test whether the case can pay for the expenses. Does it have an economic limit? So we only look at the expenses on the case to determine the economic limit of that case, right? Now, the next level is going to be what we call the commerciality test. In this particular situation, we take into account the investments that have been applied to the case. Now, you're looking beyond economics, beyond the ability of the cases to pay for the expenses. The other question becomes, can they help you generate? Can they generate the investments that have been put into those cases? You drill the well, it's going to be able to pay the investments back. So that's a commerciality test. So that's a second tier of the testing that we do for commerciality. So a case can be non-economic, or economic. Now, if a case is economic, the question becomes, is it commercial or non-commercial? So if it's commercial, which means it's both economic and then it can pay for whatever hurdle that you've set up for it. If it's non-commercial, it means it's economic, but it doesn't generate enough cash to pay for the investment that you have applied to that case. So we have three hurdles in PHDwin. The first one is positive non-discounted cash flow with investment. So on a non-discounted basis, is he able to pay for that investment? The second one is on a discounted basis with investment taken into account as well. And then the final one is return on investment greater than 1. So for the final one, users can put in any number. You want to look at 20% return on investment. You can make it 1.2. Some people use 2. Some people want to look at projects that return 5 times on their investment. So you have control on which one to specify. Hurdles are scenario specific. So for one scenario, you can apply a particular hurdle. For the other scenario, you can apply something different. You can apply all 3 hurdles if you want. A case may pass the first hurdle, but it fails the second one. So once it fails the second one, we don't have to test for the third one. So whenever you run a report for your cases and it doesn't pass any of the hurdle that you set up, we're going to tell you the first one it failed based on the settings that you specified for the hurdles. We're going to create, for the cases that we have now, remember we have 100 cases in this database, and we always have the default scenario in PHDwin. So we're going to have the default scenario and the default qualifiers. Every database will have a default scenario and a default qualifier. Some clients prefer to just work in the default scenario. They don't want to do anything else to change anything. Well, my recommendation is always going to be for you to create at least one additional scenario. That way you can isolate all your company data into that scenario and work within that database. Now, the benefit of this is if you start looking at a different company's assets and you're looking at it in the same database, you're not going to be mixing your actual company asset with the other company that you're looking at, for whatever reasons. Or maybe you're creating a type curve, you grab offset data. You don't want those offset data that are not part of your company portfolio to be part of that scenario. So for this reason, I'm going to show us how to create a scenario. So we're going to create a scenario for the backend asset. The data we just imported, they are all in the middle backend formation in North Dakota. Actually, they're in one, I think they're all in the McKinsey County. We'll see in a minute. So we're going to create a scenario, move all 100 cases into that scenario. We're going to call that scenario backend asset. And these are some of the settings that have been specified for this scenario. The report date and the discount date are going to be set to be 1/1/2024. There's going to be a discount rate. The primary discount rate for this scenario is going to be 10%. Let's go to our scenarios and qualifiers window to see how we can set this up. All right, so to create your scenarios and qualifiers, you go to your database settings. You see, click on scenarios. All right, so this opens up the scenarios window for you. So right now we can't really make any edit. The scenarios window has 5 tabs, the settings, qualifier, linking, case selection, and hurdles. We're going to be focusing on settings, qualifiers, case selection, and hurdles. But before we can make any change, you need to click on edit to get into edit mode. So I go ahead and click on edit. So right now I'm in a single user mode. As you can see, it's pretty much getting me into single user mode. And you see the plus sign next to scenario. To create a scenario, simply click on the plus sign. This creates a scenario for you. Let's go ahead and call this backing asset. By the instruction, the report date we're told should be January 2024. So make that January 2024. We have a start of period. Some people like to do fiscal year or calendar year, depending on what you want to do. So we're going to do calendar year. If you wanted to do fiscal year, you can use the drop down. Let's say your year starts from July. You can pick July as your fiscal year. In this situation, since the report date is January, the first year is going to be from January to July or to June 30th. The subsequent year will just go from July 1st to June 30th the next year. So that's fiscal year. So but calendar year just goes from January to December. The maximum economic years is 50 years. That's the default. We'll leave it at 50 years. So PHDwin is going to run cash flow for that period, and then it's going to determine from that cash flow when it's your economic limit. If you notice, because we put January 2024 as a report date, the discount date also changes to 1/1/2024, but you can always make it a different date if you want. But for the most part, the report date and the discount date will be the same thing. So the report date is the date we start reporting cash flow for your cases. So every case in this scenario, you're going to have the same report date. That's when we start seeing cash flow generated for these cases. Now, the discount date is the date we discount all the cash flows back to based on whatever discount rate that has been specified for that scenario. We have another date that's called the economic start date, the eco start date. That's the date we actually start running economics for every single case. So each case can have its own eco start date. But the entire scenario has the same report date and the same discount date. Discounting method, we're going to go ahead and say 12 times a year. So you say 8 times a year is pretty much like monthly discounting. And then we're going to use mid-month cash accrual. So which means for the first month in January, it's going to go from January 1st to 15th, and then it goes from 16th to 15th of February, and then it goes mid-monthly. Of course, if we do end of month, it's just going to accrue the cash at the end of the month. So everything we are specifying here is going to be determined by the company's policy, right? The company knows how they run their cash flow, what the settings need to be across the board for everybody. I'm going to put an abbreviation for this scenario. I call it backing _SC, backing scenario. The reason why I put the abbreviation is at some point on the graph, we're going to likely be showing the projection from multiple scenarios or from multiple qualifiers. So the abbreviation is how we identify or associate each curve with each scenario. For the scenario notes, this is not required, but whenever you're creating scenario, always recommended you put a note as a reminder of why you're creating this scenario. Because trust me, after now, most likely you're going to forget why you created this scenario to begin with. So I'm going to say this scenario holds all company assets in the back information. Then the report title block is where we put any information you want to show up on your report whenever you run a report. So one of the important report title blocks people usually put is the price deck that they used for generating that particular report. So for us, we are going to be using the NYMEX January 2024 price strip. So any information you put in the report title block, whenever you run a report, we're going to print that information along with your report. All right, so right now we've gone ahead to create the backing asset scenario, but right now it doesn't have any cases, it doesn't have any qualifier setup. Next, let's go to the qualifiers tab. Okay, so let's create a qualifier called backing qualifier. If you hit the tab, it's going to take you to the next cell, and then you put in the abbreviation for the qualifier, again, backing_Q. Now, if you're not able to tab it, you can actually double click on that empty cell, and then you'll be able to put in the abbreviation. If you open up the groupings for each scenario, so we have each scenario, and then you have all the qualifier category like we talked about. So we have expenses, investment, ownership, prices, PRMS, projection, and shrinkage qualifier. What we are trying to aim here is to go ahead and make the backing qualifier the primary for every category. That way, as we go back into the database, we get into the backing asset scenario, and then we start making changes to projections, changes to prices, changes to investment, changes to ownership. All those changes for every single case will be saved in the backing qualifier. All right, so let's go ahead and go to case selection. On the right-hand side, use the drop-down and pick the backing asset scenario. So right now, you see we don't have any cases. Then from the left-hand side, go ahead and pick the default and grab all the cases into the backing asset scenario. Now, in this case, I happen to want to grab all 100 cases into my scenario. If you wanted to grab only cases in a specific field, what you would have done is within the PHDwin window, before you come into the scenario settings window, select a sort for field. That way, once you come here, you're going to be seeing the sort by field. Then you can quickly grab the field you're interested in and add it here. If you have other criteria on how you want to grab these wells to this particular scenario, you can use different ways to make that process easy for you. All right, so right now my backing asset scenario is going to have 100 cases. I go to my hurdles. By default, we put the positive non-discounted cash flow hurdle. To apply a hurdle, you go to the row for that scenario. You see the plus sign. If you click on that, it's going to give you the option to add other types of hurdles. So we're going to put the return on investment hurdle. If you double click on that, you can enter any number you want. So I'm going to put 2. So this is non-discounted hurdle, non-discounted return on investment. So if the non-discounted cash flow, the return on investment is less than 2, that case is not going to be commercial. All right, so one thing I want us to pay attention to is hurdles apply to behind pipe cases and undeveloped cases. The reason for that is because these are what we call discretionary investments, right? There are some investments like abandonment, maybe some walkover costs. This investment, especially abandonment, you have to make it once you drill a well, you have to abandon that well, right? But for a new well that you want to drill, a behind pipe case, those investments, you don't have to make it, right? So those are the type of investment that we subject to hurdle testing. But if for any reason you want to subject other types of investment to hurdle or other types of subcategories to hurdle testing, you click on the settings. You'll be able to come to the classification settings under the subcategory. You put a check mark. So anything you put a check mark on is going to be subjected to the hurdle. All right, so once you're done, you go ahead and click save. Go ahead and exit edit mode. We're going to come back to this. If you go to your home ribbon, you click on the drop down next to scenario. On that scenario, now we have the default scenario and the backend asset scenario. And the backend asset scenario has all 100 cases, just as we expected. Alrighty. Moving forward, the next database settings I like to talk about is the ID code. So this is where users can add or create a new ID code. Once you create an ID code in the ID code database settings, the ID code becomes available for every case in the database. Then you have to go to every individual case to actually put in the ID code that matches that specific ID code slot. So I always recommend you come to the ID code, you create the ID code that you want. This is going to give you the option to set the ID code as a string, as a date, or as a number. So you have control of doing that. Now, the other way people can typically create an ID code is through an import. If you import a CSV file, you can map a user-defined ID code to a particular column. Now, when you do that, PHDwin is going to create the ID code to match the name of that column, and then it's going to bring in the data for every case in that import file. Now, the reason why I don't recommend people creating ID codes in that format is by default, if you create ID code that way, we bring it in as a string. If that's what you want, perfect. But if you wanted to bring it in as a date or as a number, I'm going to always recommend you go ahead and create it manually within the program rather than through an import file. So I'm going to quickly show us how to create an ID code. If you go to the database settings, we have ID code. You click on that. These are some of the default ID codes that we have. I think we did create additional ID codes due to the import file that we just brought in. Something like the Infinity ID, that's coming from Well Database. And then the Well Database status is also coming from Well Database. To create an ID code, go ahead and hit Edit to get into edit mode. If you click on the plus sign next to general purpose, you can create an ID code. Maybe you want the value to be a date, a number, or a string. So if I want it to be a string, maybe I wanted to create a company ID code for maybe the assets my company has. We've already defined a company ID code. Then we'll just create a company ID code for everybody. The other typical ID code that people can create is also a string, is going to be an accounting ID code. A lot of the time, accounting really controls ID codes internally within the company. So you want to match those ID codes. All right, so what this has done for us is to create this company ID code for every single case. Then when you go to each case, you'll be able to put in the specific value for that case. All right, so I'm going to click close, exit edit mode. We have a bunch of forms. We're going to talk about forms in a separate video, but if I click on the ID code form, so right now, by default, we have it set on assigned ID code, which means ID codes that have value. But if you put it on all, you'll see both the ones that have value and the ones that don't have value. So under general purpose, you can easily, quickly see the company ID, and then you see the accounting ID. So right now, they don't have values. So there are different strategies to actually populate the value for each case in this database. But the database settings gives us the ability to create this ID code slot before we start putting values for the cases. Moving forward, the next is going to be product configuration. If you were a V2 user, the face configurations were set in the product tree and archive, and they are usually case specific. So V3, we have streamlined this in a centralized location called the product configurations. And one of the primary reasons why we did this is to enforce consistency, because in the V2 era, every case for a given product, every case can have a different relationship. NGL youth can have different formulas as you go from product to product. There could just be different relationships across the board. And for you to really see the actual relationship, you have to go case by case by case and review their product tree setup. So in V3, we are making that a little bit more transparent. So the product configuration is where we create all the product configurations in the product tree. In the product configurations is where we create all the face configurations. Then you can apply these face configurations to the individual cases. You can sort by the face configuration. You can filter by the face configuration. And if you want to see the relationship between the product and the face configuration, guess what? You're coming to one location to know what that relationship looks like, and that's the product configuration. If you come to the product configuration, you click on each face configuration, you can quickly see what relationship has been set up. And then there's no guesswork. So V3, right now, we do have 9 default face configurations. I usually say this during training. If you're coming from V2 to V3, the face configuration is one of the first places you need to fix before applying or modifying projections to your cases. So in the product configuration, you have a list of the face configurations on the left side. As you select each face configuration, you're going to see the configured product. If you don't like the way we set it up, you can customize yours. Now, within the configured product, you can see which one is the product, which one is the major face. You can only have one major face for each face configuration. For the historical data, how do we control that? Are they scheduled or are they formula based? And then for the forecasts, are they being forecast as a function of time? Are they being calculated using a formula? There's also the option to forecast them as a function of cumulative volume of the major phase. Then on the right side, you can see a list of all the products that we have for this particular database. If you want a product that doesn't exist, you can click on the plus sign, you can create the product and customize the settings for that product. So these are the settings for, right now I have gas selected. You know, what is the color for the product when you're looking at monthly data. So you can set that up for the interest, for the different interests you're looking at. So you can really customize the color for the product on the graph. Now, ideally, this is pretty much standard in the oil and gas industry. Oil is going to be green, gas is going to be red, water is going to be blue. Now, we know there are a few exceptions here and there, right? But across the industry, it's pretty much the standard. But this is where you set up the product details. And then we also have oil equivalence ratios. This is where you set it up for BOE calculations, BOE conversions. I think we'll have a report that pushes results out on a BOE basis. This is where we'll pick those ratios from. All right, I'm going to do an activity here to, first I'm going to go into the program and show us the different face configurations that we have. And then I'm going to show us how to customize the face configuration. If you don't like what we have set up, how to make changes to that. Typically, you don't want to build this from scratch. You want to go off of an existing face configuration and then you modify that value. So we'll come back to this activity in a minute. So let's go over to PHDwin. If you click on product configuration under database settings, we have a list of the 9 default phase configurations. All right, so we see that the phase independent oil, we have the setup for that. Phase independent oil essentially means you're forecasting oil, gas, and water independently. And then oil is going to be the major phase. Phase independent gas is similar, but this time around, gas is the major phase. So for phase independent oil, you have all the relationships set up here. Most things are formula based. NGL is going to be scheduled. NGL yield is going to be formula. So for this particular one, we're going to be forecasting the NGL yield to back calculate what the NGL volume is. Now, if you're like most engineers, we know that within the reservoir, oil, gas, and water, they're not really independent. They have a dependency associated with that. So most engineers will prefer to forecast the major phase and then calculate the minor phases. So whenever they forecast the major phase, let's say in this case, oil is a major phase, they forecast that as a function of time. Then they're going to forecast the minor phase ratio. So this time around, this is the gas-oil ratio. You can forecast it as a function of time or as a function of cumulative production of the major phase. Then once you calculate your gas-oil ratio, you forecast that, you go ahead and back calculate your oil production, your gas production, sorry. So here you see that the gas production is oil times the gas-oil ratio. Same applies to gas, but this time around you're forecasting the yield, and then you calculate oil production with gas times the yield. If you're operating a water flood, we have a water flood phase configuration that will come in really handy. If you're looking at a high water cut well, this would be an appropriate phase configuration for you to use. If you're looking at a gas plant, we also have something set up for that. Now, if you look at the minor phase variable ratio oil phase configuration, even if it's variable ratio, you can only you observe that you're also forecasting the water production. So as an engineer, one thing I like to do is I'm going to like to forecast the gas oil ratio and water oil ratio. Then I'm going to back calculate my gas production and my water production. So that is where this exercise comes into play. So in this exercise, I don't just want to forecast my gas oil ratio. I also want to forecast my water oil ratio. So this is instructing us to create a new phase configuration where we need to forecast both product and then back calculate the oil, the gas production, and then the water production rate. Now, to do this, you don't have to create it from scratch. All you have to do is to modify an existing phase configuration. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to enter edit mode. I'm going to copy the minor phase variable ratio oil phase configuration. Then I'm going to add water oil ratio to the list of configured products and then customize the relationship. To do that, I'm going to go ahead and hit edit mode. While in edit mode, I can select the one I want to copy. I hit the plus sign. You see, you can add a brand new phase configuration. In this situation, you have to be the one to build all the products from scratch. But I would just like to copy the selected phase configuration and modify that. So I'm going to say copy selected phase configuration. And then it copies that for me. I'm going to change the name. Instead of variable ratio, I'm going to say variable gas oil ratio, water oil ratio. Okay. Now, in the list of products, I have a group called ratios. If I open that up, I can grab my water oil ratio and I add it to the list of configured product. I drag it from this list and I drop it right here. I can double click it. It's going to do the same thing, just add it next to the list. Now, if I want to look at a ratio that doesn't exist, let's say I wanted to do steam injection, I'm looking for steam ratio. In that case, I have to create it from scratch. Okay. But water oil ratio history basis has to be formula, and the forecast, I'm going to leave it as time just to be consistent with gas oil ratio. Then on the formula, I'm going to click on the settings to edit the formula. Water oil ratio is essentially water divided by oil. You can type it in if you know what you're typing in, or you can go ahead and search for water. You see water product, you can add it here, and then you search for oil, you add it. So even if this is all lowercase, as long as I have the spelling right, that's all I need to do. Okay. Once I create it, PHDwin is going to match it to the right product. So once you set up the formula, you can go ahead and click validate. Okay. Once you hit validate, PHDwin looks at the product. Yeah, the product exists in your database, and then that's a valid situation. What if I had oil 1? I click valid. It says, hey, there's no product like oil 1. So that's why we have this validate to make sure things. So the validate is going to prevent circular logic, and it's going to make sure that whatever product you're setting up in the formula actually exists in your database. So once we validate that, we go ahead and update the formula. Now you have water oil ratio set up here for you. So that means for water production, I'm going to leave the history basis as scheduled, and then the forecast, we're going to put it as a formula. Then for the formula, we're going to say that is the water oil ratio. Double click on that, times oil production. So I can scroll down, I have my oil production, I put that there. Then I can validate that. And then I update the formula. All right, so the formula has been updated. Once I click on a different phase configuration and come back, you see that water oil ratio has the right formula. Water production has the right formula. We don't have any issues with circular logic. The product are all existing. So this is how you can copy an existing phase configuration and customize it to meet your specific needs. So if the engineer wants to forecast gas oil ratio and water oil ratio, and then back calculate those products. This is an ideal phase configuration to set up for that. Once you're done, you go ahead and you close it. You can exit edit mode, then you'll be able to apply that phase configuration to your product. If you go to the general information form, I double click on that. There is a drop down for phase configuration. You can hit that drop down so you'll be able to see every phase configuration that's available in that database settings. So we have it here as a list now. You can see the gas oil ratio, water oil ratio phase configuration, and you can select that and apply it to your case. We also have the global editor. That will help you to apply this particular phase configuration to all your cases at the same time. So remember, before you actually start applying projections to your cases, you want to make sure you have the right phase configuration, because you don't want to spend the whole time applying projections to all your cases only to realize, hey, I think this is the wrong phase configuration. Once you change the phase configuration, the product are having all different types of relationship. There's a chance that you're going to lose some of your forecast depending on what the relationship looks like. So you don't want to redo that work. That's a lot of work to apply projection. So always make sure that first you have the right face configuration set up for all your cases, then you can start applying projections. All right, moving forward. The next is convention. We're not going to really talk so much about the convention, but just going to mention that PHDwin has 4 default conventions. The Imperial Convention has 2 variations. So the basic Imperial Convention NGL is in gallons. Well, if you want your NGLs to be in barrel, we have 2 additional conventions, the NGL in barrels. This one is going to be in, you have your NGL in M barrels. Then if you have, if it's a small asset, where you want to report everything in just the regular report base unit. So this is NGL is in small barrels. And of course, we have the SI unit as well. You can compare conventions, you can change convention, make one your default convention. You can do all this under the conventions. The next is the reserve class category and subcategories. We've seen this briefly when we created the hurdles for the scenario. So this essentially follows PRMS convention. So I don't think you're going to typically make changes to this. But if you want to make changes to this, feel free to make changes to that. But I'm not going to talk about that. The only thing I'm going to mention is if you want your hurdle test to be applied to any other type of subcategory, this is where you come and make that selection. Streams. A stream is a set of values calculated over time. This could be a function of a product or a function of another stream. So by default, we have all the streams you can use in the database listed in the streams editor. The base stream is just going to be the base volume for your product. The shrunk volume is going to apply shrinkage to the base value. Then we'll have the revenue stream, a few expense streams, then the tax streams as well. Now, the key thing to point out here is that for the expense stream, most of the expense streams are mostly working interest based, except the transportation cost. So if you wanted to create a different stream and you want your royalty owners to pay for their share of that particular expense, all you have to do is to create that particular stream here and make it revenue interest based. Otherwise, most streams are going to be working interest based. Now, for a given product, you can apply up cost, trans cost, and other costs. You can apply multiple costs to those products. All right, I'm going to go over to PHDwin and talk about the other database settings. We have currency. Nothing much to talk about this except that if you're in a different country, you don't want your cash flow to be US dollars, you can set up your currency. For example, if you're in Nigeria, you can open up that, you can put in the right rate and set up that way we can convert it from a US dollar back to the Nigerian currency. And then if you're in a different country, you want to set your particular currency as the default, you have to be in edit mode, then you go ahead and set it as the default. Okay. Classification, categories, and subcategories, we've seen that already. This is where it is in the database settings. Field, reservoir. When you import a set of cases from a data vendor, they already have the field and the reservoir mapped. So when you do the import, we create the field and the associated reservoir within the field. But if you're creating a case brand new from within PHDwin and the field does not exist, this is where you want to come and create that field, and then you create the reservoir under that particular field. Streams, this is where we talk about the streams. So I'm going to hit edit mode and show us something real quick about the streams. So let's say I have a lease expense that I want to create, but I want my my royalty owners to be able to pay for their share of that expense. So remember, if it is working interest based, I need to set the net interest as working interest. If it's revenue interest based, I'm going to need to set it as revenue interest. So I'm going to hit plus sign. I call it lease cost. Maybe lease cost. I'll make it an expense stream. Then I'm going to go ahead and make it a revenue interest based stream. Now, granted, if you're the one paying for 100% of this, regardless of what the working interest or revenue interest is, you can set it as 88. So, and instead of the base value, you want that to be based on a shrunk volume. Okay, close that. So now, once you create a particular for a particular product, you'll be able to have the option to apply a given cost as a lease cost, as a transportation cost, as an up cost, or as an order cost. You have all these options essentially. Okay. The other one is the present worth profile. Whenever you run a cash flow, the column that shows your discounted cash flow is going to be based on the primary discount rate for that scenario. Now, we usually have a table at the bottom of most reports that shows the present worth, the net present value at other discount rates. So this is where you set those other discount rates. So if your primary discount rate is 10%, but you want to see the net present value at a different discount rate that is not listed here, you just come here, maybe click on the 10%, maybe wanted to see at 11%. Or at 8%, just change the value here and save it. Depreciation and investment, we're not going to touch this a lot. Whenever you run a report, we put the investment into this report categories. If you want to create a different category, use the plus sign and do that. We also have other investment categories that you can create. So right now we have abandonment, capital, completion, drilling, facilities, salvage, and walkover. So if I wanted to create an artificial lift investment category that I'm going to be applying to my cases, I just create it there and apply to the appropriate report category, right? So let's say I create artificial lift. For whatever reason, it's not going to be an abandonment. So I'm going to use drop down and make sure I put it as a capital expense. That way, whenever I run a report, anything I apply as artificial lift is going to go into the capital expense category. Now, one thing I need to mention here is there is a column called treat as abandonment. And we have a check mark placed on abandonment and on salvage. Okay. So any investment category you enable these check boxes, it means we can report those after the economic limit of the case. So if you put in this particular setup now, if you put in drilling costs after the economic limit of a case, we're not going to report that. But if I put a salvage cost or I put an abandonment cost and it occurs after the ECL of the case, where ECL stands for economic limit. If it occurs after the ECL of the case, we are going to report it for you. Now we can report it at any time it occurs, including after the ECL of the case. But any other category that is not enabled for treat as abandonment, if it occurs after the economic limit, we're not going to report it. We have depreciation models and purposes. These are going to be useful for after-tax evaluation. We can discuss that later, but that's not going to be something we focus on in this particular presentation. Database manager, this is where you can see a list of all the databases in your current scenario that you're logged into. And then you can select a particular database and back it up if you want to do that. And then if you go to the backup history, you'll be able to see a list of all the databases that you've backed up. Okay. So right now we haven't really done anything. I don't want to back this up right now, but if I wanted to do that, I would just say backup. I back it up. It's going to create a backup file. All right, so it's showing me an error. It's telling me I don't have access to that backup folder. And this is something we typically encounter for clients where they are working in their database, but they don't have administrative access to that backup folder, especially in the shared environment, right? So, but if you do have access, you'll be able to see that backup in right here. So that's what this is trying to let me know right now. And then this is going to be where you have the backup folder. We're going to spend some time talking about default graph at some point, but this is where you can, once you create a graph model for your current database, you can place it in this section and share it across multiple databases in this same instance. So I can graph my, let's say if I customize a graph model and it's called 70 with yield, I want to be able to share it with other databases. I can grab it from there and drop it here. So once I go to a different database, I can grab it from this spot and put it back into that particular database. I'm going to, when we do a presentation, there's going to be a video on graphs and projection. We're going to demonstrate how you can really use this feature. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and exit edit mode. I think that pretty much covers it out for us for database settings. If you want to learn more about other features like the forms and view, we're going to be having additional videos to discuss those segments.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and friends, today it is our great honor and privilege to present the first annual Connor Award to a man whose name will forever be synonymous with excellence in our industry, Larry Connor P.E.
The Connor Award represents the highest standard of excellence, integrity, and service in the oil and gas industry. This award was created to recognize individuals who, like its namesake, have made lasting contributions to their profession, their colleagues, and their community.
Larry's journey is one of relentless pursuit of knowledge, integrity, and service, which has inspired many.
His career began with distinction as a second lieutenant in the Medical Service Corps in the United States Army, where he was entrusted with critical responsibilities at a young age, shaping his leadership style and commitment to his country.
Rising through the ranks, he retired with honors as a major, leaving behind a legacy of service, discipline, and strong moral character. His transition into the oil and gas industry marked the beginning of an extraordinary chapter.
Starting his engineering career at a Moco production company in Odessa, Texas, Larry developed an unparalleled understanding of oil and gas production operations, problem well analysis, and reservoir management.
His early years taught him the fundamentals of engineering, but his natural curiosity led him to delve deeper into technology and innovation, skills that would define his future contributions.
In 1981, Larry joined Ryder Scott, beginning a 42-and-a-half-year career that would leave a lasting imprint on the company and the industry as a whole.
From the moment he stepped into his role, Larry began pushing boundaries. He embraced the challenge of merging traditional engineering principles with the rapidly evolving world of technology.
When he arrived, evaluations were done by hand using French curves and graph paper, tools that seem archaic by today's standards. Larry was one of the first to envision how computers could revolutionize the industry, and he worked tirelessly to integrate new technologies into reservoir evaluations.
One of Larry's most impactful contributions came when he collaborated with TRC consultants on the development of PHDwin.
His deep reservoir engineering expertise and understanding of economic evaluations were critical in shaping PHDwin into the robust software it is today. Larry was a key figure in defining the user interface, calculations, and overall functionality that made PHDwin a go-to solution for engineers across the globe.
His hands-on involvement in software development, including training teams and supporting installations, showcases his dedication to equipping future generations with the tools necessary for success.
Throughout his illustrious career, Larry worked on a multitude of projects, from unconventional shale plays in the Permian Basin to coal bed methane studies in Australia and China. His expertise was not confined to the United States. It spanned continents, from deep water projects in Africa to the challenging terrains of the former Soviet Union.
His ability to integrate geological, geophysical, and engineering data was instrumental in unlocking complex reservoir problems, and his proficiency in reserves determinations became legendary in the industry. What made Larry unique, however, was not only his technical skill, but his approach to mentorship and leadership.
He was not content with being an expert in his field. He wanted to ensure that those around him thrived as well. Larry mentored many young engineers, guiding them not just technically, but ethically, instilling in them the same passion for integrity and service that defined his own career.
Larry always pressed us here at TRC to further develop better projection and economic techniques. He was instrumental in integrating flow regime identification for highly fractured wells, sophisticated economic limit calculations, universally correct incremental analysis, the development of complicated expense allocations, and proper type curve creation. A specific example was his advocacy for the use of war versus cumulative oil projection techniques in PHDwin's water flooding. Larry had the insight to see that these techniques were not limited to mature water floods.
Wherever strong water drive oil reservoirs were producing at high water cuts, fractional flow was the controlling factor. For these reservoirs, WR versus cumulative oil projection was the best predictor of future production. Curve fitting with ARPS projections simply wasn't good enough. Larry wasn't just pushing us. He was quick to support these techniques by volunteering to present the technical merits and applications at PHDwin Week.
Larry was particularly good at finding edge cases and encouraging TRC to address them. He always believed that the right answer was universally correct, and if we had an edge case, our main premise was flawed.
Good enough was never good enough. Only correct was good enough. Though this is a high standard, it is the right standard. Everything works better when the correct techniques are used. For those not familiar with his work, I strongly recommend watching the replays. Instead of keeping these techniques to himself, Larry sought to better the entire industry.
This sentiment perfectly encapsulates why we are here today to honor him. The Connor Award is not simply an acknowledgement of technical excellence, but a recognition of selfless service, leadership, and the ability to inspire others to reach greater heights. Larry has lived these values throughout his career, exemplifying the award's qualities of service, wisdom, integrity, and leadership.
Beyond his professional achievements, Larry has been a man of unwavering faith and family values. His farewell speech at Ryder Scott serves as a reflection of his character, where he emphasized the importance of loving God, caring for one's family, and living with generosity.
His words of advice: keep pursuing the excellent way. Don't shrink back from the hard work. Press forward, be bold, aggressive, and achieve success for the company, yourself, and your family, have resonated with all of us.
Larry Connor has given our industry more than just years of service. He has left behind a legacy of innovation, integrity, and mentorship. For that, we are forever grateful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Larry Connor to the stage as we present him with the first annual Connor Award, a symbol of his extraordinary contribution to the oil and gas industry, his unwavering moral compass, and his dedication to the betterment of all those around him.
Good afternoon. My name is David Pacinda with TRC Consultants. I am president of TRC Consultants, and I am lucky enough to be here with Mr. Larry Connor. Larry, I would like to thank you for coming all the way from Longview, and it's a long drive from Longview to here to be in our offices today. But you've gotten to watch a little presentation we put together about you. I hope you understand our sentiment and how much we respect you, and from me personally, both professionally and personally. So, to that end, though, I would like to offer some personal observations from myself. Okay. Now, one of my first observation I'm going to offer is I want you to take this in the right way. Okay. Larry has been absolutely the most difficult client we've had. Okay. But you know what? I think that's a compliment. I want that to be taken as a compliment. Okay. You have held us to that standard. Good enough was never good enough. Correct was the only thing that was truly good enough. Okay. And I will tell you that last week, Bob Apolloni, and you know Bob well, he's our lead developer. Bob and I were working through some very difficult, and this gets very esoteric, but nested allocations on nested gels. And the thing we kept coming back to, because we couldn't quite get it. There was something we were missing. And on multiple occasions, we said, yeah, Larry's not going to let us off the hook on this. Larry might be retired, but he's still looking over our shoulder. Okay. All right. So that's the first observation. You have made me a better engineer. You have helped me understand that when you do it right, all the things that need to fall together automatically. Okay. When you do it wrong, you start going down a funny world of having to adjust and adjust and tweak and adjust. And if you remember our max Q cash flow versus first negative economics and some of these things over the years, that there's not been one, that's one that comes to mind, but there've been many where we just had to dig a little bit deeper, a little bit harder, a little bit deeper until we found the truth.
The right answer.
But when we did, okay, magically it all fell together. Okay. So professionally, you've been fantastic, and I'm greatly appreciative. Well, last night, my second observation, and this was maybe a little bit nicer, but this is something a little bit that I think is really probably the most extraordinary thing about you. Okay. Larry Connor's not only generous professionally, but he's also very generous personally. And there is something that if you don't know this about Larry, you need to know this about Larry. Okay. And he knows what I'm going to talk about, because last night at dinner, okay, I was there and my partner was there and Larry was there and my wife was there. But the last person that was there was my daughter. My daughter is right now a physician and over at she's a pediatrician over at Texas Del Seton. Well, my daughter has this amazing love for Christmas. I mean, in October, I think what'd she say last night? October is when she now turns it off. But it used to be, in the middle of the summer, my daughter Sarah would be singing Christmas carols. She loves Christmas. Well, when our family was very young, when Susan and I had our first children very early on, I got an email from this man, and he said, "Hey, I've got this connection to Santa. If you would like your children, okay, to get a phone call from Santa on Christmas Eve, please fill out this information." And you had to give him the location that you were going to be and a little bit of background about your kids and the phone number to call. And lo and behold, and Christmas at our house is absolutely crazy. And Christmas Eve is we've got the Fulfords, which is my wife's family, and the Pacindas, which is my family. And Christmas Eve is always anarchy because the families are large. They get together. There's all kinds of craziness. Well, we're down at my mother-in-law's house, and the phone rings. And who is it? My mother-in-law picks up the phone. She laughs and smiles a little bit and looks to my oldest daughter, Sarah. I'm not sure how old Sarah was, but she still had the Christmas magic. And she looks over, or my mother-in-law looks over at Sarah and goes, Sarah, you have a phone call. Well, you're a little kid. Who gets phone calls if you're a little kid on Christmas Eve? Apparently Sarah did. So Sarah comes over, and the conversation from our side goes something like, yes, Santa. Yes, Santa. Oh, he's okay, Santa. No, it's good, Santa. And this conversation goes on for a little while. And then her eyes are as big as saucepans, and she's just absolutely, gobsmacked, I guess is maybe the word. I don't know. Flabbergasted. So then she looks at Michael, and Michael comes over, and she gives this and gives the phone to Michael, and Michael's eyes get really big, and he's like, yes, Santa. Yes, Santa. Oh yeah. Yes, Santa. Oh yeah. Oh, that was really good. Okay. And then the phone call comes to an end. Well, the aftermath of that was all the cousins running around going, you talk to Santa? You talk to Santa? This has become a very big story in our family. It's told every Christmas Eve when we meet at my mother-in-law's house for Christmas. Okay. Now, I've told this to Larry, and he knows this is in our family. But the amazing thing about this is not that he did this for us. That's not, they did it for me, okay, or my children. The fact that he has been doing this for, and let me get this right, Larry, how many years?
32 was the
32 years. I knew it was in excess of 30. 32 years, and I know that the spreadsheet I saw had a lot of names on it. So Mr. Larry Connor, on his Christmas Eve, took the time to make, 10 to 30 phone calls out of his Christmas Eve to help other people. Okay. This is a man who's not only generous in our industry, he's not only taking care of his clients with every bit of integrity that he could. He's been good to us. Okay. I am one vendor of many vendors that he has dealt with. Okay. We're helping, but I know he's helped a lot of vendors. Okay. But he also, on a personal side, has that balance. And that's an unusual thing. That's an unusual thing for people, okay, to be able to have that kind of balance in life. I would like to strive to have that kind of balance in my life with my family and my professional career. And for him to be a mentor to me, whether he realizes it or not, okay, to be a little bit of a mentor for me and give me a standard to live with, I'm better for it. So to that end, and I want to say this correctly, okay, I'm honored, okay, I am personally honored to be able to give this award. Let's see if we get this right. On behalf of not only myself personally, not only TRC Consultants, but I think I can speak for the industry itself. So Larry Connor, here's the Larry Connor Award. Now, the thing I want everyone to know is that this award has been named in his honor, and we will give it to a deserving party every year, and so it will carry his name further. So, Larry,
wow, this is truly an honor. It really is. You don't know how much that something like this means to me personally. Working with TRC in the past 25, 30 years we've worked together has been an honor. But what's more important is that we together can help the industry to do better, to go further, to get that right number, to advise our clients. It is that which we can work together, collaborate to come up with that right answer. So it's really important. And I'd like to say I truly appreciate this. Oh, you're very kind. and to be recognized by your colleagues and by your coworkers is just one of the greatest honors anybody can have. And I am very, very appreciative. But none of us got where we are on our own. As you know, we have all have had support along the way. Support came from our parents, who encouraged us and supported us. And we all had professors at school that challenged us and moved us forward in our thinking. We had mentors in our workspace that helped us and promoted our abilities and challenged us and helped us grow. In my personal career, I've had the honor and I've been blessed by some of the brightest minds in the industry. I've had the opportunity to learn from some of the best people in industry, in academics, and working colleagues. Some of those names: John Lee, Tom Blassingame, Larry Lake, Pete Rose, John Wright, my good friend in Colorado. But let me say that some of these have been direct learnings from them, and some of it has been long distance learnings through reading their papers, challenging them, asking questions on their papers, and trying to understand it, and then applying that to my own work and challenging young people in our company, Ryder Scott, to take that information and do a better job, a more complete job. Well, I leave the audience with a couple of thoughts. You need to grow in your knowledge, expand your horizons, and never forget the basics. I challenge you to develop a professional development program, specifically a professional reading program. Take the time once a week, read a technical paper, analyze it, understand it, and then try to apply it where it is appropriate. And I want you to engage with the professional societies, learn from your colleagues, ask the questions, challenge your colleagues, improve your critical thinking skills and your judgment. So much of what we do is about judgment. We're making judgment on data, whether it's valid data, whether it's appropriate data, and how to analyze that data. It becomes a large part about judgment. And lastly, critically review your work. Review it from a standpoint of, is it correct? Is it the best answer you can give? And what would you change if it's not correct? But I wanted to end with thank you. I am truly appreciative of everything that we've done. I've learned so much from David Pacinda. Every time we get together, every conversation, I am learning from David. He's got a tremendous knowledge in the economics, from the actual performance of oil and gas wells. I learn from you and from your staff every time we have a conversation, and I do appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate that, but today's your day, okay? Because I think we've learned more from you than you have. You've, Larry, like we talked about a little bit, you've held us to that high standard, okay? That's probably the biggest lesson I've learned is that high standard. You have to have the high standard. And if you think you're doing good enough, work a little harder, because you're probably not. And but as professional engineers, my wife's a physician, we're professional engineers. Anyone who's a licensed professional, we have an obligation.
We do.
We have an obligation, because people, now in my wife's business, people maybe die. But you know what? Our reserve reports go on, and they build the basis for money coming in from lots of different places. And these are people's retirements. These are people's livelihoods.
It is.
And it's very easy for us to forget those things and not have that super high standard. Anyway, but that's my,
We
Larry and I share this a lot.
we have to have the ethics to do the absolute best job possible.
Yeah. And you know what? When you do that, it's actually easier.
It is.
It's actually much easier. Yeah.
And it's easier to document.
Yeah.
And there's no question about what was done.
And if you've done probably a lot of expert witness testimony. I've done a little bit, but when you have to go in and do that, it's much easier when you can have confidence in what you did and you can feel good about it. It's much easier. And
Yes.
and those things catch up with you. They may not catch up with you today. They may not, that thing that's due tonight at midnight, maybe, you cut too many corners, you'll pay for it next week, the week after, 2 years from now. 5 years from now.
I assure you.
Yeah, you assure you. All right. Okay. So, but today it's not about it. Today it's about Larry. It's about how much he has done for our industry as a lifetime achievement. So you've achieved a lot. You're now, interestingly, he's in retirement, but he's still sending those phone calls and emails and Zoom calls to say, "Hey, Dave, what about this?" I'm like, got it. Okay, yeah, right. We'll work on that. But you know what? That makes us better. Okay, that makes us better, and I appreciate it, and it's been a great run, and I'm really glad to have met you. I'm really glad to have had you in my life, and there's a lot of people that I've worked with professionally that my family doesn't know about, but they know you. Okay, they know you, and you have made that other part of my life, which is so important, also wonderful. So thank you very much, Larry.
Well, thank you, and thank all of TRC. It's been just a tremendous opportunity to work with you, and I look forward to the future. Thank you,
We
Dave.
do too. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Have a good.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for joining us for this PHDwin Week. My name's Jonathan Smith, and I'm coming up next at 1 o'clock. I'm going to talk in depth about SQL Server, what you need to know about SQL Server to best utilize PHDwin, some tips and tricks around SQL Server, and just give everybody an idea of how PHDwin is utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. If you have any questions for any sessions today, be sure to email events@phdwin.com, and we'll be happy to answer your questions. We really appreciate you being part of the stream today. Also, be on the lookout at 3:30. We have a Q&A session where the different questions that you ask will be answered by a panel of our participants today. We're really looking forward to having everyone come back so we can have a discussion about what we've talked about and what's been presented during PHDwin Week. After my session at 1 o'clock, at 2 p.m. Central Time, Jim Tague is coming on to talk about what a reserve report can and cannot tell you. Jim is a long-term friend and partner of myself. He's taught a lot to myself in regarding the industry and best practices. And he's putting together a textbook that allows people to have a better understanding what you can actually get from a reserve report. So if you're interested in that very practical conversation and presentation, then please be sure to join us at 2 p.m. Quickly, some notes. There's been some questions as far as having access to replays. We will have replays available of any of the sessions for this PHDwin Week. We'll be sending out an email tomorrow telling you how to access the replays. Also, we got some feedback. Apparently, one of our earlier sessions, Dr. Wigwe's session, some people had some issues seeing the session. We will make sure to offer Dr. Wigwe's short course and a full quality replay after the presentation each day. And again, be on the lookout for an email tomorrow for more information. But for now, go take a break. Take a load off, and I'll be back on in about 15 minutes, a little less than 15 minutes, to talk to you about maximizing SQL Server and what you need to know in order to really effectively use SQL Server and the PHDwin that's built on top of it. We really appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week this year. And we're really looking forward to, as this week goes on, engaging with you, hopefully, about what interests your part, what the interest that you have in this industry. So, again, if you have any questions, email events@phdwin.com. And otherwise, you'll hear from me in about 13 or so minutes. All right, thank you.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. Next up, we will hear from Jonathan Smith, MBA. Jonathan is the Director of Sales at PHDwin, and every year helps to direct PHDwin Week. PHDwin Week requires an interdisciplinary approach to content creation, web design, graphic design, email marketing, and video production. This year, Jonathan would like to personally thank our platinum partner, Ryder Scott, for their years of participation in PHDwin Week. Last year, Jonathan presented SQL Server for the IT professional and returns this year with more on SQL Server. Welcome to the Maximizing SQL Server session with Jonathan Smith, MBA. In this session, Jonathan will guide you through improving your data discipline and enhancing your SQL knowledge, ensuring you make the most of PHDwin v3's full features and capabilities. Whether you're a beginner or looking to refine your skills, this session is designed to elevate your understanding and use of SQL Server.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another PHDwin Week. Hope you've been enjoying it so far. We've got a lot of good content for you this week. I'm really excited about it. Who am I, by the way? My name is Jonathan Smith. I'm the Director of Sales. I'm also the Director of PHDwin Week. It's kind of my baby. So I'm hoping that you're getting a lot out of it this year and that you're looking forward to all the different content and speakers and presenters that we have lined up for sessions this year. It's really exciting. Today, for this session, I want to talk a little bit about how to maximize SQL Server because, as you know or might not know, in version 3, now SQL Server is the underlying data set where your data is actually being stored. SQL Server is a product by Microsoft, much like they have Microsoft Access. Microsoft SQL Server is their newer database engine, and there's a lot of questions about it. There's even some fear regarding it. And so I wanted to talk about it a little bit this PHDwin Week to give you an idea of how you can get the most of the fact that your data is being stored in Microsoft SQL Server with the newest version of PHDwin. So what are we going to cover today? I'm going to talk about what you need to learn to use SQL effectively. We'll start there. What's your required reading? What's the minimums? Let's get you into it, right? Then we're going to talk about the different parts of what the terminology is around SQL Server. What's an instance? Can you have multiple instances? How can they be levered? Why is there different versions of SQL Server? Where does that matter? What version do you need? That's what it comes down to. And then there's this whole other tool called SQL Management Studio. If you've already been using version 3, maybe the support team have asked you to download this tool. What is it? Why would you use it? How do you get access to the data in version 3? How do you actually get at your data? How can you use a tool that we built called V3 Connect to leverage SQL Server? And then how can you connect SQL Server to outside programs like, for example, Spotfire? So I've got a lot to cover today, so let me go ahead and get into it. First of all, what do you need to learn to use SQL Server effectively? Nothing. I'm serious, nothing. If you don't know anything about SQL, then you can still use version 3. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. It's one of those things where it sounds scary. It sounds like you have to have this whole other, data understanding, and you have to go to a course, and you have to do the required reading. In this particular example, if you do not want to learn anything about SQL Server, you don't need to. You can just go ahead and after the setup, now there is a trick here. You do need to get the program set up properly, which our support and staff can help you with that if you're having any issues. But after you've got setup done and you've set up SQL Server, there's nothing you have to do with it. Nothing you have to know about it. You have to know zero to actually utilize SQL Server with PHDwin. Now, that would be a boring talk. What if I just turn off the camera right now? You don't have to learn anything, bye, right? That's not the point of this. The point of this is to just get across that a lot of people don't want to get into version 3 because they go, well, I'm not a SQL expert. I don't know anything about SQL. I don't know how I'm going to manage my data and all that. Let me tell you a little secret. Version 3 is using the SQL Server data engine, but version 2 had a data engine. It's called the Clarion Top Speed Data Engine. How many of y'all know what a Clarion Top Speed Data Engine is or how to do anything with it? Yeah, me neither. And I've been doing tons of version 2 over my career, right? And so this is one of those things where knowing how the database engine works is not essential for using PHDwin. I know there's other products out there where basically in the other product, the database engine and its tools are using the program. You go and you hack around tables and access, and that's how you're doing merging, and that's how you're doing importing, and that's how you're changing your calculations and all that. In version 3, we don't have to worry about any of that. If you do not want to turn into a SQL expert, you don't have to. Now, I would beg that you continue to watch this presentation, because I might give you a nugget of truth. I might give you an understanding. I might give you some information that, depending on your function, what your company does, is very helpful. But just look at my screenshot right here. So this is build 3.1.17, which is the current as of this video. And you'll notice that whenever I have it connected to my SQL Server instance in my login, so on my login there, I have it who's it's licensed to. If it's brand new, it's a new user. And then the SQL Server instance, by default, it should install a SQL Server instance, and it should connect it to you whenever you set up version 3. If that doesn't happen, call in our support staff. That's what they're there for, to help you get that set up. Your instance name will not be the same as mine, pretty much guaranteed. But once you have that set up, all you need to do is click the drop down in the login screen, and that's how you go between databases. So in version 2, you're used to folders and folders inside of folders inside of folders in your file manager. We're done with that. Instead, you just connect it to what's called an instance in SQL Server. And then once you connect it to that instance, there's a drop down, and you can either go into an existing database that you have in that instance, and these are some of the example ones I have, or you can create a new database, or you can transfer in a PHD3 file if someone else sends you a transfer file. So that's all you really need to learn to use PHDwin version 3. I know that's boring. Let's go deeper, huh? Yeah, let's do it. So why would I need to learn more? Let's find out that too. Next up, there are, whenever you're talking in PHDwin version 3, there might be a reason to have different databases, first of all. Now, the obvious reason is if you're looking at A&D packages and one is one package versus another is another package. But let's say you're an operator, you never look at A&D. There still might be reasons to have different databases within your computer, on your machine, in your company's setup. In which case, I'm doing another session about data in PHDwin version 2 and version 3. I beg that you go watch that other session later this week, and so that way you can get an idea of why you might want to have different databases if that's your setup. But if you're doing A&D, you do what ifs, that sort of thing, it's obvious why. Because you want to have a different database for each package you're evaluating, right? Also, back to the whole you don't need to know anything. One nice thing about PHDwin version 3 is a lot of the functions around SQL Server that you might want to actually know, it actually handles for you. So database backups are managed in a part of the program called the database settings, and it's on a ribbon called database settings, and you go in the database manager, boom, you can back up databases, boom, you can restore them. No need for SQL knowledge, right? If you need to get the underlying data, the grid editor in version 3 or the V3 Connect that I'll show a little later on will get you access to that data. No needing to know SQL, okay? And then if you need to give someone else the file, a lot of people are used to trading MDB files, trading database files, but we're PHDwin folks. We trade PHZs. So just like version 2 had a PHZ, version 3 has a PHZ3. That is the transfer file. That allows you to move from one machine to another. And it's SQL agnostic. That means that file does not care what version of SQL you have, nor the version of SQL that the person you're sending it to has. You can just transfer from one machine to another without having to know any of that stuff. Pretty easy, right? Again, should I just end the talk here? No, because depending on your role, depending on your function, depending on your company, and depending on what you want to do with your data, and what dreams you have to make your company more effective, you might need to have a deeper understanding of SQL Server and how PHDwin is leveraging it. So let's go ahead and dig a little bit deeper, okay? Let's do it. So first up is the concept of using multiple instances. So in the example I showed earlier, I had a single instance, and then once I had that instance loaded, I do the drop down and I could see all the databases in that instance. What is an instance? You could think of an instance as like a folder of PHD files or a folder of access files. Basically, the instance has in it all the individual databases that you're stored in SQL Server. Now, one thing about SQL Server is it doesn't make you go dig in files and play with files and all that, which is great. In the version 2 era, you'd open up a PHD file, and unless your folder game was on complete top, you might overwrite files, you might open that Z and blow away data and all that. We're done with that. in the SQL era. Also in the 2 era, you had to worry about managing the files. Do I pack them? And all of that. That's also gone. You don't have to pack anymore. SQL manages a lot for you. That's part of the reason why Microsoft moved to it as its newest database engine. I mean, this is a multi-trillion-dollar company. We're standing on their shoulders to use their best database product for a reason, because a lot of the problems that our industry has had to dealt with for years go away whenever you're dealing with SQL Server. I don't have to worry where files are. All I have to do is go in my dropdown, there's all my databases. I don't have to worry about how to get from one machine to the other. The PHD3 handles all that. So, by default, you only are probably going to have one instance. In fact, that's what PHDwin version 3 does. In PHDwin version 3, whenever you set it up, it's going to set up a single instance of what's called SQL Server Express. And we'll get into that more in a second, the different versions of SQL. But you might want more than a single instance. And one of the reasons why is because each instance is version specific for a version of the program. So this starts to get complicated. So I'm glad you didn't check out. I'm glad you stayed on this call. I'm glad you stayed in this stream. So that way you can get a better understanding about why you might want to have multiple instances. So again, an instance is where the databases are stored. Here are all the different instances we have in our company. We have a lot. Why? Because we have ones that are for testing the program. We have ones for different builds of the program and so on. I'll talk about that more in detail. Let's take a step back though. Each instance is a different version of SQL. So we'll talk about versions of SQL. That's one thing I need to cover, put it on the list, right? And the security is managed at an instance level. So one thing about PHDwin version 2 is if someone could get your PhD file, your mod file, or your PhD file especially, they had your data. The end. They opened up that file. There was no real locks you could put on that file. There was no security within the program to say, no, you can't open this file. Now, you could put it in a folder, and you could make sure that only certain people had shared access to that folder and so on, but there wasn't anything built into the program. There wasn't any kind of real security whenever we're talking about PHDwin version 2. In version 3, though, because we're based on SQL Server for the data, there is security. And the security is at the instance level, which is whenever you set up that instance, it, by default, makes it so whatever your Windows user is has access to that instance. If someone else gets on your network and they weren't allowed as part of that setup to get into that instance, they can't get in. They can't log in. So it's not like a pen drive or a file folder where if they can get the files, they're off to the races. They can do whatever they want. In version 3, if you, by default, set up an instance where you're the only user that can log in, then you're the only user that can get in. Now, you can make it so multiple users can get in. In fact, that's part of the reason why Microsoft set it up that way, is that you can fine-tune what users have access to the instance, and therefore what users have access to your data. Now, that might create a reason why you might want to have multiple instances. So one theme throughout this entire discussion is why you'd want to have multiple instances. I'm going to keep coming back to that. I mentioned some earlier, but another one clear reason is maybe for security. Maybe there's one set of data that some people in your company should have access to, and maybe there's other databases that other people in your company should have access to. Maybe there's something like a final reserve database that only the manager should have access to, versus like the working database that everyone logs into and is editing on every day. Well, that final reserve database should be in its own instance that only the manager has access to. The day-to-day should be in an instance or multiple instances that the individuals that are working on it have access to. By having multiple instances, then you can then have layers of security for the data, and then you can use the PHZ3 files to move data between these instances. And at the end of the year, for example, transfer everything over to the instance that only the reserve manager can get into. All that's native, built into SQL Server, and whenever you set up the instance, when you set up PHDwin on your computer, only the user that is the computer that you're on, that whatever you log into Windows with, that same login is what's maintaining the security for that instance. So that's pretty cool, right? We get security with SQL Server, free. You know, it's really nice. There's so many things that we get for free with SQL Server. Packing, maintaining a database, gone, free. Security, free. We just get it, right? Multi-user support, free. We just get it. So that's part of the reason why we moved to SQL Server, is there's so much that can be done, even with the free version of SQL. We're back to versioning. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. But here is an example of why you might want to have different instances, because each one might have different people that you want accessing that data. So there's a very clear example of that ongoing theme, which is why you'd want to have multiple instances. So here's some other reasons why. But other than just protecting the data, also maybe you want to have a sandbox for data. So here at TRC, as I showed you in that last screenshot, we have a lot of instances, but even on my own computer. So that's across our network. That's all the different instances we have in the company, right? For doing testing, for doing look forwards, for all this other stuff. But on my one computer, I have 2 instances just on it. Why? Well, one is my primary instance where I put my final databases whenever I'm doing a conversion or whenever I'm doing work, that I know that that's where my final data goes. My other one is a sandbox. I go and I just throw data in there, and maybe I don't get to the end of it. Maybe I'm just playing with stuff, and I want to have that separate from my final instance. Let me give you an example that might make more sense to you. Think of companies looking at A&D packages, right? So there's the corporate reserves, the packages that you bought before, the wells that you've drilled, that sort of thing, your company reserves, versus these A&D packages you're looking at. You know, until you actually buy the package, you don't want those cases as part of the corporate reserves. You might not even want it in that instance where, you know, certain people can access it, right? And so there's a real clear example why you might want to have multiple instances on the same machine. One is just to look at A&D packages, and one is just where you transfer the data over if y'all actually make the bid and buy those wells, buy those assets, right? And then that way you can keep them separate, like a Navy plate keeps peas and carrots separate. Right now y'all are doing that all in folders in whatever program you're using, like version 2. But with SQL Server, it's as easy as having multiple instances. And because the SQL Server Express is free, and that's again versioning, we'll talk about that in a second, it's easy to install multiple instances of SQL Server Express and have that extra sandbox instance on your local machine, so that way you don't accidentally mess up, you know, what the company's data looks like. The last reason is if you're a consulting firm. Let me say that again. Are you a consulting firm? Do you have clients where you are evaluating that client data? They send you data, and you're evaluating that data, and then you need to send it back to that client. Then you're going to need multiple instances. Oh, I caught your attention, didn't I? So if you're being sent data and you're not sending the data back, you do not need multiple instances. So like if you're a bank and people are sending you the data and you're looking at it for loans and then that's it, then you could just have one instance. Just make sure you're always in the current version of the program. Because just like version 2, where a version 2.10 file can go in 2.11, but a 2.11 file can't go back in 2.9 or 2.10, same thing works in version 3. Each iterative update can open the previous PHDs made in previous versions, but a version that's like 2 years old can't open up a PHD made in the version that we released today. So if you're at one of these institutions where you're just looking at packages and you're not ever going to send anything back, you don't need multiple instances. Just stay updated to the current version of the program. You probably want to do that anyway to get all the new features and bug fixes and all that we're constantly developing in version 3. And then you can open any file. Whenever you open that file, it converts it over to being whatever your current version is for that particular file, and then boom, you're in the data. But again, you're not that situation. You're a consulting firm. You're being asked to send back a file that's a specific version of PHDwin. You already are living in a world where on your computer you have 2.9 and 2.10 and 2.11 because you're straddling clients wanting the files sent back in those different versions, right? Well, guess what? In version 3, you need multiple instances. Why? Because every instance in version 3 is a particular version of the program. That's why we have so many internally, quite frankly. So on my machine, both of my instances are 3.1.17. But whenever I get the update, the 3.1.18 that's going to be coming later this year, next year, something like that, then I'm going to want to make sure that I update my sandbox instance first before I update my primary instance. Why? Because you can't go back. After you update an instance, after the new update of the program touches an instance, as in the login window, it touches and it goes and gets into an instance, it will upgrade that instance. And then anyone else that tries to access that instance needs to be also in that version of the program. Or even more effectively, if you create PHDs from that instance, whoever opens up those PHDs needs to be in the same version of the program, not SQL, same version of PHDwin that you were in whenever you were in that instance. So you're a consulting firm. you're going to have to juggle maybe having clients that are on, maybe they're on current. And maybe there's some that are on 3.1.17. There's others that are 3.1.16. There's others that, they don't like updating every 2 years or something. So they're way back in 3.1.13 or something like that, right? You need 3 instances then. And you're going to have 3 different setups, and you're going to have them clearly labeled for each instance. That's what we do internally. And then you'll just know, oh, that client, when they send me a file, that is this version of a file. Now, luckily, whenever you transfer in a file to a new version, it tells you, by the way, this file is not this current version, it's this version. Do you want to upgrade it? Just like 211 goes, hey, this isn't a 211 file, it's a 210 file. Do you want to upgrade it? Well, the moment you click yes in 211, boom, it's upgraded, right? But in version 3, same thing. Whenever you pull in a PHZ file, it'll go, hey, this is actually a 3.1.15 PHZ. Do you want to upgrade it? You go, yes, it's great. You bring it in, and it's in your instance. You get all the data. But if you send someone back a PHZ, that's then the current. So like right now, it's 3.1.17. You'd be sending them back a 3.1.17 PHZ3 file. They cannot open that file. They can only open a 3.1.15 file until they update the program. Now, the optimal thing is obviously everyone just being on the newest version of PHDwin. And I'll tell you, these different consulting firms handle this differently in my experience. Some of them just communicate to the client, I'm sending you back this file. The file is in this version, and get that version. And one nice thing about us, anyone on support and maintenance can always have the newest version of PHDwin. And so anyone that is a supported client, you should just be able to send them the file. And maybe they have to go through downloading that update and installing it and all that, but at least they can have access. But some consulting firms don't want to be in the middle there. They get delivered a 3.1.15 file and they want to send back a 3.1.15 file with all the limitations that might incur. That means if you're that kind of organization, you need multiple instances. One that's a 3.1.17, one that's a 3.1.15. So that way, whenever you go into that instance, you'd have the different builds of the program installed on your computer, just like you can have 210 and 211 installed. Contact our support team and they can help you get set up on one computer, 3.1.15, 3.1.16, 3.1.17. And then you need to make sure each version of PHDwin is going for a specific instance tied to a specific SQL instance for that version. So that way when you make a PHZ, it gets sent back to the person in the version that they're expecting. So that's one big reason why you'll need multiple instances. And if you're a consulting firm and you haven't heard this yet, looks like we need to talk, looks like you need to contact our support team because you need to have this in your V3 setup. You need to have your IT infrastructure set up to be able to handle multiple instances. Or maybe start communicating to the clients, hey, I'm going to send you back this file in 6 months. It's going to be in blank version between now and then. There's this guy named Jonathan Smith over at TRC Consultants. He'll be happy to help you get updated to the new version. So either way, it's up to you. But if you don't want to do the latter, you don't want to point them in my direction, it's up to you to manage the instances. And that might be one of the reasons why, along with these other reasons, why you need more than one instance of SQL Server. So next up, I alluded earlier, there's different versions of SQL Server. This gets deeper, right? You want to go back to the first slide, don't you? Where you don't have to know anything. That's okay. It's good to know rather than being in the dark. I promise you. So next thing, there's 2 basic different versions of SQL. There is a light version, what they call Express, and there's the full version, okay? So the light version, the free version, is what we bundle with our program because it's free. You don't have to pay anything. Microsoft just lets you download it off their server. In fact, that's what our installer does, is installs our program. It goes and downloads it off the server. If you're using the EXE, the MSI doesn't do that, just the EXE. It downloads SQL Express off the Microsoft server and installs it for you. So by default, that's what you're going to get. If you didn't do anything special for your instance setup, then you got the free version, which is Express. Now, there is some limits with the Express. The biggest one is if any of y'all are used to Access. You know how Access has a 2 GB file limit? Well, Express has a 10 GB file limit. Hey, 5 times bigger. Not bad. For something free, not bad, right? But you will run into situations I have where you need more than 10 gigabytes. The free version is like petabytes. It's basically unlimited. I don't know any computer that has as much data on it as the full version allows. And so that's one of those arbitrary limits that they baked into the Express, so people have to upgrade to the more expensive one. Also, the Express has some limits around like buffers and some other parts of the program. Let me just cut to the chase. If I was using a database regularly that was over 3,000 cases, I would want SQL full, period. Just period. And if I was someone that was using V3 Connect all the time, so we'll talk a little later on about V3 Connect, and you're storing off a lot of data in V3 Connect to go back to, you probably want SQL full. It's about $1,000. Maybe not quite. You need to go on the Microsoft site. You can go into your account and then you can see your licensing versions. And then you can even upgrade in place. If you already have a SQL Express, they'll let you upgrade whatever you have installed to full. They just want their money, right? And so you pay Microsoft the money. You can then get the full version of SQL. And then you don't have these limits. Instead of a 10 gigabyte limit, you can have as much data stored on it as your computer can handle, right? You can have as many cases as is effectively useful. We personally test over 100,000 cases in PHDwin version 3. Let me say that again, 100,000 cases in a regular testing, but it's in the full version of SQL. If I was over 3,000 cases, I would want to be in the full. It's not a hard rule. I've run 3,000 cases on Express. Actually, I ran one the other day that was 7,000 cases on Express. It really depends on the complexity of the database, whether you're going to hit limits in Express versus full. But, you know, quite frankly, $1,000 if you're doing this work a lot, I'm not going to say it's cheap. I mean, that's $1,000, but if that's what it takes for you to do your job effectively and never have to worry about managing data, you do it. How many techs in this world would be like $1,000 to magically make access, even do a 10 gigabyte limit? Where can I put my credit card in the machine, right? Do it in a heartbeat, right? So this might be one of those things you just do to make sure you never hit an arbitrary limit that Microsoft's baked into the Express. But you've only got a couple hundred cases, or even like, you know, like 1,000 cases or so. Express should be fine. Just comes down to how much data you're storing off whenever you're doing my V3 Connect. That might be the one thing where you hit a limit. But if you're not worried about it, it's one of those things that you can always go after the fact and upgrade if you hit a problem, if your company grows, something like that. So let's move on. Next up, different versions of SQL. Really, it doesn't matter for us. What matters is it needs to be 2016 or newer. There's 2016, 2017, 2019, 2022. Some of our machines, we have 2019. I think 2019 is our default. That comes with that's what's bundled with the program. SQL Express 2019, but 2022 works fine. 2016 works fine. Anything 16 or newer. There's certain features that were baked into 2016 that we do need. So unfortunately, at your organization, all they've approved is 2014 or something. Start talking to them about approving a newer version. I'd just be point blank about that. You need 2016 or newer. The further we get along in this thing, the further back in the past that gets, the more that's going to be a problem, okay? For anyone that's new to it, maybe you just want the newest. Maybe you want 22 for some reason. Maybe you just want 19. Again, if you've already paid for a full version of a certain copy that's 2016 or newer, use that. You can use any of these. There's no real advantage 2016 versus 19 for 22. Just it needs to be 2016 or newer. And I would recommend everyone in an organization has the same version of SQL Server. Now, one nice thing about the PHD3 file, to kind of come around to it, the PHD3 file handles a lot of this. Is your version Express 2016 and you're going to be sending it to your bank that has full SQL 2022? Well, luckily, if you use a PHD3 file, it abstracts all this out. It makes it so you don't have to have a specific version of SQL. With that said, specific version of SQL do have certain features that are tied to them, especially on the management side. So if you're a company with multiple users of PHDwin, I'd recommend you keep all the users on the same version of SQL, just so the IT staff can be used to what they're getting into. They know, oh yeah, they all have the same features, they all have the same setup under the hood. But if you're just like a lone ranger, you're just on your own, or it's just you and another guy or something like that, and that's the company, you know, just use the Express that we gave you. And unless you're having problems with reports that are running slow, or you're hitting some sort of limit because of the case limit or whatever, then you probably can just be fine with the free one that comes with the program and don't have to worry about it at all. And then just use the PHD3 file to go between the different computers. Now, I do want to point out something. The SQL Server does have a file type, actually. So they have a .bak file, which is the backup of a SQL Server database. So if you wanted to, you can pass around .bak files, but those are specific to a version of SQL Server. It's a 2016 full BAK. And if you give it to someone that has 2022 Express, they can't open it. And so for the most part, you want to stick away from BAK files. They're useful for just backing up to like your local machine or backing up to like your cloud drive or something like that. And that's what the database manager inside PHDwin does, or later on I'm going to talk about Management Studio. That's what SQL Server Management Studio can help you do. But for the most part, if you're transferring from your organization to another one, I would use a PHD3. Or if you're just going from one instance in your organization to another one, I would use a PHD3 and let all this get handled for you automatically. Why not? Why not make life easier? I'm big on that. So I alluded to it earlier. There's this tool that by default, it usually doesn't get installed with SQL Server, but it's a free tool. And I want to talk a little bit about how to use it. It's called SQL Server Management Studio. So as I said earlier, you don't need to know anything to get into PHDwin. But some of y'all are going to call in support, and support are going to ask you to download this. So that way we can troubleshoot an item that might come up for you. Or maybe you're watching this and you're in the IT side of a company and you want to know how to get access to the underlying data. You want to know how to back up the data manually yourself and not use our tools so you can have more control and all that. In order to do that, you're going to need SQL Server Management Studio. So what is it? I sometimes cheat and I just call it the Microsoft Access of SQL. That confuses people because people confuse access files with access the program. Let me give you all a little mini education. A .mdb file is not actually an access file. It's called a top speed file, okay? And, no, I'm sorry, not a top speed file, a JET database. Top speed is version 2. A .mdb file is a JET database file, okay? And access is the program used to access a JET database file. So an MDB file, you can call it an access file because it opens an access, but it's not actually under the hood. It's a JET database file, okay? Well, in SQL Server, you can connect access to SQL Server. I will admit I've done it before. I have certain clients that they have access for like a access reporting engine, for example, and we have it tied into SQL Server for them, so that way they can push data to access for the reporting engine. If that's you, give us a call, and we can talk about maybe doing a custom implementation for you, getting you set up for that. But for the most part, if you're wanting to get into SQL Server, they have a new tool. Microsoft replaced Access with this whole SQL Server Management Studio. It lets you see all the databases that are in an instance. It lets you add in new databases, rename them or delete them. It gives you access to the tables of the data that are in V3, but be careful. Some of y'all might have just gone, ooh, I can get access to the tables? That's all I needed to know, John, just let me at it. It's not human readable. The tables in PHDwin version 3 are not designed to be human readable. They're designed to be machine readable. There's not one table called AC Economic or something that you can just read left to right and throw some Fortran in and know what you're doing, okay? So don't get too excited. It's not designed for you to be able to edit the program. In PHDwin and our ecosystem, it's all about editing in the interface and the grid editor with doing imports, that sort of thing. For the most part, you're not gonna wanna go edit the raw tables in the Management Studio, and I'll show you why actually. I'll open up and actually show you why, what I mean by not human readable. So don't get too excited there. That's why we have the grid editor, right? Any of y'all that are used to just hacking on access tables, use our merge function. It works real good. Use the grid editor to make big edits. It works real good. Use the global editor. It works real good, right? Don't just go hacky, hacky, hack. Instead, what you want to do is get access to like the instance settings in Management Studio, like where things are getting backed up. Or you want to get access to maybe like set up a Spotfire database that you can then connect to Spotfire. I'm going to talk about that later on in this session. So that's why you would need SQL Server Management Studio, but it's not where you actually probably want to do edits to the data. It's just where you want to get access to your data to know how it's structured, know how things are set up, and know what settings you have. So let's go ahead and take a look at this program together if you don't mind. So here is SQL Server Management Studio. First of all, you connect it to an instance just like you do with anything else in the program. And then once I've connected it to the instance, then I can come in here and I can see the different databases in the instance. And so then I can look at, like, here are all those databases that were in my drop down earlier, plus some extra ones that I've added in just a little while ago. So any database, so you'll just notice the basic tree here. So the basic tree, whenever you open up an instance, so this is my instance, is databases, security, server objects, replication, polybase, and management, and X-profiler. Now some of this we're not really getting into. Like, unless the support team tells you to get into security, you're probably not going to do it. Or any of these, well, actually, any of these blower ones, you're probably not going to do it. Where we are going to get in though is databases. So I open up databases, and there's system databases versus these other databases. System databases are for SQL Server. Don't mess with those. What I'm interested in are all these little ones that have this like oil drum looking icon, right? This little cylinder icon, which is all these ones that have the PhD underscore, and then the ones that don't have the underscore that also start with PhD. First things first, if you have another program that uses SQL Server, for the most part, you want to have your own instance for PHDwin. But it should work as long as that other program doesn't start its database names PhD something, something, something. You cannot have other databases in the instance that PhD is not generating that are PhD something, or you'll break PHDwin, just FYI. Next of all, you'll notice that some of these are PhD underscore, and then there's 4 of them that don't have the underscore. These that have the underscore are what you see in the login window. Those are the databases that have your asset data in there, all your forecasts, your well data, your historical data, your ID codes, all that good stuff, the models, everything are being saved in those underscore files. But down here at the bottom, we have what we call the 4 defaults. So everyone who installs version 3 and opens it once will have these 4 default databases. One stores the different defaults for that particular setup on your machine. That's where all the machine settings go. One is PhD reports. We'll come back to that one. That one's really important. One is PhD rules, and one is PhD users. That sets the different users that can be set up in the system. So we have different user controls in the system. Like you can make a sort be private to you where no other user can see it. That's managed what's going on in PhD users as an example. And then again, back up here, any of the ones with the underscore are the actual databases. So if I go to my PHDwin week database and I hit the plus, and I'm able to see another part of the tree. So there's all this stuff going on here. The one that's going to catch your eye first, though, is the tables. Ooh, there we go. There's my tables in PHDwin. Yay! I can finally get at it. John, you've just been wasting my time blabbering all this stuff. I know what to do. I get in here and I start editing data in tables, right? No, watch this. So this is all of the tables that it takes to put together to make a single PHDwin database. And, you know, some of these are real tough. Like, I'll give you an example. All the stuff here that's case list, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, all those together have to be together to make it so that the case list functions are set up, right? Or here, all the ones that start cases, all those ones that come together are what makes case data. There's not just one big table that's like, here's all the header data for a case. Here's all its ID codes and all that, right? Instead, we have what's called a normalized database. So the ID code table is separate from, for cases, separate from the notes table, is separate from the production history table. And if I go on here to the ID code table and I do select top 1,000 rows after I right click, then I can look at my actual data. But again, it's not very human readable. So this is the ID codes, okay? Here's a case ID code pointing to a case ID, pointing to a corporate ID. What's this gobbledygook? Well, if you were PhDwin and you could read this normalized data, you'd go, oh, well, this case means that it's tied to this ID. So these type of ID codes are tied to one of these cases in here in the database that all have, each ID code has its own label. This is what normalized data look like. This is what I mean by not human readable. If you understand database structure, great. Maybe you can do something with this. I can't. I look at that and I have to go dig. I have to go, you have to start going around and going, well, okay, so this one is the corp ID. So I guess that information is something else. Oh, here are the corp ones right here. So I guess then I go underneath the corp ones and I go to ID codes and then I do a top 1,000 of those. Oh, there they are. So each one of these corp IDs means one of these ID codes. So corp ID 57 is API number formatted. Oh, well, that's great. Except I'm looking at this table and where's my 57s and all that, right? So again, this SQL Server Management Studio is not really designed for you to edit. You could, instead of selecting the data, you could edit data in here. It's possible. But quite frankly, we didn't design PHDwin that way. And if you start playing around with the tables, you might cause some real problems in the program. So what I would ask is if you want to do something in the program, give us a call first, and we can maybe tell you a more effective way to do that. And if it's going to be something where you're thinking that you're going to start editing these ID codes and all this, we'll show you where the database setting is for. It's gonna be a lot easier than you remembering that like 57 is always this ID code or something like that, right? So that's the one thing to note, is that in here there's a lot of tables, and they're not designed to be human readable. They're designed to be program readable, so they go fast. So we can do things like case dependencies really quickly. So we can do things like group cases and incremental cases and all that, and have all those calculations be batched up so those calculations can happen instantaneously and quickly. That's part of what makes PHDwin special, but we do it by having this real complex database underneath. Now, not everything is hard. For example, if I go to cases monthly production and I do select top 1,000 rows there, this one's kind of hard. I mean, there is the production ID for the cases. So that's just like the ID, the master ID code. There's the case ID, so like the old PHDwin ID. There's the core product ID, so I have to know all the ones are oil, all the twos are gas, and so on. That's a scenario I'm in, but that's a month, that makes sense. And that's a production date, that makes sense. So maybe if you're a database wizard, you can reverse engineer that, and you can figure out how to dump from some production system into this table, right? But test it in another instance first, please. Go set up a new instance and transfer some data over and do it in a test setup before you go and blow up the main user's like day-to-day instance, because you want to make sure it's actually working, because you got to format it like this. You just can't come in here and start pasting in like oil, gas, and all that, or you're going to blow up the database, okay? But some of this stuff, if you are a database wizard, can be done. But you're probably looking at this if you're not a database wizard and go, how am I supposed to do anything with this? Well, then that gets us to another concept, which is stored procedures. So these are the raw tables in PHDwin. But if I go underneath a new part of the tree, if I go back underneath the reports database, this is the equivalent of the PHDwin out file in version 2, if you're used to that concept. If not, I'll just tell you, this is where, whenever you run economics, where the data gets laid down from those economics. It has its own tables from each report run you do. But then inside of it, we have what's called stored procedures. Some of these are human readable, some of them are not human readable, but the ones that are human readable, I'm leveraging in a feature called V3 Connect. And so if you want to get access to the data, you can use V3 Connect to have the data output in human readable format. Now, you can't edit that data, that's just an output, but that allows you to leverage the power of what you can see here in SQL Server by using what we call stored procedures in the SQL dataset. So that's one thing you do as Management Studios, go look at tables, go look at stored procedures, troubleshoot. Another thing you can do is that you can set up and back up databases. So let's say I wanted to back up the PHDwin Week database. I go to it, I right click, I go tasks, and then I go to backup, and then I can pick where do I want to back it up. I want to back it up to my disk, and I'm just going to go ahead right now and stick it, maybe I'm just going to stick it on my C drive for the moment, or probably not just on my C drive. I'll stick it somewhere in my C drive. I'm going to go to users, and I'm going to go to my desktop right here, the default user, or I'm sorry, default, and then I'm just going to go to the desktop right there. And then I got to give it a name. So I'm going to call this PHDwin Week Backup. But maybe instead of saving it to my desktop, I'd want to save it to like my Dropbox folder or cloud folder that I have syncing. That's totally reasonable. And then whenever you do this, it's going to create a .bak file that then you can bring it back in. But be careful. If you do not have access to where you're trying to save it, it's not going to allow you to save it off. And by default, the system setting for where the saving backups in your machine might not be something that you have access to. So in that case, you might need to come into the SQL Server and then come in here and then right click on the whole instance itself, go underneath properties, and then underneath properties, you can go in there and there's all these different database settings that you can change. And one of the database settings is where the backup files are storing. And that's where they get stored whenever you use the database manager in PHDwin version 3. So maybe you change this to a folder you have access to, and then, or like a Dropbox folder or something, and then whenever you're using the backup manager in version 3, it's backing it up to a place that makes sense for you. So there's a real reason to have this Management Studios to change where the default backups are going, so that way you can put it someplace where it's like off your machine or it's on a OneDrive or something. So that way your backups, if your computer blows up overnight, you can restore from that last backup that you make once you get a new computer and you set it up the same way. So that is the basics of SQL Management Studio. Next up, I want to talk a little bit about V3 Connect. So as I said, That is a feature that I put together that allows you to take that SQL data, export it out of the SQL data instance that we were looking at earlier, and load it into Excel. And then once you load in Excel, it's human readable. Then you can do all your Excel tricks, your pivot tables and all of that, your power pivot and all that fun stuff, because it's sitting there in Excel. So we have many different V3 Connects. If you're interested in V3 Connect, I actually did a session on it last year. Just ask us for the replay and we'll get you the replay for the V3 Connect session. If you go to the current release page for any version of V3, all the different spreadsheets for the different V3 Connects are on there. I just want to show everyone real quick what I consider to be probably my most complex V3 Connect, which is the one called V3 Tech Connect with Summary. So this shows you one scenario at a time. But look at all the data that you can output from SQL. So you'd go and you'd set it up. You have to do setup. There's a nice little guide to help you set it up for the support team. You go and do a run in the program. The guide will show you how to do a run. And then after you do a run, you can come in here and you can see real quickly for all these cases, all this header data. Like where is it? The latitude, longitude, all the different case data. The grosses for gas, oil, NGLs, the nets for gas, oil, NGLs, the units, the pricing that was used to get there after all the adjustments, your different revenue pieces, your op cost, your trans cost, your variable expense, your well cost, your fixed cost, your net expenses, right? There's so much in here. There is what your case life is, your non-discounted cash flow, your total abandonment, your total investments all put together, the eco start date, the ECL date. Now notice on this one right here, it doesn't look like it's anything. If you run across dates in this sheet, because it's bringing over raw formatted data, you need to right click and change the format the cells. I don't have this in edit mode right now, but you need to format the cells to be dates, and then you'd get dates out. It's just bringing over the raw SQL data, which is not formatted as dates. But I get in here as the first reversion, the second reversion, the ROI, the discounted payout. Is each case economic or not? Just a little true, false. Is it commercial or not? In my other session later this week, I'm talking about hurdles in commerciality testing. This lets you know real quick if it hits those hurdles or not. Does it have daily production? Does it have monthly production? What qualifier are you in? Does there a cutoff set on there? What's your gas EUR, your oil EUR? For that's technical versus economic. Version 2 never could output technical without playing around with ECL after. Also, version 2 didn't have really good water data. Look at this one. Gives me almost everything for water, the gross water, the net water, the interest of the NRI of water, the water technical EUR. So there's a lot of people that need a lot of rich water data that's not easily available in version 2. Version 3 has it sitting here in V3 Connect. This is a one-liner. I also have it set up monthly. Not quite all the data that the one-liner has, but a lot of it month by month, including like right now, all this is my grand total. So you can see right here, this is all the grand total for each month. And if I scroll down, then each case each month, and then the different values for each case, like the price or the trans cost or any of those other values I was showing you earlier. Here are the different present worth values. So PV9 right here, PV10 right here, PV12, no wait, PV12 right here, so on. So no wait, this one's here, so it's the other way. So this is 9, this is 10, this is 12, this is 15, this is 20, this is 30. You can see what it is right here, and then you can see the value right there, very helpful. So any of the ones that are in green are calculated values. You have to do another run in the program to see these values update here. But any of the stuff that is yellow down here is header data. So I can come in here and I can add a new ID code in my database, kick the refresh button right here, and it'll immediately show up. I can add in new investments, or I can add a new production. Hit the refresh button, don't need a new report run, it'll immediately show up here. I can see my forecasts in this way. If I just need an output of all my forecasts, here they are. If I change my forecasts, update them, I hit refresh, boom, there they are. And then this purple one tells you what cases are in what scenarios. So I have a bunch of scenarios in this demo database, as you can see, and not every case is in every scenario. Using this last tab, I can figure out, I didn't see the case I expected in this run. Why? Oh, because that case is in a different scenario. I need to go run that scenario in a different run and then come back to V3 Connect. So there's a lot of documentation about V3 Connect. That kind of got you excited. Then I'm excited too. I'm very proud about that feature. I think it's really cool to get all that SQL data out. And that makes SQL something very usable for you, because now we can load all this data into Excel in a way that was just pretty much impossible in the V2 era. So that's a really cool feature that allows you to actually use the power of SQL for yourself. Now, some of y'all maybe want to go further. Maybe you have multiple people in your organization and y'all want to be in the same database at the same time. SQL can do that really well. You don't have to do that old pack thing because the user gets locked in there like in version 2. I will warn you though, if you're going to have multiple people in the same instance, the computer that the instance is running on needs to be good. It needs to have a decent amount of RAM. It needs to have a decent amount of CPUs in our experience, because it's going to be hammered with the multiple people making edits and laying down data and changing data. So here's my recommendation if multiple people are going to be in an instance. But, and I also recommend probably the full version of SQL so they're not hitting arbitrary limits that Microsoft bakes into the Express one. But that's part of why we went to SQL Server. If you have multiple engineers in your company and y'all all want to be in the same database at the same time, maybe working on different cases and all that, that's possible. You just need to set up a SQL Server, maybe on a machine different from the one that y'all work on every day, maybe like an actual server you install the instance on, and then everyone points it to that instance. And so that's very doable. Also with SQL Server, you can integrate it with other systems in the company. Like as I showed you earlier, there is a production table. If you're a database wizard, you can probably figure out how to push production table. We recommend using an import file. If that looked like gobbledygook to you, then you just use an import file. Just use a CSV to bring it in. But if you're watching this and you go, I know SQL really well, I do my own querying in SQL all the time, I used to run areas in SQL, I love SQL, let me add this, right? Then go ahead. You saw where that table was. Just make sure you do it in a test environment first, please. Don't break the main user environment, and then you can figure it out. Another thing you can do is integrate with tools that can analyze the data, like Spotfire. Very popular request is to connect Spotfire into PHDwin. We try to partner with other visualization tools, and we kind of learned the hard way that Spotfire has kind of already won this industry in many ways. So one thing that we're doing, just a note on the Spotfire, is that there's now what's called a report package that we are putting on our website in the client portal. If you have Spotfire and you want to integrate it with version 3, what this does is it creates a new database. You have to do the setup to create this database, but you create a new database in your instance, and then it pushes from my big connects, that human readable data, the one-liner, the monthly, and the ID code data to the database in the instance. So that way you can connect Spotfire to those tables in that database. My Excel is connecting directly to the stored procedures in V3 Tech Connect or any of the V3 Connects. Spotfire, not being a Microsoft tool, I guess, doesn't really connect really well to stored procedures. It requires extra code in the middle to do that. Not everyone's a Python or R wizard or something. And so if you use our report package, what it's going to do is almost create like an out file in your instance, like a V2 out file, where every time you run that report, that Spotfire report, it's going to rebuild this database with all the data from that last run. You hook Spotfire into it, and then boom, you can then visualize all the different data that I showed you in my different one-liner monthly and ID code tables in that Tech Connect I showed you a little while ago. Now, if there's certain data you want in your database, let us know. We can probably build you a custom package. Might be a little extra money, but we can talk about it, right? If you don't know how to do any of this, if you're just like, hey, wait a minute, I have Spotfire. This all sounds like gobbledygook to me, John. I was kind of hoping you'd build the dashboard for me. I'll warn you, I'm not really good in Spotfire either. I'm an Excel guy. I'm an MBA, okay? So instead, we've partnered with a company. They call themselves Blue River Analytics. They're going to be doing a presentation on Friday where they've taken the same Spotfire package that is available to any one of y'all, and they've built this wonderful dashboard on top. They can do it for your company. If you want to have a consultant come in and do it for cost, they'll be happy to help and consult with you on that and take a look at it. Or, as I said, you can use the same package that they're using, use the same data that they're built on top of, and then bring that in and build your own Spotfire implementation. But even if you don't touch Spotfire, even if you have more than one instance, know that whenever you're using version 3, you're using the power of SQL Server. And as we move forward in our life of version 3, we expect to leverage that more and more and more. SQL Server is a big reason why we didn't just do another 2 or whatever. We actually moved to version 3. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of your PHDwin week.
Thank you to Jonathan Smith for that informative presentation. Please stay tuned. We have much more exciting content coming up on PHDwin Week. Jonathan Smith will join us again on Thursday when he presents details of data in PHDwin version 2 and version 3. We also recommend you check out Garrett Hoover's presentation on new reporting options in version 3. Garrett's session on reporting will stream at 1 p.m. CDT tomorrow. Stay tuned. We have more content coming up shortly. Next up, we feature Jim Tague. Jim Tague is a published author, and his book, Oil and Gas Performance Analysis, has received praise for simplifying complex techniques into easy-to-follow chapters. He is currently working on releasing oil and gas reserves in non-technical language. His following presentation is a sneak peek at the content of his upcoming book. Please stay tuned for Jim's session, where he will cover what a reserves report can and cannot tell you. Thank you for staying with us as we prepare the live stream session.
Thank you all very much for joining me on that presentation. Looking forward to what Jim has to say. I've known Jim for a long time, and I really hope y'all enjoy this next presentation. Again, if you have any questions for me or you need some more information,
if your stream does not update within 5 minutes, please refresh your browser.
Be sure to reach out. Events@PHDwin.com.
PHDwin Week will resume shortly. PHDwin Week will resume shortly.
less than a minute, about a minute, and then we're going to go on. And Jim is going to give his presentation. Again, if you have any questions on his presentation or anything you've seen today, email events@phdwin.com. At 3:30 Central Time, we're going to have a Q&A session where everyone who's presented today is going to come back and chat with us and answer those questions. We've already got some good questions in, so get yours in as well. And then tune in at 3:30 to get your questions answered. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week.
Thank you for standing by on our stream. The session will begin shortly. Please allow a few more minutes for more participants to join our stream. Jim is the published author of Oil and Gas Performance Analysis, a practical guide for managers, engineers, and field personnel.
The following presentation covers material from Jim's upcoming book, Oil and Gas Reserves in Non-Technical Language. Next up, Jim Tague will present what a reserves report can and cannot tell you.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to PHDwin Week. My name is Jim Tague, and today I'm going to discuss a topic that is critical to all of us, and one that we don't always like to talk about, and that is why reserve reports fail. Now, by fail, I'm not talking about making mistakes in our model, making wrong assumptions, or anything like that. What I'm talking about is when we produce a robust reserve report, certified, audited, valid, scrubbed all the way through, and then the results, the production forecasts, the cash flows never occur. Failure to monetize the reserve. That is what I'm going to talk about today. And why is this important? Well, on a selfish reason, it's important because when that happens, the finger sometimes points back at the reserve auditor, reserve engineer, put it together, and that is unfair. But more importantly is the impact on the end user. The end user of the report usually uses this report to make numerous decisions. Well, all sorts of decisions, and some are massive, big investments, big monetary values. And when a reserve report fails to become monetized, that means they usually lost money. And that's what we want to avoid, one, within our community, and two, we need to inform people who use our reserve reports of several key facts. And one of those is the fact that just because we prepare a reserve report does not mean it will ever come to fruition. That is not our job. So what I want to do today is to teach all of you, both reserve engineers and the end users, how to validate a reserve report. Because here's the secret. When a company or a project fails to recognize the reserves, say monetize, or they fail to, the reported reserves do not materialize, there are many, many warning signs. Many. It's not a surprise. And what I want to go over today is to teach you what those warning signs are, how to validate a report, and to ensure that those reserves that you are investing in can be monetized. So I'll start with the basics, something that we're all probably familiar with, anybody who's watching this presentation. It's going to set the basis for I'm taking this talk. The reserve report. What is a reserve report? Well, in the simplest terms, it is a report that represents the amount of oil and gas, natural gas liquids that can be recovered over a period of time, and then assigns a value to those. Comes out in production forecasts, cash flow forecasts. It is a very important document In fact, I like to say it's probably a foundation document in our industry. I'll go so far as to say you have the Constitution of the United States, that level of importance. Well, an oil and gas reserve report has pretty much the same foundation bedrock to anything and everything we do as far as investing in our industry. So again, that's why it's critical that these reserve reports, we understand what they are and why sometimes they fail, as in the results or the projections in that reserve report never materialize. So who uses the reserve reports? Why is this important? Well, we use the reserve reports internally, budgeting, production forecasting, exploration, valuation, benchmarking, many, many uses. If you're in corporate planning side, you've done it all with reserve reports and forecasts. Investors, energy finance professionals, bankers, private equity, this is a critical document to them, to that community. It quantifies your intrinsic value, and they use it to look at the growth and whether to make a loan or investment in that industry. Even at the highest level, large governments, agencies use a reserve estimate calculations to form energy policy, good or bad, levy taxes, and promote capital investment. So a reserve report has many, many critical components to it, and many end users rely on it. But here's the rub, and this is sort of the preamble to my book that's coming out this fall from Penwell, Oil and Gas Reserves in Non-Technical Language. This is my statement. You outside of reservoir engineering profession, us, truly understands what it takes to calculate an oil and gas reserve report, prepare it, etc. In fact, far too many who use the report take it as fact, almost gospel, in which they make sound decisions, and they think they can make sound decisions from this. For this reason, because they don't understand the limitations to it, our industry is littered with squandered investments in bankrupt companies that still manage to post phenomenal reserve reports. Just think back to pre-COVID, 2019, 2020. Sort of a disaster for our industry, but many, many recovered. Some didn't, and those that didn't still had vast amount of reserves. In fact, if we look at it, we try to warn people who use the reserve report, and we even warn ourselves. Every certified reserve report, and many non-certified, have caveats, warnings, caveat emptor, buyer beware. And here's the common one you'll see in almost any certified reserve report. Basically, it's not possible to measure underground accumulations of oil and natural gas in an exact way. Oil and natural gas reserve engineering is complex, requiring subjective estimates of underground accumulations of hydrocarbons and assumptions concerning future oil and natural gas prices, production levels, development costs, etc. As a result, estimated quantities of proved reserves, projections of future production rates, and timing may prove inaccurate. We put a warning out there. This is in all reserve reports. And then if you're a public company, you take this to a level that goes way up here. In fact, it gets extremely legal, and it's sort of a CYA, I think. But SEC requires risk disclosures. And here's a quick little summary slide of some of the risks that they're required to put in. It's almost boilerplate language, but let's take a look. General business and industry risks, oil, natural gas liquid prices are volatile. Really? Estimates approved oil and natural gas reserves involve assumptions. Tell us something we don't know. Development, exploratory drilling efforts, and well operations may not be profitable. I continue. Future drilling and completion activities with associated locations may not come to fruition, etc., etc. There are a lot of warnings out here that put the limits around a reserve report. In fact, it goes far beyond this. If you haven't looked at an oil and gas 10K report that's required to be put out by a publicly traded company, they have risk disclosures that go on and on and on. Here's from Earthstone Energy, 2022 10K. 16 pages a very fine print, 12,453 words describing the risk associated with reserves in oil and gas production. And this doesn't even cover the next 8 pages, which talk about the risk in investing in oil and gas stocks on a stock exchange, nor does it cover the risks that are called in the Safe Harbor Act, which basically, without getting the legalese, absolves management and so forth from writing these things so they can't get sued for it. But there's about 40 pages of risk disclosures involving oil and gas reserves. And just think, this is Earthstone. Imagine what Chevron and Exxon's look like when you have international risk, you have country risk, you have downstream refinery risk. 50, 60 pages maybe, I haven't looked, but I guarantee you it's up there. So, very much CYA, but nobody ever reads this. And still people are surprised. So now I'm going to circle back into something we can relate to and what people generally know can impact a reserve report. This is what's out there. Most people who use reserve reports are familiar with commodity price fluctuations and what that can do. They may even have different price runs in the reserve. Operational challenges, drilling delays, equipment failures, things like that. People accept and understand and build into their risk profiles. Reservoir performance issues, geology. This happens. You invest in oil and gas or you get involved with oil and gas, we never know for certainty what is 10, 15, 20,000 feet below the ground. Try, but it's impossible. Regulatory and environmental constraints. These can certainly impact reserves and their value. Just ask anybody who's in the E&P industry in California right now what they're facing. Technology limitations as we expand out into tertiary type projects, more and more risk around that, capital constraints, is the money out there, especially in a low price environment. These are things that are known by end users and within our community. But I will posit to you that these are not the reasons why a reserve report is not monetized. Here's the unspoken reality. I will posit to all of you listening that the real reason a reserve report may not be monetized is the impact of management. We know how to assess those previous bullets, or at least account for or build in risk. But more than any other factor, poor management can stop a reserve report from reaching its full potential during good times and all but doom the ability to profitably monetize the reserves in bad times. So, related to poor management, these are what I feel are the real reasons reserves are often failed to become monetized. Ineffective leadership, poor decision making, somewhat of a no-brainer here, but wrong strategic priorities, wrong investments, things like that, just poor leadership as a catch-all, you're going to have issues with reserves development. Lack of internal oversight, financial controls to operations, OPEX continues to go up and up and up, and you're a highly high-cost developer, producer of reserves, you're going to impact your cash flow. Operational inefficiencies is part of that. Here's the big one. I'd say vast majority of bankruptcies that, being a good reserve report, went nowhere are due to risky acquisitions. Common, and perhaps more than any other industry, well, I won't say that, but we are all highly incented to grow, and management can face a lot of pressure to grow production and reserves and jump into risky acquisitions. Smart, astute management does this very successfully, as we've seen the big successful companies today, but others that did this acquired a lot of debt. They're not around anymore. And then here's one that I'm going to get into much more detail later in this presentation. Poor balance sheet management. Reserve reports do not account for corporate debt, high levels of debt, high annual interest payments, things like that, that can really take away from your ability to capitalize PUDs, new wells, and eat up a lot of your cash flow. So as I said, fortunately, these issues all present warning signs. There are lots of warning signs out there that there's going to be an issue with management's ability to monetize the reserves found in a reserve report. And that's what I'm going to cover for the rest of this presentation. How you can discover and use those warning signs to assess the ability of a reserve report to be monetized. As I mentioned earlier, the good news is there are many warning signs, tips that can tell you whether management may or may not have the ability to effectively monetize a reserve report, volumes and the cash flows that are projected in the reserve. So how do you discover these warning signs? How do you qualitatively and quantitatively assess a team or a company's ability to monetize a reserve report? Well, there are many, many techniques, and given the limited amount of time I have, I'm going to concentrate on just a handful that I'll quickly go through and help you use and be able to employ these in your own analysis. Some of the key approaches that I recommend when analyzing management's ability to monetize a reserve report: cost validation, reserve-backed metrics calculation, looking at metrics, balance sheet analysis, production forecast decline analysis, and then my favorite, look-back analysis. So we're going to start with cost validation, which basically you take the reserve report and some of the costs that are in that, and you compare it to the real world. But before we do that, I want to cover the data sources you're going to need to accomplish this sort of analysis. And there are some limitations here. Private companies, what you need to evaluate the reserve report management's ability to monetize it are several things. You need the reserve report itself. You're going to need LOS reports, field to company level, and annual financial statements. All private companies are audited, required to prepare annual financial statements for the IRS, etc. Key data points in these are your production data forecast from the reserve report, operational expenses, all-in expenses. This is going to be something I bring up later that's critical to the analysis. Cash flows, your free cash flow, operational cash flow, capital expenditures, prices used, and your debt. Now, let's be honest with private companies. If you're a private equity investor or someone who has access to a confidentiality agreement, you're able to access confidential information, you can get these reports, especially the annual financial statements, debts, and so forth. Not everyone's going to have the ability, nor will a private company share that sort of information with you. You may only have the reserve report and the LOS report, and this is going to limit to some extent your ability to analyze the ability to monetize the reserves. Public companies, we go into a different realm of reports. If you're the banker, private equity, and something involved on that side, we have financial confidentiality. You may have access to the actual reserve report, but for most people, you'll never see a company's actual certified public reserve report. That's a confidential piece of information. But the annual financial statements are out there. They have to be published according to SEC. And these 10Ks, quarterlies, and supplemental reports have extensive information on reserves. Now, what they won't have is field by field data. They may have by region if they choose to break it out, or by country, but you will never usually find, or are they required to reveal, field by field reserve information. Key data points in these documents, and you can see in the slide some examples of what these look like. Selected financial data, it's a nice table that summarizes a lot of cash flow and reserves. Your net income statement and your reserve disclosure tables, supplemental oil and gas information table, your smog table. In fact, a typical 10K may have 20 plus associated tables with reserve information. Again, limitation here, if you are an investor or just looking at the company as a whole, you may not have access to the reserve report itself. Most certainly, probably you don't have access to the model used to create it. But those are your data sources, and using these, you can move forward with your analysis and start to analyze management's ability to deliver. So let's start with the first one, cost analysis. What I mean by cost analysis is you take the costs that are in the reserve report and you compare it to the real world OPEX, what the company or field really reports. Why is this important? Well, those of us who have prepared reserve reports know that a reserve report typically reflects only operational costs. In fact, we can even exclude one-off costs, emergency repairs, or let's say a water flood was attempted and it didn't fail, or an acid job stimulation failed. A company will come back and ask that cost be removed because it's only going to be one-off. There is debate and argument within our community on G&A costs, field expenses, legal management salaries. Do they land on the field? Do they land at the corporate level? Are they included in the reserve report at all? Other corporate costs, interest payments, those are not in a reserve report. Environmental compliance, corporate overhead, generally not included in a reserve report. Why does this matter? Well, in real life, if you start taking in the corporate overhead, interest payments, things like that, you have a much higher all-in cost per barrel, which means there's actually less cash available for reinvestment and potentially slowing the ability to monetize those reserves. And here's a key point, cash flow projections based on reserve OPEX may underestimate the financial burden of sustaining and expanding operations. In other words, you get these nice cash flows in the standard economic report or one of these other reserve reports, and they're not real. A company at the high level does not have that level of operational cash flow. Key takeaway here, you need to understand the difference between reserve OPEX and actual OPEX. And this is crucial to being able to determine whether a company can actually monetize those reserves. You know, in this vein, a reserve report can be overly optimistic. Now, this is well known, this isn't hidden from people who use reserve reports, but what you need to look for is how big that difference is. What the real difference is. So you calculate the OPEX out of a reserve report. Pretty simple. Not going to go into the details, but basically you take the investment, or not the investment, but the expense costs divided by the production for that year, and you get an OPEX. And then you do the same using the real world data, either from a 10K or an LOS, compare the two. There'll be a little bit of a difference, but if it's big and it's recurring year after year, you may have to start considering the implications on a reserve report. Now, I'm going to sidebar here. In the reserve world, there's something called reconciliation, and this is where you put in your costs in the model, you spit them out, you compare them, and you make sure the model matches what you use for your costs. But that you're verifying your model and your assumptions, but you're accepting that there's no corporate G&A, no corporate interest payments. The one-ofs are removed. This is validation, comparing reserve OPEX to real OPEX. Same exercise for CapEx. You know, CapEx is usually put in by project, by well, by PUD, maybe a facility cost, and a good reserve auditor examines AFEs, looks hard at this, makes sure the costs match previous expenses. But when you compare the CapEx in a reserve report, sort of the projection, and you look at it in real life, it's usually understated. And there's reasons for this. Equipment failures, regulatory delays. Maybe you have to who's put in some scrubbers or something on a steam cogen for environmental compliance, infrastructure upgrades. Maybe you put a pipeline in from one field to another to get to a better processing station. Additional facilities are required for scaling up production. Escalation, in some reports people put inflation factors in, others don't. These are reasons why CapEx, real life CapEx for a company is usually higher than a reserve report. And let's not go to like corporate level CapEx. You want to build a new building or something like that, a nice fancy headquarters, things like that, capital expenditures. There's reasons why it matters. Understated CapEx obviously can create a misleading financial outlook. And if you have higher OpEx in real life and you're understating your CapEx, well, that means you may not have the money you are saying you do in the reserve report to develop your wells. So key takeaway, once again, you look at the CapEx projections in the reserve report and you can then compare that to real world CapEx. It will be different, but if it's substantially different year over year, there's your warning flag. That's your first indication that, especially when prices fall, there may be an issue in developing future reserves. Here's some of the reasons for the differences. Sort of covered them already. I want to put them in writing for you here. Cost discrepancies, exclusion of one-off expenses, omission of non-reserve CapEx, pre-tax reporting. That's another one. Reserve report is generally pre-tax. Some companies with net loss carryforwards, depletion may not pay much of federal tax, but your bigs that are very profitable are paying 28, 33, 40% federal taxes, cash taxes that reduce that cash flow you see in the reserve report. SEC smog makes them put in a tax value, but that's more beyond the scope of this discussion. Simplified cost assumptions, contingency costs, everybody knows in the real world there's always a break and a contingency. Reserve costs versus all-in costs. This is where when I do my analysis, I really try to dig in, and we've seen it start to be reflected in our industry, but OpEx versus all-in cash costs. Big difference. All-in costs put in all your expenses. G&A, interest on debt, costs related to G&G, and other non-recurring activities. I remember I did an exercise way back when, took our reserve report for a client, and then I loaded in, sort of put in a cost factor for all this G&A, and then put that into the reserve report and looked at the hit on the actual values. In other words, what I called a real world report, and it was substantial. So when we do the analysis, it's important to realize that reserve OpEx is very different from real world all-in costs. And the key to look for this is if there's a big variation year after year, again, major warning sign that that reserve report may not be monetized. Impact of these costs and reserve monetization, financial health, omitted CapEx, management's ability to monetize reserves may become problematic. Profitability is impacted. It is nowhere near as high as you see in the reserve report. Over time, if it's year after year, the cash flow that's projected in the reserve report will be eroded. And then in some cases, this is what reserve auditors start to look at. It may reflect a rather aggressive accounting practices or overbooking of reserves. That's a whole different topic, one that I am not going to touch in this conversation, but it is a warning flag, especially for reserve auditors, to start looking harder at the OpEx numbers and expenses put in a reserve. Now let's move on to the next way to assess management's ability to deliver. Metrics and benchmarking. Pretty straightforward. There are three metrics that I use in reserves analysis: reserve replacement ratio, F&D costs, and the recycle ratio. Reserve replacement ratio is fairly simple. I'm not going to go into detail what it is. It's measures ability to replace your annual production. From a reserve report, you compare added reserves to produced reserves. This usually requires 2 back-to-back reserve reports. You can calculate it from a 10K. Again, I'm not going to take your time and go through the mathematics here, but there are plenty of sources out there that teach you how to do this if necessary. What it does in real-world applications tracks your ability to add more reserves than you produce. In other words, grow. A reserve report or a reserve replacement ratio is problematic. It can be highly impacted by price sensitivity. We know when prices go down, reserves go down, you kick in the economic limits, cash flow goes down, and you get impairments. You have to write off a lot of reserves that come right back when the prices go up. But year over year, I don't like this ratio unless you know what the oil price is. I prefer to use 3 and 5 year measures of this. The key takeaway here, when you look at the reserve replacement ratio that comes out of the reserve report, compare it to the real world number, if they are radically different, then there may be a deeper issue here with the reserve estimation practices, the performance, and the financial capacity to add or deliver on reserve replacement or the reserves that are in the reserve. Again, big difference in the reserve replacement ratio, real world to reserve report. Major warning flag that things can go south in a low price environment. F&D costs. Like all reserve metrics, these are heavily impacted by price swings and reserve revisions, impairments, and so forth. But if prices are stable and you account for it, it's a good metric. You see in the slide here, basically it measures the cost efficiency, how much money, how much it costs for you to add a barrel of reserves. Reserve report, you just take the total capital expenditures, divide by the reserves add, 10K. You dig into the report, capital expenditures, improved reserve sections. Again, I don't have the time, nor do you want to listen to me go through how to actually do that. But what it does tell you is how profitably, how efficiently you add reserves with your capital expenses. Again, if there is a major difference between the reserve report projection and real world, then you have another warning sign that the reserves in that report may never be monetized. In other words, the capital assumptions you put in may not come to fruition, and there could be real issues as far as monetizing future reserves. Not so much current reserves, but future reserves. Recycle ratio. This is a slightly more complicated metric. It requires you to calculate your operator margin, which is how much cash each barrel you produce it makes. In other words, if your all-in costs to produce a barrel of oil are $30 and you're being paid $80 for that barrel, your margin is $50. There's ways to calculate that, and what you do is you take that margin and you divide it by your F&D costs. You have $50 profit per barrel and your F&D cost is $10, you have a recycle ratio of 5. Obviously, the higher the recycle ratio, the better off you are. Again, I calculate this from the reserve report, and I take it from the real world, and I look for differences. I expect differences, but if they are material and they are recurring, again, a warning sign. Something that tells you you need to take a harder look and begin to suspect whether management is going to deliver on that reserve report. Here's the big one. Validation through balance sheet analysis. As I mentioned earlier, a reserve report is not necessarily required to even take into account debt levels, etc. About the only ancillary way it comes into play is if you have a whole bunch of PUDs in a reserve report, a good reserve auditor is going to ask that you show how you can fund the capital to drill all those PUDs. But that's easy to get around. I mean, public companies, we're going to issue more stock. We're going to raise more debt. Private companies may say we're going to have more reserves. We can get a bigger reserve-backed loan. It's there, but only in an ancillary way. But in general, debt levels do not impact a reserve. And of all the things I'm going through, it's the debt level that's going to materially impact management's ability to deliver that reserve. So let's look at reserve reports versus corporate balance sheet realities. Reserve reports don't account for these following balance sheet items. Debt obligations. What's your debt? Your annual interest payments, real cash flow payments, hedging. Banks and RBLs will build in hedges and account for your hedge losses or gains and build that in after the reserve report. But very few reserve reports go in and actually adjust price decks for hedges. Other real cash expenses that impact a balance sheet are not included. Key point here, you need to look at a balance sheet if you have access to it. Like I said, private companies, you may not have access to their debt levels, but you need to look at anytime you look at a reserve report, you need to consider the balance sheet. Going into balance sheet financial statement analysis, well, if you get an MBA, you take an entire semester on financial statement analysis. I've got about 2 minutes to cover this. So I'm just going to point out a few highlights that you'll find in any 10K. You look in at the balance sheet statement, two things here jump out. Total assets, that's usually the value of your plant equipment and your latest reserve value. And then you look at a line called long-term debt. This is an unmentioned company back in 2018. You can see roughly $5 billion in debt, and their assets were worth about $7 billion. Pretty levered up, almost 1-to-1. Your balance is to your debt. Another look over here, you can see that their annual interest payment, just to pay the interest on that debt, is almost $400 million a year. That's real cash going out of the company. So you look at numbers like that, and then same company, another financial report in a 10K called Selected Financial Data. Here's the key one: net cash provided by operating activities. There's a lot of financial adjustments that a whole class will teach you what's included, what's not, but this is done for you. $461 million. If you remember from the previous slide, the debt was interest on the debt was $379 million. That leaves less than $100 million to develop and use for capital. That's not accounted for. That missing 400 million is generally not accounted for on a reserve. Now, again, long-term debt versus assets. I chose an example here, a highly levered company, and this company, I'm not mentioning names, was bankrupt in 2020. Impact of high debt. High debt levels, large debt obligations, reduced capital availability, and certainly low price challenges. Remember, prices fall, revenues from oil and gas sales go down, but your interest payment and your debt does not. It is static, it stays the same, it's fixed. And so when your cash flow is going down on this side, and you've got these fixed debt expenses, bankruptcy, most common cause of bankruptcy. Many companies that are not levered up, they can survive a low cash flow or a low price environment. We saw that in Permian Basin and elsewhere. Many solidly run companies survived 2020 and are negative oil and are thriving today. But those with high balance sheets, high debt, they're gone. Again, high debt is a major warning sign that a reserve report is not going to be monetized. Now let's look at price sensitivity analysis. We do this. This is pretty common. All of us who have built reserve reports, we know how to build in a price deck. We can run a NYMEX, we can run a fixed price, we can run a bank deck, SEC pricing. A lot of times management says, I want you to run my reserves at $60. Or, hey, if things go really well, I want to see what the reserves look like at $100. banks and private equity usually build in a low case price scenario. And this is something that is obviously easily done with PHDwin software. And it's actually sort of a fascinating exercise to do. I do it all the time. But there are limitations. It is valuable, but it is limited. Let's look at some of the price sensitivity. Standard scenarios, you use strip prices, bank prices, you include a low price case to assess downside risk. But how many of you who have done this do it iteratively? In other words, you build in the low price, you see what the reserve value is, the production and the cash flows, but then do you go back and use the cash flows to readjust the PUDs because you may not have all the capital to drill those PUDs that you built in the first 2 years? You can do it, it's iterative, but most of us just sort of drop that low price in and look at the results and realize that it's compounding, that the money will not be there to monetize those PUDs. Again, corporate expenses, debt interest, they remain constant. So that impacts your price sensitivity analysis even more than expected. So basically, true price sensitivity analysis is a complex exercise. It's valuable, but it's time consuming and iterative. But again, if you drop a low price in and you get all sorts of negative numbers, big time warning sign that management may not be able to deliver on that reserve report. My favorite, validation through look-back analysis. We'll pause and let this sink in. Wanted to pause here because I actually want to sidebar on this when it comes to look-backs. I have found throughout my career that for whatever reason, our industry does not like to do look-backs. We don't like report cards. Happens in the reserve community. How many times do we go back and look at what we prepared 2 or 3 years ago, especially if intuitively know that it didn't come to fruition? There's a propensity in our industry to blame everything bad on low prices and not dig too deep beyond that to see where we made mistakes. But look-back analysis will reveal that, and that's why look-back analysis is a really, really good way to validate and ascertain management's ability to deliver on a reserve report, to monetize what is in that reserve report. Critical areas for look-back analysis. In the previous slide, I mentioned one of the ways to validate a reserve report is to do analysis of production forecasts and declines. I've actually wrapped it in on look-backs because that's what you need to do to analyze production and decline. You're actually looking back at past values, so I'll combine it here. But basically, pretty simplistic. You review actual production rates versus past projections to highlight discrepancies between forecasted and decline rates. And you can see if there's operational inefficiencies, unexpected reservoir behavior, issues like that. Capital development, costs and pace. You look at what was built into reserve reports previous several years, and then you compare it to what actually happened. Is a company routinely under drilling, over drilling, spending more capital, even though it's loaded in, may have good value on the upside? Reserve revisions. Here's a big one. I'll cover that in a second, but reserve revisions, especially when they're reduced, invite immediate scrutiny. And then management reports review. I prepared some of these in the past, stood up before big bank syndicates, 16 banks, $1 billion revolver, present all this good stuff about the future. Following year, I'm doing it again, and I'm praying that they don't ask me about what I said the previous year, because some of it did not. But managed to dodge that. No one ever asked. So production and capital expense analysis, very straightforward. I'm not going to belabor it here. You just compare actual well and field production against previous forecasts to try to identify why it happens. Sometimes there's very valid reasons why it happens. But what you are looking for in both these, both field and company level lookbacks, is you're looking for trends. Are things routinely overestimated, underestimated? Do the production forecasts in the reserve report actually come to fruition? And even within the reserve report, how do they change year over year? Now, I'll get in a little detail on this one. Critically, you need to look at the PDP production. That is very important. That should not change. The production should match your PDP projections. If it's higher, well, then that's a good sign. That gives you confidence in management. But if every year the decline curves are failed to be met, in other words, that PDP forecast production does not materialize, you need to dig in. There's an issue there, both potentially how the company's operating and potentially on how the reserve estimator is building in his declines. So that's a key one. Look at your PDP forecast, past, present, and look for a trend. And if they're not meeting the forecasts and reserve reports, then you need to suspect one, management's ability to deliver, or in this case, this is the one area where you might be able to reflect on how the reserves are being estimated by the estimator himself. Reserve revisions. This will get you in trouble very quickly with auditors and with the SEC. If you're a publicly traded company and you are revising reserves downwards every year, you may be adding more. You may have good discoveries. You're loading in more approved reserves. You're doing good, but you're writing reserves down every year. They're going to look. You're going to get an investigation real quick. So how do you see this? You go back to the standard reserve disclosure in a 10K, and they're required to put it out for the previous 3 years. In this example company, you can see in end of year 2019, negative 10 million barrels written down. 2020, negative 4 million. And then previous 2020 revised upwards. Now this company is a very well run company since acquired, and they clearly explain in the writing why these revisions occurred. Change in price. Now that is the biggest one. The SEC and others will understand that. And then 4 million barrels related to changes in performance and other economic factors. That's not a good one. That one will invite scrutiny. You see other reasons why, sometimes change in performance, price offset by revisions. The SEC 5-year development rule came into play, so they probably had to drop some PUDs that they couldn't count anymore. But the big one is changes in performance. Now, this is something more difficult to do internally with a private company, but if you do it, you're going to need back-to-back reserve reports. You're going to have to dig a little bit and see what was written down. And those of you who have access to PHDwin, that software can probably run a comparative report and produce this. But downward revisions are a big warning sign that something is amiss. Final one, management presentations. You compare previous ones, not just the past reserve reports, but you look at the past presentations. If you're a banker, private equity, you look at what management is projected. You go back 2 years and you compare to what has actually happened. What I recommend, production forecast, review what was said over the past 3 years to what happened. CapEx analysis, again, we did it from the actual report, but now look at what management has said in their statements, pronouncements, investor presentations. And here you can start to see if there are trends, overestimation on a regular basis. That is what you look for. And if past pronouncements are always overestimating, again, a major warning. As I said, or will say, look backs are the ultimate report card. Now, this can be a pretty intensive form of analysis, but in summary, lookbacks are a reflection of management's ability to deliver. It's a crucial tool. A negative look back is one of the most solid warnings you can have on the ability to monetize a reserve report. And in low scenarios, low price scenarios, if your look backs are not good, the consequences are dire. Probably bankruptcy, failure to achieve a nice return on that investment, many other issues. So in summary, I look back at this presentation and it can be somewhat negative. I don't want this to be seen as I'm throwing shade on the entire industry or our reserve reporting process. In fact, the reserve reporting, when it is done correctly, is robust. A ton of work goes out there. Kudos to all of you who build those reports. For every bad management that fails to monetize a reserve report, there are 10 good ones. Solid people throughout our industry that know what they're doing and make those reserve reports happen. But there's the failures. They do happen. And I guess the key takeaway from this talk is you should be able to spot those failures before they happen. There are many warning signs. I went through all the steps to recognize them, how to analyze it, to see if management has the ability to deliver the reserves in that report. Now, like I said, if prices go down, the reserves may not materialize immediately, but they're not going anywhere. They're there, and they're going to be produced when the industry recovers. We've seen this. But if you've got issues with debt, issues with your capital allocation, your management styles, etc., you're not going to survive. And that's what I wanted to cover today, give you the ideas and the tools that allow you to recognize that so you're not surprised by them. Because there's no excuse for it. And as we've seen in the past, too many times, those of you listening to this, reserve engineers, reserve auditors, finger sometimes gets pointed to you. And as I said, that is unfair. I don't want that to happen. And if you're the end user of a report, well, hopefully what I covered today helps you go through that reserve report, validate it, and make sure that your investment is. With that, I will be around this afternoon for any questions or discussion of my presentation. Thanks. Have a great day. And hope to meet you in person.
Thank you to Jim Tague for his presentation on why reserves reports fail.
We have one more session coming up. The following QED Quick Start will feature Erin Randolph. Erin's Quick Start should begin in about 10 minutes. Now is a great time to take a break if you'd like.
We hope you have enjoyed our stream thus far. We wanted to let you know about events happening tomorrow, Tuesday, September 10th. We begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. with a featured guest morning session.
Right after our morning session, Frankie Delgado from QED Energy Associates will present importing V2 databases into V3.
Then, starting at 10 a.m., Richard Smith, ex-reserves director at Maersk Oil, will share the true story behind the Danish oil behemoth's race to publish a PRMS SPE compliant reserves report.
Then for our last morning session, Dr. Wigwe is back for the second part of his short training course. We will take a break from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., but will feature a past PHDwin week presentation.
When we return at 1 p.m., Garrett Hoover will present new reports and outputs in PHDwin V3.
Right after Garrett, streaming at 2 p.m. CDT, is our flagship panel featuring Gavin McQueen and Laura Freeman. Our panel, moderated by Dwayne Purvis, PE, is one of the best we have produced for PHDwin Week. Then at 3 p.m., QED's Erin Randolph will showcase a quick start on modeling ownership reversions, which is great for intermediate and advanced V3 users. We hope you are excited about what we have in store for you.
We recommend you join our morning sessions to hear about insights, giveaways, and much more on PHDwin Week 2024.
Please stand by as we begin our next stream segment. The stream should resume in 8 minutes. Now is a good time to take a break, send that email you forgot, or get up and stretch.
Hello, everyone. Jonathan Smith here. Just letting you know, we got about 5 minutes left until our next session. Erin Randolph from QED is going to talk about importing data into PHDwin version 3. That was a real great session that we just had right then. Appreciate Jim giving that presentation for PHDwin Week. It is the exact kind of thing I wanted on PHDwin Week this year. Practical and to a purpose to make this industry a better place. As we all get back to work and we shake off some of that delay that COVID caused all of us, we look forward to doing good work. And I'm glad Jim was able to represent, but hopefully it was a very informative session for all of y'all. Jim will be back at 3:30 to answer any questions you have. Any questions for anyone today, please email events@phdwin.com. That is events@phdwin.com. And we'll make sure that your questions are asked during the Q&A session. Also, if you have any questions about the stream, also email events@phdwin.com and we'll reach out to you and answer your questions. We appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week this year and hope you're having a good experience. Again, my name is Jonathan Smith. And next up, at the hour, at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, Erin Randolph is going to talk about how to import data into PHDwin version 3. Thank you very much. Two minutes remaining until our next stream for PHDwin Week by Erin at QED. This is Erin's second year on PHDwin Week. Her appearance last year got more compliments than any single presenter. So we really hope you enjoy her encore this year at 3 o'clock, where she talks about in data in the PHDwin version 3. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Thank y'all. 1 minute remaining until our final session of the day. But be sure to catch after this quick start session at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to have a Q&A where we'll bring on some of our presenters for today to answer your questions about what we've seen so far at PHDwin Week. And be sure to catch us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp to catch our morning show and get an idea for what we're going to have on PHDwin Week tomorrow. Thank you all very much for participating. It means the world to us.
Thank you for joining us on PHDwin Week. We hope you enjoyed Jim Tague's presentation. Next up, we have another QED Quick Start. QED Energy Associates is the leading firm for reservoir engineering technicians and services. We encourage you to visit their speaker page to learn more about what they have in store. Our stream will resume shortly. Due to differences in stream timing, we try to allow ample time for participants to join from wherever they may stream. This year, we increased accessibility by opening concurrent streams on YouTube and LinkedIn. However, if you would like to ask a question, you must use our form in the mainstream page after registering. All questions for today's session will be answered in the live questions and answers right after this quick start. Let's get started by welcoming Erin Randolph from QED Energy Associates. Erin will cover importing data into PHDwin v3. We hope you find this quick start engaging and helpful for improving your skills in PHDwin v3. Thank you to Erin and QED Energy Associates for being a gold partner for PHDwin Week 2024. Please welcome Erin Randolph.
Hi, I'm Erin Randolph from QED Energy Associates, and this QED Quick Start is on importing information from outside sources into PHDwin v3. So earlier today, I exported well information from well database, and it exported this file that has a file extension WDB. I want to create a brand new from scratch PHDwin v3 database utilizing these 53 cases that I exported. So when I log into v3, I want to create a new database. I'm going to call it demo. So now that I have my empty shell file, I'm going to import the information that was exported from well database. So I'm going to go to add import on the home tab, and I'm going to select import from the drop-down list. Next, I'm going to browse to the location where my exported information is saved. Select that file and click open. PHDwin v3 can auto-fit to the historical production, make auto-fit forecasts. So you can turn that off or on here on this window, and then give some forecasting parameters if you want to. Just going to change a few parameters here. I'm going to click import. On this next window, here we have some options about what we do want to import and what we don't. I'm going to apply all the default options. All right, here are my 53 cases that I exported from my external source. I can change my view. And we can see that PHDwin auto-forecasted based on the historical production that was imported. We've got all of the general info, its assigned ID codes to the case as well. And then we can go through and we can add prices and all of that good stuff. So That's how you import from a public data source. So that was the first of two types of imports that I'm going to show you today. The second is when we have the situation where we're working in a database and at some point somebody sends us a spreadsheet and says, here are the corrected production volumes. And maybe there are some more volumes to add on to your database. So I have an example of a spreadsheet like that, where I've got a case and I've got the corrected volumes. And then I have some additional months for this case. I'm going to open up that database now. So I'm going to change from this database to my PHDwin Week 2024 database. So this is my case. It has history through April 2024, but some of that history, needs to be updated. And then also in our spreadsheet, we have a few additional months. We've got May, June, and July to add on to this case. So when you're setting up your CSV file, you want to make sure you have a unique identifier as a part of one of the columns in your spreadsheet. So I'm using the case ID, which is unique within PHDwin v3. I also need to include the date the production occurred, as well as the volumes for each of those months. I also have case name, but that's not necessary. All right, so when I import, I'm going to again go to that add import. Click import. This time I'm going to select my CSV file. And then I'm going to select some options down below. We need to select the ID code for our import, primary import ID. Like I said, I'm using the case ID, but you can use any unique identifier that is a part of your database. Next, I need to map the information. So on the right-hand side, I can see each column in my spreadsheet. And then in this column called PHDwin field, this is where I make my map. I tell PHDwin where to put the information within PHDwin v3. All right, so I have production volumes, so I'm going to expand production volumes. The date is called, I'm just going to make this window a little bit bigger so I can see all of my options. So I've got production date, so I'm going to grab production date and I'm going to drop it next to date. So it's going to map the date column in my Excel spreadsheet with this thing called production date in PHDwin. Gas production prod date, I'm going to drop next to the gas column. Oil production date. Water production date. Well count. And then days on here, drag that over. Next, I'm going to click on overwrite properties, and I have some choices here to make. I can clear everything, like all of the history for the wells included in my CSV, and then have it just rewrite with what's in the CSV file. That's this first column called clear, then import. Or I can select replace overlapping. So for months that already exist on the case, it would replace those. But if the months are not included in my workbook, in my CSV, then it will not overwrite those values. And actually in our test case, the history goes back to 2014, but my CSV file starts in 2022. So I want to keep all the history between 2014 and 2022. So I do not want to clear. I do want to replace overlapping. That's also going to append new information that's in the CSV that's not already in PHDwin. The third option is to only append new information. So those additional couple of months, I could select to just import those 3 months and not change the other months that are in the CSV. And then the fourth option is to not import any of the information at all. So I want to replace overlapping. I'm going to click apply and then import. And then the case refreshed, and you can see that we now have history past April. We have the May, the June, and the July, and the values from February 2022 through July 2024 have updated. So that's how you do an CSV import in PHDwin v3.
Thank you so much to Erin Randolph. Your presentation on importing data into PHDwin v3 is an essential skill for v3 users. Thank you to our audience for staying tuned. We will be shifting our live stream from our presentation segments to our live format. You do not need to change links if your stream has been loading normally. Due to starting earlier than advertised, we will provide a few minutes for additional participants to join for the Q&A segment.
We want to thank QED Energy Associates for being a gold partner of PHDwin Week 2024. We appreciate everything you do.
We would also like to thank Performance Analytics Group and Jim Tague for being silver partners this year. Please stay tuned for the Q&A.
Last but not least, we would like to thank our platinum partner Ryder Scott for their years of dedication and service alongside our firm. On today's Q&A, we are featuring Marylena Garcia, P.E., Jim Tague, and the session will be moderated by Jonathan Smith.
Please stay tuned. The stream will update shortly. If your stream does not update in 2 minutes, please refresh your browser.
Thank you very much, Erin Randolph, for that very enlightening video. I just want to point out, if you want to see a replay of this or any video for PHDwin Week, watch your email box. We're going to be emailing everyone tomorrow how to access replays for PHDwin Week. Also, we've had some feedback in regards to the clarity in some of the sessions. We've been working with our partners and our hosts, and hopefully tomorrow and the rest of the week, we've kind of cranked the knobs up and everything will be clear for the future sessions. Thank you all very much for y'all's patience. But for now, in about 17 minutes, we're going to do the last session for today's PHDwin Week. We're going to get on and we're going to talk about and answer questions about the different sessions that we've seen today. We're going to have Jim come back, Kimberly come back, and have Larry Connor on as a special guest along with Marylena from Ryder Scott. And they're going to talk with us about how, they're going to answer the questions from the audience regarding their sessions and their streams. We really appreciate everyone for participating. But if you want to take a break, now's the time to do it. We'll be talking to everyone in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much again for being part of this year's PHDwin Week 2024. All right, y'all. We got about 13 minutes until our final Q&A panel. We really appreciate everyone being part of PHDwin Week this year. Be sure to catch us starting 9 a.m. Central tomorrow morning, where we're going to bring on a special guest and we'll get you set up for the sessions that we have tomorrow. Then make sure also you're showing up 9 a.m. the rest of the week, and we'll make sure that we have all of our announcements in that morning session for the rest of the day. Again, if you have questions for this upcoming Q&A session, please email events@phdwin.com, and we'll make sure to answer your questions whenever we go live with the Q&A in just a moment. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week. 10 minutes remaining until our final Q&A session for today. We really appreciate everyone for being part of PHDwin Week. If you have any questions that you want answered during this Q&A session, please email events@phdwin.com on anything that you've seen today or any questions about PHDwin Week in general. Also, I want to give a very hearty thank you to Ryder Scott, our platinum partner, for sponsoring today's sessions for PHDwin Week. Without our partners, PHDwin Week would simply not be possible. And we really appreciate the participation of Ryder Scott. This is the third PHDwin Week that Ryder Scott has been a part of. Thank you. 9 more minutes until the next session. Hello, everyone. 5 minutes remaining until our Q&A session. We really appreciate your patience, but you've got one last chance. Run to the bathroom, go get that cup of coffee. 5 minutes remaining, and then we'll get started. and answer your questions on this first day of PHDwin Week. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, we're live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Q&A session to cap off our first day of PHDwin Week. I've got here with me Kimberly Harris from our morning session. Hey, Kimberly, welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
We really appreciate it. And then in the conference room, I've got our president, David Pacenda, Larry Connor, who just earlier today accepted the first Connor Award, and Jim Tague, who I just had a very informative presentation that I hope you all caught about reserve reports. And so we're just waiting for our final person to jump on, but we can get into some of these questions that's been asked by the audience. So if you don't mind, Jim, I kind of want to start with you. First in, last out, and that's how it usually goes. So hey, Marylena, there she is. How are you doing today?
Hi, how are you?
Doing
Hi,
good,
guys.
doing good. Welcome, welcome.
Marylena.
So I've got some questions for both you, Marylena, and for Jim. And then Larry and Kim, if y'all want to weigh in on any of these questions or any of these answers, that's the whole point of this, so that we have a panel for a Q&A, do things a little bit differently this year. I'll tell you what, we'll go back and forth. I'm going to ask Jim a question, and then you've got Marylena's questions, right, Dave? And so then we'll go back and forth.
I do. I've got some. Yep.
There we go. And so we'll let me ask one, and then we'll go back and forth and see if we can engage a discussion here. Anyone who's watching this stream, before we get into the questions, I just want to thank everyone for joining us for this PHDwin week. I want to thank both Marylena, Kimberly, and Jim for being on today and presenting as part of PHDwin week. And then I want to thank the esteemed Larry Connor for all the contributions that he's made to PHDwin and TRC Consultants over the many years. And so, Jim, real quick, I'm going to start with you. So It's a question I have whenever I saw your presentation. So one thing that you talked about was one of your slides talk about the omission of CapEx. And one debate that I'm constantly having in this industry is whether abandonment CapEx should show up on reserve reports or not, or if they're not part of, should not be part of reserve reports. Do you have an opinion on if a CapEx should be consistently part of reserve reports or not?
Are you specifically talking about P&A type abandonment CapEx?
P&A type abandonment CapEx.
I could have given, I think all of us could give a whole talk on that alone. I've been on both sides of that equation, doing a report for, that I have to submit to the reserve auditor. And of course, I try to push out P&A as far as I can and come up with every reason why it shouldn't be counted. Then I've also been on the other side where I've done evaluations and, whoa, you're missing this. And it's a tricky situation, but I do feel within 2 or 3 years, it's going to be PRMS. They're already starting to deal with it. But sort of sidebar to this whole orphan well, idle well issue is becoming very, very big. Hint, that's my next book.
Okay. You got a plug.
It's going to be regulated, and it's going to come in with rules, especially on the idle wells. There's going to be no more gamesmanship there whatsoever. It's going to be, I feel almost like certified as a reserve engineer, reserve auditor. I can almost see field visits coming down. You need to get out there and lay eyes and really, truly put the correct capital expenditures in there, because I can tell you, even the capital expenditures we put in are way low. I mean, you go into an urban environment and, it costs, $100,000 to abandon this well. I've never been asked, what about the facilities? What about reclaiming this area? I mean, there's a park across the street. We ignore that. And for the longest time, we were able to kick that can down the road. With the new idle well requirements coming in, we can't kick that can down the road anymore. So, yes, right now, one-on-one, it does need to be added, but the rules and regulations are going to tighten up on that severely.
I think, be careful what we ask for. I mean, I guess we've got to be responsible citizens, but I also know, as having worked early on for a stripper well operator, those wells that this year aren't making money, next year are, and you start plugging all those reserves, that's hard for our country too. And that's going to be this is going to be a hard balance. This is going to be a really hard balance. How do you keep those volumes of oil and gas out there? And there's people who would much rather we weren't here at all, right? I'm not sure the world can go that way, but people are just using too much energy. But I do think we do need to be responsible.
But what happens when you have a a number of wells that do not have reserves, but yet they're orphaned wells, or they are wells that are shut in. They're not in the reserve report because they don't have any reserves. Should those wells have abandonment costs, and where is that? And I think that most companies have that abandonment cost in other areas of their financials and not in the reserve report. So it's a very complex situation, and I think there's multiple components to this. So
That's such a good point. I mean, I guess technically we could build in dozens and dozens of proved shut-in wells that we know are not coming, and then put an abandonment liability, but then trying to gauge the timing of it. I mean, that's a tough one. I wouldn't even know how to tackle that.
That's been there's been some strong voices, and a couple of these have been people who've been here at PHDwin Week before, okay, who really want to see that as part of the reserve report. But Larry's point that there are these other costs out there, as long as they're disclosed somewhere. But I do think the SEC could help by standardizing where and how, so you know where to look. Looking at your presentation, a lot of what you were talking about was, okay, where did stuff get swept under the rug, right?
Right.
How do we make sure it's not swept under the rug and it's transparent? And that's the real trick. And that it doesn't have to be in the reserve report. Maybe it is in the reserve report for those wells that are appropriate, but there are all those other liabilities that Larry was talking about, which is huge.
Well, I do know that in the NI 51-101 for the Canadian reports,
yes,
they're very stringent on it. Yes. However, the industry in Canada has resolved the issue that they will include the abandonment on wells that are in the report, and those wells that are outside the report, shut in, not producing, not in the report, then the abandonment cost for those wells is reported elsewhere in the financials. And that's the way the industry has resolved it in Canada.
And that's a good point. I mean, if you look at the publicly traded companies in the United States, especially the ones with offshore, there's that whole line in their balance sheets. They have to accrue for it, and that is highly regulated. But the flip side, I've been on the other side of the equation where I've had a client want to purchase a field, say 21, 22, a lot of idle wells were shut in. The previous owner went bankrupt. And because they're all shut in, the person who wants to buy them has the capital to put them back on. But the initial reserve report just slams them, immediately puts all sorts of P&A on top of it. And it's like, no. But the banks were so burned after 2020, they're like, you better put that P&A in there. And it killed the value. And so I've been on both sides of it. It's a tricky.
Yeah, that pendulum keeps swinging one direction, then the other. You guys are old enough to be around long enough. We've seen that pendulum from the Petra Lewis days to today, right? Not to bring up any ghosts from the past there. Anyway.
Well, Kimberly, you have experience with some smaller operators. Do you want to weigh in on this a little bit and what your perspective is?
I would agree with the comments before. I see it handled both ways up here in the Northeast. Typically, if you're looking at a package to buy, we'll pull the P&A out into a separate analysis because we really just want to see what those long-term forecasts look like. And then for my small, tiny conventional operators I have, they would all be classified as stripper wells. I agree. Like, it's very hard to justify spending capital or putting P&A in their reserve report because it's going to crush all future volume forecasts. And they're really looking at, I only send my guy to pump that well when there's no snow on the ground and he can get there, and the oil prices are high, but there's still lots of reserves in the ground. They just come out very slowly in these, wells drilled in 1920. So I kind of agree. It's a case-by-case basis. And from the private side, it's really hard to justify a well unless there's a mechanical integrity issue or we've got an unconventional well that's been offline for a long time. Usually it's the conventional cases where we just keep dealing with that P&A outside of the reserves report.
And that's what I've seen. That's why I wanted to ask the question. Well, Marylena, I'll let you weigh in on this, or I've got a good question for you if not. All right. I got a question for you then, Marylena.
Okay, go ahead.
So from the audience, there's a question came in. on your presentation, are there concerns with tubing temperature changes when injecting CO2 into normally pressurized reservoir at 8,500 feet?
That's
Yeah,
specific.
that's something that. Well, that's a very good question because
sounds
that's
like a
something
consulting job.
that was something that we model when we do carbon capture and sequestration. We do well modeling, especially to see the effect of the warming of the CO2 going down the tubing. And in some cases, you can get something that is called a Joule-Thomson effect, that is like cool down of the tubing, and then that changes the entire deliverability or the injectivity of the well. In some cases, this effect happens in the near wellbore area, and then you may have alterations of porosities or permeability in the area around the wellbore. And that can really affect the injectivity as well. So that's a possibility, but that's something that gets modeled way before the injection happens. So you have an anticipation of your of your nodal analysis of the well and the injectivity beforehand. So you know the deliverability or the injectivity of the well, because that's something that can happen. If it happens like away from the wellbore, like waiting to the reservoir, that's probably not a big deal. But it happens around the well or in the well, it can really clog the pore or the permeability and affect the injectivity, and then you have another problem. What I've seen some operators do is they flush the well with some sort of fresh water or not too saline water before the treatment, before the CO2 happens. So that changes the the relative permeability of the area around the wellbore. And then when you finally inject the CO2, there's not too much interaction between the native brine and the CO2. So, and then they can get away with the problem or plug in the pore volume or the pores around the wellbore. But yeah, that's definitely is a problem that can happen. But we can model it and anticipate it and plan for it.
Well, there we go. Good question, good answer. I like that. Very succinct. We appreciate having you on, Marylena. This is your second year. You're officially a PHDwin Week rock star at this point. So thank you very much. Come on and answer these questions.
I appreciate the invitation. It's been an honor.
Oh, it's always an honor to have you, and you've got a standing invite here at TRC, you know, to come and talk with us and to present what you're working on. We really appreciate hearing from you. I'll let it. If that was a very specific question, I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in on that one since it was so specific. But I got a question for you, Jim. Let's go back and forth a little bit. So I got one for you, Jim. So audience asked on your point about look backs. Someone asked, do you, in your opinion, are look backs not done enough in this industry?
Yes, they are not done near enough. Now, I come from a background prior to the oil and gas industry. I flew in the Navy. So look backs, especially on, we talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
Safety, mishaps. Now our industry is very, very good on root cause analysis and safety. But we're such a forward driven industry. I think, you know, we want to grow, we move, that sometimes when things don't work out, a project doesn't work out, or that reserve report, well, those numbers just didn't materialize. We don't have it in our culture to sit down and do a root cause analysis. We're so busy doing the next project, looking ahead. So yes, I don't think we do them enough. And partial to that, it's also, and I think in any natural resource industry, it's real easy just to, low oil prices hurt that next project. And we have a built-in excuse to sometimes not give ourselves a report card. So, but there's so much value in looking back. I'd like to see it done more often, a little bit more, almost like the safety culture does, but bring that into the engineering side.
Unfortunately, I can personally say that I've seen situations where people manipulate some of those look backs, and I hate to say this, but I mean they're for nefarious purposes, and they play around with the way, whether it's reserve reconciliations, because they're not too dissimilar. Okay, a portion of a reserve reconciliation is a look back, and you look at these people starting to play with the numbers, and people consciously not wanting to do this. That's kind of scary. That's actually kind of scary. Yeah.
Do you have any comments on this, Kimberly?
I would add that about 5 years ago, we made it a standard practice to at least look back one reserve report cycle in our reviews, just to make sure we were in line with the reserves assumptions, be that CapEx, all the items that you mentioned during your presentation. We try to do the reconciliation to actuals and then also do the look back one cycle, whether that cycle is the internal mid-year report traditionally or the external audited report. So we've been trying to do that a little bit more. I would love to see more of it, and I would love to see it over a longer period of time. But generally, the operators we work with, they're really, like you said, they're looking forward and they want to know what's next and how all of these sensitivities going to affect things going forward. But I have seen some good response from that, and at least up here, it's revealed some interesting trends that can be explained or just can't be explained. And I've seen decisions made off of reconciliation. So I love that part of your presentation. I was like, yes, preach. Let's do more.
I'm excited. I'm excited about where we're going with that, because we do have some stuff on the books. For those of you that did it in version 2, it's coming in version 3, and it's just going to be so much more robust. But look-backs are very difficult. I mean, look-backs require you to understand a lot of accounting and what happened during that accounting period, and and from our perspective, that economics engine needs to be able to reconcile these things. And there's a lot of shortcuts people take, and those shortcuts can be used. And this is where I think a lot of what I was talking about comes from. You can use those shortcuts to maybe I don't say misinform, but maybe adjust the answers a little bit. You know what I mean? Be a little bit protected. But I think you need a system that's automated. Yeah.
You know, I think that'd be a really good idea for version 3. If you could have a database where you have multiple years evaluation to take the operating cost historically as projected and then make a comparison.
You can do that today with the scenarios. Yeah.
You know, that would really be a solution for evaluators to historically track, and then they start asking questions. Well, why did this operating cost change? What transpired? You know, maybe they added a ESP pump and it tripled. But you know, this is something that could easily be done.
No, there's actually some of that already unfolding. Okay. Anyway, Marylena.
I was going to add that that's also very helpful for portfolio optimization. You look at the asset year after year, and you see how it's relations.
Well, I am disappointed that nobody is pointing to our version 2 reconciliation methodologies. I think we're going to be able to do it better in version 3, but I think that methodology will rear its head soon. Anyway.
Well, I know, Marylena, I mean, this is something that, you know, you're on the cutting edge here, and going and making sure that these techniques are being refined as we're going into this new paradigm is really important, right? I mean, I know you're constantly having to refine these techniques and making sure what's happening works. So I'm sure there's a workflow that's part of, you know, what your standard practice is. Because, you know, some people, I talk to people all the time, oh, no, that's conventional. Well, I've been doing these for 30 years. I'll tell you exactly how it goes at the end, right? There's a little bit more confidence about that. But what you're doing, there's this constant need to revise, right? And to revisit. And I'm sure that's part of your process, right?
Well, you could extend that not just to OpEx. You can extend this to CapEx and to all kinds of things, and including your production taxes. You know what the state standards are, but you can compare it to what was actually paid, and then start asking questions as to, is there a tax holiday that I'm not aware of that you're receiving, or why is this lower than the state standard, and then go from there.
I don't think we as an industry should be afraid of these things. Okay. Much like you were talking about flying, you know, you're getting in that plane and flying it every day. The better you can be, the better you can fly, the more planes stay in the air, the better the world is, right?
Yeah, basically, what mistakes did somebody else make that
may or may not have had a good outcome, and I don't want to do those myself.
Yep, right. Now the cycle was much smaller for you, but I think for us, we have that obligation as engineers to be doing the best we can. And I think look backs, kind of coming full circle on this one, I think look backs are a big deal. And I know we get asked to do them regularly, or how help people do them, teach them how our techniques work. But I think it's an important thing.
Well, it's part of that ethics, right?
It's part of that ethics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, a little preview for tomorrow, just so you know. So Dave talked about this is something we're working on. Garrett Hoover is going to have a presentation tomorrow that talks about the beginning of our work on that. We have a reserve migration report. That's kind of the first step of our move towards reserve reconciliation. So make sure y'all catch Garrett's session tomorrow. It's something new that we've added in the last year for version 3. And maybe y'all get an idea of what direction we're moving as far as, getting an idea of how these two things do change over time and our reserves do change over time. All right, Marylena, we only have a couple minutes left. I want to make sure I get some of these questions in. I got another question for you that just came in from the audience. I know you're sitting on some, Dave, but we got some hot ones. I love grabbing hot ones.
Okay, all right. Now take. Yeah.
So here we go. Marylena, what are the main challenges and regulatory hurdles operators face in fully benefiting from the tax credit 45Q incentive for carbon capture, utilization, and storage in your experience? And how often actually are these CCUS projects receiving this incentive?
Okay, so I think the big hurdle with the 45Q is the process. Right now, that's a process that is regulated by EPA in most states, except for Wyoming, North Dakota, and now Louisiana. So the rest of the states in the United States, they have to go to EPA to get the permit. And it's a long queue to get the permit. So right now, the process is probably 2.5 years long. So it requires a lot of time to prepare it, a lot of capital to put it together. It's a very capital-intensive process, especially if you're going for a dedicated CO2 injection with a Class 6 well. They need to drill a well, a stratigraphic well, which is kind of an exploratory well where you need to code it, test it, and get geomechanical information, geochemical information, etc. You need to have a dedicated and very detailed site characterization that may take a lot of resources and time. Probably build a simulation model, the static model, the seismic, integrated it all. It may take you a year. So it's just the process of putting all that work together that is a big hurdle, and especially for those states that don't have primacy yet, so don't have the authority to grant the permit for those type of wells. That's why in my presentation, I was kind of put it an alternative, like a Class 2 wells, to get the benefit of the 45Q in a faster way. It's not like the way I'm proposing it is not like it's a fast track. It still has to be done following the regulations, and the environment has to be priority. And we need to safeguard the aquifers and the environment, etc. But it has a faster pathway to the 45Q tax credit because most of the states has primacy, so they can authorize the drilling of the well in a matter of months. So I think the big hurdle right now for all the carbon capture and projects out there in the United States is the regulatory part. Is really a big queue, a long queue to get the permits approved. And actually you can go to the EPA website and see the tracker. And there is a long list of projects just waiting to get approved. And I know it's a very stringent and a strict process because they don't want to put the environment, especially the underground sources of drinking water, in danger. But it's a long process. So that's why I think I see that as the main hurdle for the companies. Probably that will discourage some because apart from the long time that takes to get the permit, it's very expensive. It's very capital intensive. All the permits, all the drilling of the wells, and the long process to go through. So I think that's the big thing that is probably stopping many companies for even thinking about going into a carbon capture project. And that's why Class 2 could be an alternative for those. I hope that answered the question.
No, that's perfect. And I could see that if you could move forward, and you're talking months instead of years, whenever there's so many resources that get tied up here. I mean, that could make or break a project, I'm sure, right, Marylena, in some cases?
Correct. Of course, we're not talking about the same magnitude of projects. On a dedicated CO2 storage project, we can inject probably from 1.5 small projects, 1.5 million tons per year to 8 for the bigger ones. On the EOR side, or the acid gas injection side, it's probably smaller quantity, but it still adds up. And if you look at the math, it's $85 or $60 for every metric ton injected. And then, it's something that adds up to and adds value to a project. And on top of that, you're doing something for the environment.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, all right, guys, we've got 5 minutes left on here. We won't keep to an absolute time, but I've got a question left for Jim that actually I'm going to ask you last, Jim. I'm going to ask everyone else here, because I think maybe everyone else here can also answer this question as well. It's kind of a question that hopefully everyone's familiar with. So someone asked me in your session, Jim, what your favorite PHDwin report was to represent the different things you're talking about. But if you wouldn't mind, I want to go ahead and let Kimberly take that one on first. Kimberly, you've been using PHDwin a little while. What's your favorite report at the moment?
Which report?
I just like the detailed report. It gives me everything I need. It's pretty similar to what I'm used to seeing. I will say I use more than half of the reports, but most of my clients just want to see that detailed report with their product streams.
I mean, I call it the PHDwin report sometimes because it's so popular. Yeah. What about you, Marylena? What's your favorite report at PHDwin?
We have a detailed report. I like the detailed report too, but we have one that is customized just for Ryder Scott. What is the name of that report, Larry?
Yeah, the Ryder Scott report inside PHDwin version 3.
Yeah.
TRC has programmed it so that all of the report options are in the report. And I know they can do the same for any other firm that approaches TRC for the consulting services. But it is really fantastic. You can run table of contents. You can run the cash flow, the front page. You can run each individual cash flow. You can run all of the graphs, and you can interleaf the graphs, and you can change all of the options right inside version 3. And it's almost instantaneous. So it really does a really fine job on that. So that's my favorite.
Well, I know, Marylena, you also are always tracking a lot of custom streams. Yep. There's a lot of custom streams, and some of the Ryder Scott clients are tracking not only the sequestered CO2, but maybe there's a recycled CO2, maybe there's a wet CO2. Yeah, and the flexibility allows that to open up. So that's really nice.
Great. That was
the user specified report.
Yeah, because it's all user specified reports. Yeah. What do you want? So has it met your needs so far, Marylena?
Oh,
or do
yeah.
we need?
No,
okay,
no.
If not, we can improve it. Okay.
I know you can. No, but so far so good. I like the flexibility. You can make any streams and create customized calculated variables out of it and plug them and put it in the report. I mean, I think it's fantastic. It's very flexible. It's whatever, it can be used for CO2 injection, for carbon capture purposes. It can be used for emissions calculation because it's just a product. It's just a formula that you can, plug in and get your calculations. It can be used for regular reserves work, decline group analysis. I mean, the sky's the limit.
Well, that's a lot why I made
it's his fault, okay? Because he's
yeah, right. He's the one that pushed us to do all this stuff.
One more thing, Dave. Come on.
Well, that's why it's our big one. All right, Jim, it's your turn. What's your favorite report?
It all depends.
There you go.
It's really
the one I use the most, obviously, when I'm advising a client or doing A&D valuation is the detailed reserve. You got to load that into the model, and then you load in all the corporate stuff in there. However, to the field side, the production engineer side, and to even some of the smaller clients, when you show them a well ranking report, you show them this well's 30% of your value. You may want to stay on top of that one. And down here, that gets the field's attention real quick. That should be given to every field production, even your pumpers out there. Here's our most valuable wells, and this is why. I think that's a very telling report at the field level. And then going forward with 3, the reconciliation reports. I mean, I love if you can, have the graphical version of your decline curves, and you can layer in, let's say, print them all at once chronologically, just lay the layers one. Hopefully they don't change much, but if you start seeing, that would be a powerful within our community.
Looking back at last year's projection, last quarter's projections, the projections 2 quarters ago, and the one of the things that's new in 3, and I don't know if you've seen this yet, but it's that ability to look at the recompletion. You can see the previous, and you can see how that's falling off, and you can see the incremental at the same time. People have really taken to that graphical presentation. Yeah.
We're always looking for new ideas for reports here at TRC Consultants. So if anyone on this call, or you're just watching right now and you have an idea for a report, always reach out to us. That's something that we're always looking for new ideas. Hopefully, as Ryder Scott can attest to, as Kimberly can attest to, we try to take that feedback, we try to turn it around and get those outputs. And so. But we've hit 4 o'clock. So what we'll do is as we get questions throughout the rest of the week, if y'all don't mind, Marylena and Jim and Kimberly will email you any additional questions that we have so that y'all can follow up. But I just want to say right now, thank you all for being part of PHDwin Week on our first day. It's always tough on the first day. Whoever goes first, I mean, you know how it is. Who has to be first in line? Who gets to go right? There's a little bit of nervousness there. But Kimberly, your willingness to be on the first session. Marylena, your willingness to be our first presentation. Jim, your willingness to come and sit with us and talk during your presentation day, it really means a lot. So we're going to start the stream at 9 a.m. tomorrow, but I just want to go one at a time and give you all a chance to give some closing thoughts. I'll go ahead and start with you, Marylena.
Well, this has been a fantastic day. I think it's very good for the oil and gas community to have this kind of sessions. Add value a lot to all the engineers and the entire engineering community that does reserves and do anything with oil and gas out there. So I appreciate the work that you guys are doing and keeping up with technology that really help us do our work more efficiently and more accurate. So I appreciate it.
That's who we hope will always be, and Ryder Scott's a great partner, and we appreciate y'all always being there to help us make a better oil and gas industry. All right, Kimberly, you want to have some closing thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I learned some things today as, new to the space, first PHDwin Week. It's always great to see how other people work through their problems, work through the software. So it was a great balance for me today of seeing different techniques and then also different use cases. So I look forward to the rest of the week.
And you have an invite next year if you want to do a full presentation. I got it waiting for you, sitting on my desk right here, ready for you. All right, Jim, what about you? Do you have any closing thoughts for us?
The power of information. I just think PHDwin is an incredibly powerful tool, not just within the reserve auditor or the reserve community, but outside of get these reports out there that use the graphical interfaces. There's so much information that's in this program that sometimes I think we can just scratch the surface as far as who could use it.
I think that's pretty relevant. Yeah, that's why every time we do training that we put everyone together and everyone has different questions, everyone has different focuses, and we try to build a tool that can do all these edge cases that can be in all these different parts of the industry, whether it's CCUS or up there in Appalachia or offshore Gulf of Mexico. We have one tool to kind of put this all together. All right, for the first Connor Award winner, I'll go ahead and let you close on. You got any closing thoughts for us, Larry?
Well, first, let me again tell you how much I've appreciated the recognition that you've bestowed upon me. It is our community that is really, really outstanding. And it has been my pleasure to work with TRC, an outstanding company that it really strives to do the right thing and to do it as thoroughly as possible. So it's been my pleasure. But secondly, let me say that I have really enjoyed the version 3. It is a big improvement over version 2. I think that it's going to really make an impact in the industry. And I really think that people will see the value and the benefit of version 3 as you move forward.
Okay, You got that on tape? We need to use that. Larry, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. I really
That was absolutely
appreciate it.
fantastic. You had a lot of
so-
input in this. I appreciate it.
It means a lot, Larry, hearing that coming from you. I always tell people that a lot of version 3 has your name on it. There's so much of your philosophy baked into that. So we really appreciate all your years of partnership and Ryder Scott's partnership for helping us make the best product possible. So thank y'all all for coming on this Q&A session. As I said, if we get more questions throughout the week, we'll be emailing y'all and following up with additional questions. But for now, everyone look forward 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to get started again with the second day of PHDwin Week. But for now, thank y'all. Y'all have a great day.
See you. Bye now.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
I think we're off.
Not yet.